i działaczy społecznych chciałby przybliżyć Państwu wyniki polskiej gospodarki w ostatnim czasie, które pokazują niezwykłą odporność na pojawiające się kryzysy. Według wstępnych szacunków Głównego Urzędu Statystycznego w 2022 roku produkt krajowy brutto zwiększył się o 4,9%. To wynik lepszy od przewidywań ekonomistów robionych przed wybuchem wojny w Ukrainie. Zgodnie z szacunkami ekonomistów z Polskiego Instytutu Ekonomicznego Polska, podobnie jak pozostałe państwa Unii Europejskiej, w 2023 roku będzie musiała mierzyć się ze spowolnieniem gospodarczym. W pierwszym kwartale 2023 roku należy spodziewać się krótkotrwałej recesji. PKB spadnie o 0,3%. Gospodarka Polski powróci na ścieżkę wzrostu począwszy od drugiego kwartału. PKB w całym 2023 roku będzie o 1,2% większe niż w 2022. Polska, podobnie jak i inne gospodarki rozwinięte, zmagać się będzie ze wzrostem inflacji. Dlatego monitorując obecną sytuację już w 2022 roku podjęliśmy decyzję o wprowadzeniu tarcz antyinflacyjnych. Pamiętajmy, że w tych trudnych czasach musimy być solidarni, a państwo musi wspierać swoich obywateli.
As the Congress is an international event bringing together business people, politicians, and social activists, I would like to introduce to you the recent performance of the Polish economy, which shows remarkable resilience to emerging crises. According to preliminary estimates by the Central Statistical Office in 2022, the gross domestic product increased by 4.9%, as a result better than predictions economists made before the outbreak of war in Ukraine. According to the estimates by economists from the Polish Economic Institute, Poland, like other European Union countries, will face economic slowdown in 2023. A short recession is expected in the first quarter of 23, with the gross domestic product falling by 0.3%. Poland's economy will return to growth starting in second quarter. Gross domestic product for the whole of 2023 will be 1.2% higher than in 2022. Poland, like other developing economies, will struggle with rising inflation. Therefore, monitoring the current situation, we have already decided to introduce anti-inflammatory shields in 2022. Let's remember that in these difficult times, we must be united and the state must support its citizens.
Stoimy także w obliczu perturbacji związanych z rosyjską agresją na Ukrainę. Bezprecedensowa brutalność napastników stała się źródłem niezliczonych ludzkich tragedii. Polska wspiera waleczną Ukrainę poprzez pomoc humanitarną i dostawy sprzętu wojskowego. Przyjęła kobiety i dzieci uciekające przed wojną i przygotowuje się do wsparcia odbudowy Ukrainy po zawarciu sprawiedliwego pokoju. Lecz rosyjska wojna ma również wymiar globalny, naruszając fundamentalne zasady prawa międzynarodowego i Karty Narodów Zjednoczonych. Przedkłada się także na zmianę strumieni światowego handlu, wpływając na polską gospodarkę. Dotychczas udało nam się uniknąć erozji polskiej pozycji w globalnym handlu. Polska była jednym z 3 krajów Unii Europejskiej, które odnotowały wzrost eksportu nawet w pandemicznym roku 2020. Także po 11 miesiącach 2022 roku polski eksport wyrażony w euro wyniósł 315,5 miliarda euro i jest to dosyć istotny wzrost na poziomie 19,7%.
Strengthening the competitiveness of the Polish economy in global markets, building a positive image and attractiveness of Polish business on a global scale, supporting Polish exports and attracting investments are important tasks facing the government. Polish exports face a number of challenges. In the post-COVID world, we are dealing with disruption of supply chains on a global scale, including their shortening and regionalization, which is further compounded by so-called megatrends, such as climate transformation or digitization and automation of work. We are also facing the perturbations of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. The unprecedented brutality of the attackers has been the source of countless human tragedies. Poland is supporting brave Ukraine with humanitarian aid and supplies of military equipment, has taken in women and children fleeing the war, and it's preparing to support Ukraine's reconstruction after a just peace. But the Russian war has also a global dimension. While violating the fundamental principles of international law and the UN Charter, it is also it also translates into a change in flows of the world trade, affecting Polish economy. So far, we have managed to avoid eroding Polish position in global trade. Poland was one of the 3 European Union countries that recorded an increased exports even in the pandemic year of 2020. Also, after 11 months of 22, Polish exports expressed in euro amounted to 315.5 billion, which is quite a significant increase at 19.7%.
Jednym z priorytetów rządu jest przyciąganie inwestycji, zwłaszcza tych zagranicznych, które wspierają innowacyjność i wzrost zaawansowania technologicznego polskiej gospodarki, w szczególności w tych branżach, w których następują skokowe zmiany technologiczne, jak na przykład elektromobilności, branży wodorowej czy odnawialnych źródeł energii. Dużą wagę przywiązujemy do działań na rzecz poprawy pozycji Polski w łańcuchach dostaw towarów z uwzględnieniem wzmocnienia bazy produkcyjnej z naciskiem na poprawę innowacyjności naszej gospodarki. To znaczy działań mających na celu wzrost wartości dodanej eksportu, a także wzrost udziału polskich firm w sieciach wartości produkcji. Tym samym naszym celem jest zwiększenie udziału wyrobów wysoko przetworzonych i wyrobów wysokiej techniki w polskim eksporcie.
The government's priority is to attract, in particular, such foreign investments that support innovation and increase the technological sophistication of the Polish economy, especially in those industries where technological leaps are taking place. For example, electromobility, hydrogen chains, taking into account the strengthening of the manufacturing base with an emphasis on improving innovativeness of our economy. That is, activities aimed at increasing the added value of exports, as well as increasing the share of Polish companies in production value chains. Thus, our goal is to increase the share of highly processed and high-tech products in Polish export industry.
Na zakończenie proszę pozwolić, że podzielę się z Państwem statystykami dotyczącymi naszej współpracy handlowo-inwestycyjnej ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi. W 2022 roku obserwowaliśmy dynamiczny wzrost obrotów handlowych. Choć nie ma jeszcze danych za cały rok, to już dostępne za styczeń i listopad pokazują, że był to rekordowy rok pod względem dwustronnej wymiany handlowej. Osiągnęła ona wartość 24,7 miliarda dolarów. Import z USA osiągnął wartość 14,8 miliarda, a polski eksport do USA osiągnął wartość 9,9 miliarda dolarów. Ponadto Polska jest głównym odbiorcą inwestycji amerykańskich w Europie Środkowo-Wschodniej. Około 40% całego kapitału zainwestowanego przez firmy amerykańskie w regionie Europy Wschodniej jest lokowane w Polsce. Liczymy na dalszą owocną współpracę, w tym także w wymiarze wielostronnym, jak chociażby wspólny udział w inicjatywie Trójmorza. Szanowni Państwo, jeszcze raz dziękuję za zaproszenie do udziału w kongresie. Życzę wszystkim udanych obrad.
In conclusion, let me share you with the statistics on trade and investment cooperation with the U.S. In 2022, we saw a dynamic increase in the trade turnover. Although the data for the whole year is not yet available, the already available figures from January through November show that it was a record year in terms of bilateral trade. It reached a value of $24.7 billion. Imports from the U.S. reached $14.8 billion. Polish exports to the U.S. reached $9.9 billion. In addition, Poland is the main recipient of U.S. investment in Central and Eastern Europe. About 40% of all capital invested by the U.S. companies in the region is located in Poland. We look forward to further fruitful cooperation, including on multilateral levels such as joint participation in the Trimarium project. Ladies and gentlemen, I do thank you for the invitation, and I wish you happy deliberations.
Can I get a round of applause for Grzegorz Piechowiak? Thank you very much. Can I please get Paweł Kurtasz to the stage, please? Paweł Kurtasz, which is the president of the board, Polish Investment and Trade Agency.
Szanowni Państwo, witam serdecznie najbardziej kreatywną i najbardziej liczną grupę diaspory polskiej na świecie.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome the most creative and the most dynamic diaspora group in Poland, in the world.
Rola Polonii w życiu naszego kraju była zawsze przełomowa. Wystarczy wspomnieć postać Ignacego Paderewskiego.
The Polish role of Polonia in the world was always forthcoming. You can mention Ignacy Paderewski's role.
Przybycie Ignacego Paderewskiego do Poznania w 1918 roku doprowadziło do powstania wielkopolskiego.
Coming of Ignacy Paderewski to Poznań in 1918 led to insurrection of 1918, Wielkopolskie insurrection.
Yes. Również stawiennictwo Ignacego Paderewskiego u prezydenta Woodrowa Wilsona doprowadziło do zapisu traktatu, słównego punktu traktatu 13, traktatu wersalskiego, który dał Polsce nowe granice.
Support of President Woodrow Wilson President Woodrow Wilson to Ignacy Paderewski led to the 13th Versailles Tract of. I can read.
Okay. So, jest nas łącznie na świecie 60 milionów, ale 38 milionów Polaków tego nie wie. Pora im to powiedzieć.
There are about 60 million of us here worldwide, but 38 millions of Poles do not know that. They're not aware of that, so we need to tell them that.
22 miliony ludzi, którzy myślą i mówią po polsku, mieszka poza granicami naszego kraju, a ich punkt widzenia jest rozbieżny względem tych, którzy mieszkają w jego centrum.
22 million of Poles living abroad have different trains of thought. They think differently, and it's completely different of those who live inside and those who live outside the country.
Te dwa różne punkty widzenia dają nam lepszy ogląd rzeczywistości. Musimy je połączyć, żeby wyciągnąć z nich synergię.
The two different points of view do come together, and we need to connect them together to achieve the symmetry.
Teraz kilka słów o tym, czym Polska jest dzisiaj.
A few words about what Poland is today.
Polska dzisiaj ma najlepszą sytuację polityczną i ekonomiczną od ponad 200 lat.
Poland has the best political and economic situation right now for the last 200 years.
Polska na dzisiaj zyskała bardzo mocno, wspierając Ukrainę w jej walce o niepodległość. Zyskała również wsparcie Stanów Zjednoczonych dzięki temu, że zachowała nieugiętą postawę.
Supporting Ukraine, Poland has achieved a lot because it did not. Poland supporting Ukraine has achieved a lot support from the United States because it did. Zyskała na Ukrainie.
Polska wsparła Ukrainę.
Poland supported Ukraine and the United States supported Poland.
Okay. Polska dzisiaj przekroczyła granicę 300 miliardów dolarów eksportu.
Today, Poland has exceeded $300 billion of export.
To oznacza, że Polska zbliża się do grupy największych 20 eksporterów na
And
świecie.
that means that Poland is approaching the 20th largest exporters in the world.
To jest bardzo ważny aspekt,
That's an extremely important aspect
ponieważ pokazuje znaczenie naszego miejsca, znaczenie naszego kraju i jego miejsca w świecie.
it does pinpoint the meaning of our country on the global market, on the global map in the world.
Teraz kilka słów na temat Polskiej Agencji Inwestycji i Handlu.
A few words about the Polish Investment Trade Agency.
Polska Agencja Inwestycji i Handlu posiada 54 biura zagraniczne.
The Polish Investment Trade Agency has about 54 foreign offices.
I z tych biur wspiera działalność polskich przedsiębiorców w 70 krajach.
And all these support the entrepreneurs in 70 countries.
Jest to jedna z głównych ról Polskiej Agencji Inwestycji i Handlu.
It is one of the main objective of the Polish Investment Trade Agency.
Ale również Polska Agencja Inwestycji i Handlu wspiera inwestycje zagraniczne w Polsce.
But also the agency supports foreign investment in Poland.
Dla przykładu w zeszłym roku inwestycje zagraniczne w Polsce to ponad 3,7 miliarda euro.
For example, the foreign investment in Poland for last year was 3.7 billion euro.
Jest to wzrost rok do roku na poziomie 20%.
It is an increase about 20% annually.
Przez ostatnie 5 lat mieliśmy ponad 75 inwestycji amerykańskich w Polsce,
For the last 5 years, we've had about 75 American investments in Poland.
a tylko w zeszłym roku w ramach takich inwestycji zatrudniono w Polsce 5,5 tysiąca ludzi.
And just last year, because of those investments, we have hired 5,500 Poland people.
Ale Polonia w Stanach to 10 milionów osób.
but Polonia in the United States, it's 10 million people.
10 milionów osób, które pracują w administracji rządowej, które są przedsiębiorcami, które są ludźmi kreatywnymi.
10 million people who work in court and government administrations, who are creative entrepreneurs and businessmen.
Wszystkich Państwa zapraszamy do tego, żebyście rozwijali swoje biznesy w Polsce, a my te biznesy będziemy wspierać.
I all welcome you to develop your businesses in Poland, and we will support those businesses in Poland.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very
Can I
much.
give a big round of applause for Paweł Kurtasz? Adrian Kubicki, Consul General of Republic of Poland, New York, where it's minus 20 right now. Be happy you're in Miami. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll put it aside. Such a great pleasure to be again in Miami. I don't know, I stopped counting, but I stopped counting, but I think it will be probably my 4th or 5th Congress here in Miami. Before I started my posting in New York City, I understand that the official language of the Congress is English, so I try to keep it short and keep it in English. First of all, I'd like to say once again thank you to the Secretary of State, of the Minister of the Ministry of the Economic Development and Technology, Mr. President of the Polish Investment and Trade Office, Mr. President of Polish Olympic Committee, all guests who came along from many different places. I see familiar faces from Buffalo, New York City, obviously, Chicago, Connecticut, many different places. And I think that the beauty of the Congress, and especially the edition here in Miami, is that we can all meet together, even though we sometimes don't work together directly or not in touch directly on a daily basis. We have a chance here in Miami in the better weather, definitely, to catch up, to have a contact with each other, to exchange some of the ideas, update ourselves on what we are doing. And I know that we are doing great everywhere, all across America. But this exchange of good practice is something of a great value, and I think there's no other event, Polonia, Polish event here in America, other than 60 million Congress that gives us that opportunity. I promise that I'll be short, so I wanted to say warm welcome to our friends from Małopolska, from Kraków, from Rzeszów, from Podkarpacie. Most of you know that particularly those two Polish regions became recently the most affected by the ongoing crisis and the war Russian invasion in Ukraine. Particularly Podkarpacie, but to some extent also Małopolska and Kraków became the epicenter, the hub basically of different supplies going back and forth to Ukraine and from Ukraine, including military, but also huge thank you for accommodating Ukrainian people. To the date, over 9 million Ukrainian people cross border with Poland. Most of those people travel back and forth. We estimate that roughly over 2 million Ukrainians stay. But you know that the war has its own dynamic, and we might expect a new wave of refugees, hopefully not. But we know, and I know, and you all know that Poland is ready to accommodate all people who need help. We set new standards, absolutely new standards for helping refugees and helping people in need. And I think that this is something that we also benefit here in the United States of America. We're praised, everywhere we go, we are praised for the quality of help that we are and our openness and the hearts that we keep open for Ukrainian people. That, ladies and gentlemen, gives us a unique opportunity. The window is open for Poland here in America. Everyone right now is open to listen to our voices, what we have to say, our expertise on the most fragile right now part of the world, which is the Central and Eastern Europe, our expertise on that part of Europe, our expertise on Russia, our expertise on the dynamics, what is going on right now in that part of the world, is something of the greatest value. And I tell you what, we're among friends. It's probably not very politically correct to put it that way. But just to give you the understanding, we have to sell it. We have to utilize that opportunity to finally bring up the raise awareness of what Poland stands for and finally achieve the place, the spot, the global spot for our country, which is well-deserved, also because of your work, because what you are doing here in America, but also your collaboration with Poland. This is a great chance for Poland. So I hope that this will be a part of our discussion, how to utilize it for the benefit of Polish people, for the benefit of Polish people living here in America, but also for the benefit ultimately to Ukrainian people, to other people everywhere else, because Poland stands for freedom and solidarity, and that gives us a chance to actually boost up the development of Poland. The time is coming up for me to finish. Last final word. Let's work together on bringing new generation of Polish people here in America to work with our organization, include them to our endeavors, what we are doing, because this is a challenge. We're here and we're very active, and your presence here is a great proof of that. But very soon there will be a great question, who's going to take over? And we're 60 million people here, but I think that counting second generation and third generation, we're probably 70 or 80 or 90 million people. Let's use them as the ambassadors of Poland. You're great ambassadors of Poland, and I'm sure that your children and grandchildren will be even better ambassadors of Poland if we work with them enough and encourage them to being involved. Please enjoy the Congress. Please enjoy yourself while in Miami, Buffalo, weather not so great, Chicago, New York City as well. So please enjoy yourself. Thank you for having me.
Can I get a round of applause for Adrian Kubicki, Consul General, Republic of Poland from New York. So, we don't discriminate here. We got New York in the house, and now we got New Jersey in the house. Can I get a Senator Leszniak from the great state of New Jersey to say a few words? Round of applause for Senator Leszniak.
Dzień dobry.
Promise to keep it to under half an hour, Senator. Remember?
2 minutes, 2 minutes. My thanks to the Global Polonia Summit for giving me this opportunity to give the address to this year's summit, which has taken on additional significance because of the plight of our brothers and sisters from Ukraine. My grandparents were born in Godowa, Poland, near its border with Ukraine. They came to the United States in the 1990s. My dad went to St. Hedwig's Grammar School, as I did. My mom, St. Albert's. My dad was the smartest person I've ever known. He had to quit school in the 8th grade to work on the docks to help support his family. My mom cleaned neighbors' homes. I played accordion in a polka band at weddings and Polish dances to help pay for college and my law school education. So Polish blood flows through my veins. And though I can't speak Polish, of course I learned how to say chodź tutaj, cicho, pomału, and of course idź do domu spać. As a Polish American, I am so proud of the response of Poland and the Polish people who have opened up their homes, their schools, and their jobs to Ukrainian refugees from Putin's war. No other country in the history of mankind has been so welcoming to refugees. I am also proud of the unwavering support of America in Ukraine's battle against Putin's invasion of its country, and pledge to do everything I can to support the continuation of American humanitarian and military aid until the Russian army is driven out of Ukraine. Now, recently I visited orphanages in Osa, Fromborg, and Oskar, Poland, inspired by Carolina Denhart, an international family law attorney who was born in Poland, and who has been working with Ukrainian and Polish organizations to provide food, medical care, clothing at these orphanages. But these children need more, much more. When we brought 700 children winter clothes, iPads, and clothing, they embraced us. They were so happy, not as much for the gifts that we brought, but for the attention and the presence that we gave them. They need a loving family to take care of them. My appeal to President Zelensky is to give jurisdiction for adoptions of these orphans to the United States government with the consent of Ukrainian and Polish authorities in order to give these forgotten children an opportunity to have a life filled with a loving family. President Zelensky, the United States is here to help Ukraine defeat Putin's aggression. Please let us also help these Ukrainian orphans have a better life. Dziękuję bardzo.
We were in heavy negotiations with the senator's team to put him on last second. He kept it under 3 minutes. Round of applause. Good job. Can I please get the next speaker, Dr. Andrzej Kraśnicki, to the stage? President of the Polish Olympic Committee. He is also a member of ANOC, Association of National Olympic Committees, co-founder of Pro Polonia Foundation. Can I get a round of applause for Professor Dr. Andrzej Kraśnicki?
Drodzy przyjaciele, jestem dumny, że jestem dzisiaj razem z wami. Serdecznie dziękuję Zbyszkowi Chlenowskiemu, który stworzył ten kongres, za to, że mogę tu dzisiaj w tak ważnym spotkaniu uczestniczyć. Dear friends, it is privilege and honor that I am together with you. It is for me very important that we are together. I am together with friends of sport of Polish Olympic Committee. Thank you very much for everything what you make for Polish Olympic Committee, for Polish sport. On behalf of the Polish Olympic Committee, I would like to invite you to Poland, to Rzeszów, Kraków, Małopolska, Wrocław, to third edition of European Games. Afternoon we will have meeting and we will speak about this with details. And I wish you good luck, peace, and everything what is for you important. And last word about Ukraine. Poland is ambassador of Ukraine, and for us it's very important that aggressor and victim cannot be together. It is for us very important. It is our official statement. Good luck. Thank you very much.
He has an incredible resume, and for him to speak under 2 minutes, one more round of applause for that. Unbelievable. Thank you very much. Beata Jazga to the stage. Beata Jazga. Founder and owner of the largest medical company in Poland, Betamed SA. Beata, please.
Thank you. Dziękuję bardzo. Witam serdecznie. Nie będę chciała już długo męczyć, bo właściwie już prawie wszystko było powiedziane, ale ja ze swojej strony chcę powiedzieć jako przedsiębiorca, że uwielbiam te nasze kongresy 60 milionów. Teraz to jest 13. edycja, szczęśliwy numer. Rok temu, jak tu byliśmy, to po naszym spotkaniu wybuchła wojna, prawda? Także dzisiaj pewnie będziemy o tym mówić troszeczkę, choćby z tego względu, że dla nas to było bardzo ogromne przeżycie. Raz, że jeszcze byliśmy tutaj, nie wiedzieliśmy, co tam się dzieje, a dwa, że rzeczywiście możemy się pochwalić, że pokazaliśmy, jakie my, Polacy, mamy serce, jak się tylko komuś coś dzieje, jak bardzo pomagamy i prywatnie, zwłaszcza prywatnie, nie mówię tutaj też o pomocy z firm, bo oczywiście pięknie się wszyscy przedsiębiorcy zachowali i myślę, że to jest godny przykład dla wielu krajów, jacy my jesteśmy tak w ogóle. I nie chodzi to o zysk, tylko o zysk naszego honoru, naszego postępowania tak w oczach innego państwa. Tutaj padały już różne cyfry. I rzeczywiście, jak mówimy wszędzie o tym 60 milionów, to ludzie się pytają, którzy jeszcze tutaj nie byli, ale dlaczego 60? Co to jest 60? Więc dzielimy jakoś tam, że to jest 40 w Polsce, 20 milionów jeszcze jest tak około, prawda, bo tego nigdy nie przeliczyliśmy, gdzieś daleko w krajach i tutaj cała organizacja i my przedsiębiorcy dołączamy się, chcemy wspierać, wspieramy. Jesteśmy od początku i czuję, jak to jest takie właśnie nasze 60 milionów i chcemy we wszystkich państwach, gdzie się nam tylko da, taki jest plan być, żeby rzeczywiście spotykać się z Polakami, którzy gdzieś powyjeżdżali lub Polacy, tak jak mówiliśmy, rodzą się gdzieś tam i nawet Polski nie widzieli i przybliżamy my ją do tych ludzi, a dwa, rzeczywiście to tworzy się taka platforma wspaniała, ludzi, którzy się tu spotykają, wszędzie, gdzie organizowany jest kongres, 60 milionów, gdzie po pierwsze, jak to na kongresach, możemy się wymienić doświadczeniem, gdzie ludzie nowi, tak jak wczoraj widziałam osoby młode, bardzo się inspirują tym, co my opowiadamy o Polsce, a oni przyjeżdżają też z Polski tak naprawdę i jak my opowiadamy, co my też robimy już w Stanach, jak długo czasem jest osoba, tak jak ja jestem i tu, w Polsce i w Stanach, jak w sumie rzeczywiście można się rozwijać i widzą, że my chętnie tu wszyscy pomagamy, też inspirujemy, jesteśmy takimi ich niechcąco mentorami i to jest fajne, bo my się tym dzielimy z całego serca. O co chodzi tutaj już ci, którzy jesteśmy często, to wiemy o co chodzi na tych kongresach, ale oprócz tego, co tu było wymieniane, na pewno bardzo ważne jest to, że mamy tutaj kontakt ze wszystkimi przedsiębiorcami, przedsiębiorcy inni nas mogą poznać, my ich, jak działają w Stanach, w Polsce, ale też zawiązują się tutaj niesamowite przyjaźnie. Jak się spotykamy co chwilę na tych kongresach, to każdy się wita jak po prostu rodzinę, że się nareszcie widzimy, że znowu jesteśmy, że wspólnie możemy pomagać, że wspólnie chwalimy się tym, jakie kolejne firmy otwieramy i że można, że to jest możliwe i jacy jesteśmy prężni, bo tak naprawdę ja też będąc w różnych stanach, na przykład między innymi robiłam misje gospodarcze do Nevady, to tam każdy mówił, to jest niesamowite, jacy Polacy są przedsiębiorczy, jak nas zauważają i bardzo chętnie tutaj w Stanach chcą, żebyśmy tak samo rozwijali się i pomagali, tym bardziej wtedy gospodarce. Także zobaczycie Państwo, którzy jesteście pierwszy raz, jacy ludzie są w panelach świetni, jak na tych kongresach dotykane są tematy każdej dziedziny gospodarki i gospodarki, i widzę, że kultury i tak dalej, więc szerzymy w każdym kierunku te informacje o Polsce i też o tym kraju jak USA, czy o krajach, w których jesteśmy tak samo, czy byliśmy w Berlinie, czy w Londynie, czy gdzie indziej. Mamy też jest chyba propozycja nawet Australii, tak? Tak mówiliśmy kiedyś, ale widzę, że idziemy tam jakieś Puerto Rico i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Super. Bardzo mi się to podoba, że cały czas jest coś nowego. Ja to też kocham, będę wspierać i zobaczycie Państwo, którzy jesteście pierwszy raz, że już nie będziecie chcieli nie przyjeżdżać i będzie Was tutaj bardzo, bardzo ciągnęło. Życzę owocnych obrad, życzę wielu fajnych dyskusji, nowych doświadczeń i przede wszystkim pięknych przyjaźni. Dziękuję.
Beata Jaska. I will not be translating that into English. I will not translate that. That's way too long. But she just welcomed everybody beautifully in Polish. Can I get the Dariusz Urbanik, Deputy Mayor of City of Rzeszów, who will be talking about beautiful city, which is very close to my hometown of Poland, Lublin. Dariusz Urbanik, please, to the microphone. Deputy Mayor of City of Rzeszów.
Drodzy goście, szanowna Polonio. 24 lutego ubiegłego roku o godzinie 5 rano wojska rosyjskie zaatakowały Ukrainę. Od samego rana tego dnia było słychać nad Rzeszowem myśliwce, które krążyły nad Rzeszowem, patrolując naszą przestrzeń powietrzną. Codziennie, dzień, noc przypominały nam o tym wydarzeniu, ale równocześnie dawały nam poczucie bezpieczeństwa. Tego bezpieczeństwa strzegły też wojska NATO, które stacjonowały pod Rzeszowem na czele z elitarną amerykańską 82. Dywizją Powietrzno-Desantową Airborne. Tego samego dnia otrzymaliśmy informację, że w stronę naszej granicy zmierzają transporty kolejowe i autobusowe uchodźców. Były to kobiety, dzieci, osoby starsze. Niezwłocznie tego samego dnia zorganizowaliśmy punkt pomocy na naszym dworcu kolejowym w Rzeszowie, gdzie udzielaliśmy wszelkiej niezbędnej pomocy, pomocy psychologicznej, medycznej, zaopatrzenia w żywność, pokierowania w dalszą drogę i zaopatrzenia w niezbędne artykuły, w tym ubrania, wózki dla dzieci. Przez pierwsze miesiące od wybuchu wojny przez Rzeszów, przez nasz punkt pomocowy przewinęło się 1,5 miliona uchodźców. Duża część ruszyła w dalszą drogę, część postanowiła pozostać w naszym kraju i w mieście. W samym Rzeszowie w pierwszych miesiącach pozostało 100 000 uchodźców z Ukrainy. Rzeszów ma 200 000 mieszkańców. więc w ciągu zaledwie kilku dni nasza społeczność zwiększyła się o 50%. Jednocześnie do Rzeszowa trafiała pomoc humanitarna z całego świata, w tym również tutaj od Polonii amerykańskiej z Nowego Jorku. Tą pomoc segregowaliśmy dzień i noc, przeładowywaliśmy na samochody ciężarowe i wysyłaliśmy do Ukrainy. Wysłaliśmy ponad 200 tirów. Wszystkie te prace mieszkańcy Rzeszowa, jak i pracownicy miasta wykonywali w wolontariacie. Nasi mieszkańcy wykazali się ogromnym sercem, zaangażowaniem, bezinteresownością. Wielu z nich przyjęło uchodźców ukraińskich pod własny dach. Docenił to naród ukraiński, docenił to również prezydent Wołodymyr Zełenski, przyznając Rzeszowowi pierwszą na świecie nagrodę Miasta Ratownika. Dzisiaj Rzeszów to wielkie centrum logistyczne. Tutaj dociera pomoc z całego świata. Codziennie lądują dziesiątki samolotów, które dostarczają pomoc na Ukrainę. Te są przeładowywane na tiry i jadą w kierunku Ukrainy. Wydarzenia te zmieniły Rzeszów już na lata. Wojna spowodowała, że staliśmy się, jak pisze Newsweek, nową stolicą Europy. Nie ma w tym cienia przesady. Goszczą u nas głowy wielu państw świata, w tym prezydenta Stanów Zjednoczonych. Gością u nas sekretarz stanu, sekretarz obrony USA, przewodnicząca Parlamentu Europejskiego i niezliczona ilość ambasadorów. Praktycznie codziennie mamy jakichś gości ze świata. Z Rzeszowa również w pierwszą swoją zagraniczną podróż od wybuchu wojny wyruszył Wołodymyr Zełenski, a wracając ze Stanów spotkał się w Rzeszowie z prezydentem Polski Andrzejem Dudą. Zresztą prezydenta Zełenskiego gościliśmy w Rzeszowie przedwczoraj znowu. Pod Rzeszowem dalej stacjonują wojska NATO. Tym razem jest to 101. Dywizja Powietrzno-Szturmowa z Kentucky. A do Rzeszowa wraz z tymi wydarzeniami zjechały największe światowe media i organizacje międzynarodowe. Bywa tak w Rzeszowie, że w barach czy restauracjach zdaje się często słyszeć częściej język angielski jak język polski dzisiaj. Do tej pory żyliśmy spokojniej, choć miasto się rozwijało, przyciągając firmy technologiczne z całego świata, głównie skupione wokół branży lotniczej i branży IT. Rzeszów jest miastem ludzi młodych. Mamy jeden z najwyższych w Europie wskaźników ilości studentów na 1000 mieszkańców i jesteśmy drugim miastem po Warszawie, który z największym przyrostem liczby mieszkańców. Rzeszów jest miastem rozwijającym się, ale w sposób zrównoważony. Zostaliśmy wybrani przez Unię Europejską do zaszczytnego grona 100 miast europejskich, które mają osiągnąć neutralność klimatyczną w roku 2030. Rzeszów również wygrywa wiele prestiżowych konkursów. Zostaliśmy liderem, zajęliśmy pierwsze miejsce w edycji Forbesa na miasto przyjazne dla biznesu. Jesteśmy również według rankingu Polskiej Agencji Prasowej najlepszym w Polsce miastem do życia w obszarze funkcjonowania rodziny. Mamy bogatą ofertę kulturalną i staramy się obecnie o to, aby być europejską stolicą kultury w roku 2029. Miasto zawsze wspierało i wspiera rozwój biznesu. Tutaj powstały firmy, które dzisiaj są uznane na świecie, jak chociażby firma ML System, światowy lider w zakresie fotowoltaiki, firma Fibrain, światowy lider, jeżeli chodzi o produkcję światłowodów, czy firma Asseco, czołowy na świecie dostawca usług IT. Od lat działają w Rzeszowie wielkie światowe firmy, w tym też firmy amerykańskie jak Borg Warner, Boeing, Cisco, Pratt & Whitney i UTC, które z roku na rok zwiększają swoją działalność i udział w naszym rynku. Swojego miejsca w Rzeszowie i na Podkarpaciu szukają inwestorzy, doceniając nasze strategiczne położenie, przyjazny dla biznesu klimat oraz dużą ilość młodej, dobrze wykształconej kadry. Przede wszystkim zapraszamy do tej współpracy Was, droga Polonio, abyście u nas zainwestowali, a my oferujemy Wam pełne wsparcie i pełną pomoc. Bloomberg zatytułował ostatnio artykuł o Rzeszowie „Wojna zmienia senne polskie miasto światową bramę do Ukrainy”. Tą bramą pozostaniemy i po zakończeniu wojny. Tu będzie hub, przez który świat będzie uczestniczył w odbudowie Ukrainy. Dzięki doskonałym relacjom z władzą Ukrainy, samorządem, biznesem ukraińskim, będziemy również ogromnym wsparciem dla tych wszystkich, którzy zechcą zainwestować przy odbudowie Ukrainy, jak i później wolnej Ukrainie. O tych planowanych działaniach rozmawialiśmy podczas międzynarodowej konferencji World for Ukraine Summit, która, mam nadzieję, stanie się wydarzeniem cyklicznym. Rzeszów tym samym będzie naturalnym ambasadorem biznesu amerykańskiego i polonijnego w Ukrainie. Jestem przekonany, że brama, o której pisał Bloomberg, będzie nie tylko do Ukrainy, ale również i dla Ukrainy, że będzie bramą do zjednoczenia Ukrainy z Europą i wejściem do Unii Europejskiej. Bardzo Państwu dziękuję.
Fantastic. Dariusz Urbanik. Can I get Eva Hussein's group up to the first panel? So the first panel is going to be 60 million for Ukraine. Eva Hussein is going to introduce her guests, Andy, Dariusz, Łukasz, Michał. Please come to the stage. Eva Hussein, she'll be moderating the panel for 60 million Ukraine. And one more time, all the guest speakers from the government that flew in here from Poland, can I get a big round of applause for all of them that were here? Proszę powstać. Proszę powstać. Good job, fantastic. Okay. Test 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. Dzień dobry. Just give people a few minutes to settle. Look, we once again meet in the beautiful city of Miami. I was here last year, and many of you were when we were hearing of the conflict, and we were hoping against hope that it might not eventuate, but it did. So today, we're going to be talking about 60 million for Ukraine, and it's a big topic. We are running things in English, but for President... Yeah, we're going to show a movie first, and then we'll move on to the panel discussion. So we just give a minute or two? Okay, beautiful.
We've united more than 1,500 participants from Ukraine, Poland, United States, Finland, Sweden, France, Japan, United Kingdom, among many others. We had more than 200 speakers and panelists, and more than 100 partnered NGOs. Met together to make the better future for Ukraine. The signing of memorandums by different parties. Learning about the situation on the ground firsthand was crucial and important for forging long-term partnerships to help and eventually rebuild Ukraine. The first edition of the World for Ukraine Summit has come to an end. We were proud to have the support from the most prestigious institutions, organizations, businesses, and media from around the globe. We will never forget the support of Richard Branson, who joined us online.
I just wanted to say how thankful I am to you, the Polish and Ukrainian business leaders, for all the incredible work you're doing right now.
The substantial input from Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, Oleksandr Hryban. The warm welcome from Voivodeship of Volhyniak and Rzeszow's President, Konrad Fiołek. The patronage from Council of Europe and the speech from Linda Verbi. The perspective of the conflict from Deputy Minister of Defense, Hanan Amalia. The representatives of Ukrainian local municipalities, including Lviv's Mayor Andriy Sadov. A memorable concert by Kalush. The breathtaking grand final with Rock for Ukraine. See you next year. More news to come soon.
Okay, thank you for that. What I'm going to do now is introduce our panelists. We might want to close the back door because it's a bit noisy, thank you. And just to remind everyone that was here last year, it's been 12 months. So some of the words that come to me are words like resilience, pride, and I'm wondering what our panelists will say about that. We're going to be talking 60 million for Ukraine, which is a topic that's quite big, and we have a very diverse panel discussion today. So we're going to reflect on how did we go, what happened in the last 12 months, and what did we learn, essentially. I think we'll start with Mr. Andrew Foote, who's the honorary consul for Ukraine for Ohio and Kentucky. But he's also the president of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America and the vice president of the Ukrainian World Congress. Welcome, Andrew. The next person we have is Mr. Dariusz Urbanik, who was born in Rzeszów and is the graduate of Rzeszów University of Technology. About 18 months ago, in August 2021, he was appointed as deputy mayor of the city of Rzeszów, where he directly supervises a number of departments, including public transport, investment, and architecture. Very, very big portfolio. We also have Mr. Łukasz Niewola, who works at LuxMed Group, where he manages brand and communication strategy, holding also sustainability portfolio. Prior to that, he worked for TVN for 9 years, and he was the deputy director of TVN 24bis. Last but not least, we have Michał Kucharczyk, who is the deputy director of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, Export Center. It's also known as PAIH, and he'll tell us what PAIH is all about in a moment. He's a trained lawyer. Before joining the team at Export Center, he gained experience working in law firms, public administration institutions, and enterprises from the R&D sector. So welcome all of you, and thank you for the opportunity to moderate the panel. So thank you. Let's start with you, Michał. Can you tell us a little bit more about what PAIH is? What does it stand for? What is its role?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the question. The question is what PAIH is. PAIH is a Polish investment and trade agency. We are a government agency. Our supervisor is a Ministry of Development and Technology, but also we work with Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we can say that we are a part of the administration. We have a worldwide network. Our network consists of over 50 offices globally. We serve over 70 markets. We have been appointed to promote the export of Polish services and products, as well as to encourage foreign investors to invest in Poland. My department in PAIH is for helping small and medium companies, especially in export. In US, we have 4 offices in Houston, in New York City, in LA, and Chicago.
Thank you. And would you just briefly tell us why you've been invited to this panel? Because I guess many people here would want to know what are some of the barriers that Polish companies, organizations encounter when dealing with rebuilding of Ukraine? And I guess that's why you were invited here, right?
Yes, thank you for this question. When the war has started, we had a lot of meetings in ministry. How can we help in this situation? And I want to tell you about the completed activities in 2022 right now. So in June of 2022, the Ministry of Development and Technology has launched registration to the cooperation program for preparation for the resumption of export and post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. And PAIH is an operator of this program. Results of this program is a list with 1,600 Polish companies who are interested in exporting, investing, and cooperating with Ukrainian contractors on the basis of subcontracting applied for a recruitment. We also organized a lot of events. For example, the Forum Rebuild Ukraine Industry Consultations, which was held at the PGE National Stadium with the participation of the Minister of Development and Technology, Mr. Waldemar Buda, and the Ambassador of Ukraine to Poland, Mr. Wasyl Zwarycz. Nearly 700 entrepreneurs participated in it. Also, we completed not events, but really helpful thing. For example, we made a co-work space under the name Ukraine for 15 Ukrainian companies in the same time. The program is designed to help Ukrainian companies after relocation to Poland. The space has been adopted and equipped, so we have provided permanent service in Ukrainian on site. The support offered is free for 3 months for every company. The interest from the Ukrainian business is really high, so right now our co-work is full, and I think it's a good situation for relocated activities. Also, we prepared sanction alerts, guides for entrepreneurs. Our experts monitor the situation in Ukraine, regulations, restrictions, as well as bans and others affecting trade cooperation with Ukraine. On the PAIH website, information materials are published on an ongoing basis, contracting references to relevant legal acts, detailed information to adopt restriction and other relevant information requested by entrepreneurs. Also, we provided space for a consulting center of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, is the DIA business, in the same place like our co-work. And DIA business handles inquiries, and they had over 3,000 of questions. So thank you.
Wow, that's amazing. I might throw it to you, Andrew, because when I was still back in Australia, we spoke on the phone. And one of the things I've learned is that you've taken American politicians to Ukraine, right? You guided them with the journey. What happened? Who did you take with you?
First of all, I would, on behalf of the entire Ukrainian American community, and we're much smaller than you. We're only about 2.5 million here in the United States. But our community's appreciation to the country of Poland, to the President of Poland, the government of Poland, the local communities of Poland, the mayors, but most importantly, the citizens of Poland and also the diaspora, for opening up your homes, for providing us the humanitarian aid, for being the leader in terms of the military support Ukraine needs. And we Ukrainians will never forget that. You truly have been our brothers and sisters. And I can only hope that that support continues, because unfortunately, I don't believe this war is going to end anytime soon. As you indicated, Eva, I've been to, since the war started February 24th, I've been to Poland 7 times and Ukraine 6 times through the border. The first time that I went was right after the war started, and because of our role in terms of working with the U.S. government on a bipartisan basis, I first escorted 4 U.S. senators, Senators Portman and Wicker on the Republican side, Senator Blumenthal and Senator Jean Shaheen from Democrat side. I met them in Przemyśl. We were there when we were told by the Polish authorities that 50,000 Ukrainians were coming across the border at that particular day. I think we were at Medica at that particular time. We actually saw the professionalism of the Polish border guards, the Polish army, the Polish volunteers who had buses where Ukrainians were getting on, and then they were transported to a much larger center for processing. I had other opportunities to travel with another congressional delegation. I have worked almost a week in Przemyśl in the World Central Kitchen, where I've been able to bring some of well-known American chefs and cooks, Rachel Ray in particular. She's been with me to Rzeszów 3 times now, always cross the border, go into Lviv. So the work continues. I have been to Lviv 3 times. I've been to Kyiv 3 times. I've been to Krakow, where we, as the Ukrainian American community, have a large warehouse. All our humanitarian aid is shipped to, basically, somehow gets to Krakow. We have a team then that includes both Polish, Ukrainian, and American, former special ops folks from the American Army who transport that is needed. Much of that stuff goes straight to the front lines.
And Andrew, you did say that you don't think that the conflict will end anytime soon. How do we stay positive and resilient? Because I think initially there was so much about Ukraine in the media all over the world, and so many people were helping out. Do you think that's waning? How do we maintain the pressure, firstly, to assist, to provide money, to provide assistance for people on the ground, but also how do we stay positive, and is there really no end in sight to this, do you think?
It's forums like this. It's examples of us working together, particularly here. When we go to the U.S. Congress, when we meet with congressmen and senators' administration, we don't go alone. I take my Polish partners with me. I work very closely with Frank Spula from the Polish American Congress. We write joint letters to the president. We write statements together. We hold, every 2 months, we hold gathering sessions where we invite our community to meet with the representatives. We don't do that alone. Give you an example. Last week, the Secretary Blinken was in Chicago to meet with the representatives of the Ukrainian community to talk about the administration's position, what's happening. We made sure that Frank Spula from the Polish community was there, as well as from the Baltic community. The Baltic community is very important in this.
Right.
So the fact of the matter is, I don't talk about 2 million of us. I talk about a 20 million, at least a 20 million coalition of our partners who are promoting the same thing, to making sure that Ukraine gets the tanks, gets the jets. Why can't we get the jets from Poland, which Poland has offered, and then the U.S. can backdrop it? And it's also holding Russia accountable, making sure that Russia is recognized as a state sponsor of terror, that the fact that what's happening in Ukraine is declared a genocide of the Ukrainian people. So the fact of the matter is, we just have to remain strong, we have to remain positive, and we have to build on our partnership and our coalitions.
Thank you for that, Andrew. I might go to Mr. Łukasz Niwola now, just to ask you about your perspective, which is very interesting because you work for a medical organization, and you've done quite a few things, including spending or applying money to the problem, if I can put it that way. But you also have helped doctors and medical people to come to Poland and retrain them, right? What were some of the challenges that you saw as that was happening?
Thank you, Eva. Great questions, but let me start with some general reflection. Free Ukraine is free Poland. It's not my words, it's words by Joseph Piłsudski. And even it's after 100 years, right now it is still valid. Ukraine is great political importance for Polish, for the region, for the balance of power in this place. So it is also great importance for global politics. And Poland is in the center of aid for Ukraine, which is justified not only by the geographical location, but also by the strategic location of Poland. And the victory of Ukraine, the victory of Ukraine remains the most important because it is of the basis of the security of the whole West. And right now the citizens of Ukraine are paying an unfairly high price for their freedom and dreams, which probably here in the US is not so obvious because you guys live in quite good times here. We in Poland also, but we strongly understand what happened right now in Ukraine. We share a common history and traditions, and in some cases even family ties. And thousands of people from Ukraine lived and worked in Poland before the war. this great tragedy happened not so for some strangers for us, but to people whom many of us knew and meet on daily basis. And there are currently about 2 million refugees in Poland. And what is important, let's remember that the group came to us mostly women with children and elderly people. And they, no one assumed that the war would last so long. And this war, which has been going for almost a year now, and being in a state of uncertainty, away from loved ones, or the lack of prospects for returning, means that we also observe depression, chronic fear, and resignation in many of people. And that's where we as a company, as a LaxMed is the biggest Polish private healthcare company, we decided to help from the very beginning, because the war started at 24th of February last year, and we see our role to show the solidarity for the Ukrainian people by giving them the medical assistance. And so we offered urgent medical assistance free of charge in all LaxMed 270 ambulatory clinics and 14 hospitals to those who crossed the Polish-Ukrainian border after 24th of February. For Ukrainian patient, we launched a hotline in Ukrainian, English, and Polish through which they could make an appointment for a medical consultation. And for the last year, we helped over 180,000 Ukrainian refugees in Poland and give them more than 330,000 services, medical services, which is quite high. But we think also about how we can help them to find a job in Poland, because many of them want to work, doesn't want to stay in, to be separate for like normal life. So we as a medical company ask all the medical staff from Ukraine that came to Poland, mostly women, because men stayed in Ukraine, of course, and we offer them free Polish training. We help them to get the law, the documents they need to start a job in Poland. We hire them from the beginning on the assistance position, because that was the only thing that we can offer by the Polish law. And right now there are more than 250 Ukrainian doctors, medical staff working in LuxMed. We create a special ambulatory service, a special clinic, which is run by Ukrainian doctors and offer help to Ukrainian people. And I was like 3 days ago there. This is the we opened this clinic in Marriott building. Probably many of you knew where the Marriott building in Warsaw is. It's this very central place, just opposite the main station. Because we offer our help also on this main station from the 25th of February. So we are trying to find a place which is quite near, and because we have like 5 minutes, I will stop here.
I'm going to have to move on to Deputy President of Rzeszów, who you've heard from, and I'll be asking my colleague Mateusz to interpret. So let me ask the question in Polish. Panie prezydencie, pan na stanowisko wiceprezydenta stanął pan na wysokości zadania w sierpniu 2021 roku. I czy mógłby Pan nam powiedzieć, jak to wyglądało z Pana punktu widzenia, ta cała sytuacja, gdzie nagle po kilku miesiącach zaczęły iść informacje, że wojna idzie?
Szanowni Państwo, faktycznie w takim trudnym okresie dosyć przyszło nam zarządzać miastem, dlatego że mieliśmy do czynienia zarówno i w tym okresie z pandemią, jak i z bardzo krótkim okresem trwania tej części, kiedy my jesteśmy na czele miasta, bowiem przejęliśmy jakby funkcję prezydentów po odejściu pana prezydenta Ferenca, więc ten okres naszej kadencji jest dwuletni.
The time of the war was maltimed as the COVID-19 pandemic was happening around the same time. So when the outbreak of the war happened, it was a tumultuous time for Rzeszów and for the start of my presidency, or vice presidency.
A tu jeszcze w lutym okazało się, że mamy jeszcze jedno wyzwanie przed sobą. I to wyzwanie, z którym nie liczyliśmy się, bo też jak większość chyba Europy i świata sądziliśmy, że Putin nie podejmie się tego kroku i nie zaatakuje Ukrainy. Do końca przecież zapewniał wszystkich, że to są tylko manewry i nie będzie żadnej wojny.
Initially, we did not think that Putin would actually attack Ukraine, and he obviously went forth with that, so it was a complete surprise for us as an administration.
I tego dnia, 24 lutego, obudziły nas w Rzeszowie, tak jak mówiłem wcześniej w przemówieniu, odgłosy myśliwców i też zastanawialiśmy się, co się dzieje. Jak sprawdziłem informacje w internecie, na czerwono świeciły się wszystkie, że jednak stało się to najgorsze.
On the 24th of February, what happened was completely unexpected, and we woke up to sounds of air jets and fighters, and it was almost a surreal feeling.
W historii nie pamiętam, żebyśmy kiedykolwiek przyjmowali takiej ilości uchodźców. Raczej to mieliśmy do czynienia z uchodźstwem czy z emigracją przy wybuchu II wojny światowej. Natomiast nigdy nie byliśmy w sytuacji, kiedy to my mamy przyjąć uchodźców na swój teren.
This is an extremely rare situation in Poland, as Poland has usually never accepted refugees. We've usually been refugees ourselves, so this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Nie było gotowych instrukcji, jak działać, co robić, jak postępować. Nie wiedzieliśmy, jak wojna się potoczy. Przecież Putin chciał zdobyć Ukrainę w 14 dni.
There was no plan, there's no way for us to know how to go about this. We did not know what Putin's plans were, so we had no idea on how to implement our plans ourselves.
My też obawialiśmy się. Rzeszów jest położony w linii prostej około 100 km od granicy z Ukrainą.
Of course we were scared as well. Rzeszów is very close to the border of Ukraine, and this is extremely frightening.
Dlatego wszystkie nasze działania były spontaniczne i mogę powiedzieć, że może podzielić te nasze działania na takie 3 główne fazy. Mam nadzieję, że będą 3. Pierwsza to ta faza takiego spontanicznego działania, kiedy musieliśmy się codziennie uczyć, jak pomagać.
The process was extremely spontaneous. The first step to the process of the response to the war was just to go day by day with experiencing what Putin is doing and react to that.
Nasze życie wyglądało mniej więcej tak, że wracało się z pracy koło godziny 17, później szybki obiad i wyjazd do punktu pomocy na dworcu i praca do 1 w nocy, 2, a czasem do rana. I praca w ciągłych emocjach, bo stykaliśmy się z ogromnymi tragediami, ogromną traumą ludzi, którzy przyjeżdżali do nas.
Work with the war and work with the refugees is extremely emotionally traumatic, and there's days where we work until 1 or 2 a.m. With the refugees.
Wydawało się, że człowiek może nabyć odporności i zachować zimną krew do końca, ale bardzo się myliłem.
I initially thought that I could stay emotionally consistent with my reaction to the war, but I was completely mistaken, as the war takes an extreme emotional toll on our mental state.
Stało to się jednego wieczoru, kiedy rozmawialiśmy z kobietą, która była pod takim wpływem emocji, że dopiero po chwili w Rzeszowie u nas na dworcu doszła do siebie i opowiedziała nam swoją historię, jak na jej oczach snajper zastrzelił jej męża i syna.
We talked to this one refugee, a lady, and she just told us the story, extremely traumatic, about how she saw a sniper kill her husband and son.
Miała przy sobie niewielki bagaż i brak pomysłów, co dalej.
This is just an incredibly emotionally traumatic experience for refugees.
Bardzo ważne dla nas było w tym momencie właśnie to, aby ci wolontariusze, którzy są z nami na dworcu, to były osoby, które radzą sobie w tak trudnych sytuacjach.
It's just an extremely frightening situation with the refugees coming into Poland.
Czyli pierwsza faza to była ta faza pomocy, faza wsparcia, faza, w której musieliśmy zająć się około 1,5 miliona uchodźców, którzy przeszli przez nasz punkt pomocowy.
The first phase incorporated bringing in 1.5 million refugees into Ukraine, or into Poland.
Tak jak wspomniałem, wielu z nich zostało w Rzeszowie i teraz mamy taką sytuację. Jesteśmy w takim momencie, gdzie musimy pracować zupełnie zająć się innymi rzeczami. Przede wszystkim integracją, pomocą. Mamy ponad 2000 uczniów w rzeszowskich szkołach. Musieliśmy zorganizować dla nich miejsce.
We're going to have to wrap up, but can I encourage everybody to please, during the breaks, go and talk to all the panelists. They have very interesting perspectives and personal experiences on the ground, grassroots information. I'm sorry we've run out of time. I'm getting here from Jack, hard stares. But can I thank you, all of you, for
Can you
participating.
guys all please stand up so we give a round of applause? Can you give them a round of applause for a fantastic, fantastic job? And Eva always wins the award for furthest traveled, Melbourne, Australia. Okay, here we go. Thank you so much. Guys, thank you. Can I get Bogdan Kotnis to the stage, please? Bogdan, please come up on stage. Bogdan is going to be doing a quick little talk on, he's the author of Kaz, War, Love, and Betrayal, CEO of Polonia. All right, we got Bogdan Kotnis. Thank you.
Well, it's very difficult to follow. I've been watching Ukraine all the time, and I spent some time just listening in Ukrainian and in Russian. Now, I have this. This is to tell us that there are moments in our life and people who light up like stars. And they shine brightly, and then they go away. But some of them we should remember because they give us focus and they give us direction. And one of people like this is General Kazimierz Pułaski. And I wanted to ask you a question. Who was the first American general who fought the Russians? And it was actually General Kazimierz Pułaski. He was not in the United States at that time. He was in Poland, but he was fighting the war against the Russians, not for a year like we have had in Ukraine right now. He fought for 5 years. And he actually did not lose. He was kind of like bamboozled, manipulated into different things. And then he decided to go to the United States and continue the fight. So when you think about it, the same place between the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea, the Russians have been pushing for hundreds of years. So this war in Ukraine seems to be something special, something unexpected for people who don't really look at it from a broader perspective. It's the same war. And actually, Kazimierz Pułaski was fighting in about the same place where the Ukrainians right now are standing with the Polish support and fight the Russians again and again and again. So from the American perspective, it would be nice to pay more attention to what the Poles and the Ukrainians have to say about the war and not listen to the experts from Germany, England, France. So maybe we would not have surprise after surprise after surprise. Now, it's very difficult to talk about what he has done. So I read a book, and it's a story of him from 1764, the election of King Stanisław Poniatowski, all the way to Savannah, Georgia. And it is like a screwdriver or a hammer. So you can just give it to someone rather than just explain. But it also is an idea for a movie because he was quite a character. And there is war, there is love, there is betrayal in the book. And I'm out there if you want to talk to me. I wanted to thank Zbyszek especially, because when I met him the first time, he was just starting the Congress. And I've never seen anything like it persevere. And people say in the United States that you need 7 times to mention something to people here to actually notice that anything happened. Well, Zbyszek didn't do it once. He didn't do it twice. He beat the 7 years, and we have the 13th Congress. So I'm very impressed and grateful for this opportunity. And let's stick together and build it long term. So it's not just a project for a year. Thank you.
Big round of applause for Bogdan. Great job. Good job. Very good job. Can I please get Tomasz Gulak and your group, Tomasz, to the stage. Tomasz Gulak and your group will be speaking on 60 million power of leadership in changing world order. Please come to the stage, Tomasz. Okay, here you go. That's yours. And you got one more mic there.
Okay, just give us a second.
He's going to introduce his panel. He's the moderator. And big round of applause for Tomasz Gulak and 60 million power of leadership change the world order.
All right, we missing Philip?
You don't raise a Philip.
All right, yeah, great. All right, I get you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy that I'm part of this conference, amazing conference, but actually I'm really glad that I have such amazing guests. Let me introduce them. Maybe, if you don't mind, Krzysztof, would you give me a seat, please?
Thank you.
All right. The first guest is Dagmara Gajewska as cost segregation specialist. All right, yeah, guys. Ela Kazubska, entrepreneur, investor in cryptocurrency market. Mick Bednarek is Mission Solutions, Fluor Corporation, global engineering and construction company. Stefan Batory, CEO and co-founder of Booksy. Filip Heiser, TV presenter, co-founder of Efekt Klimasa. And Rafał Kowalczyk, president of Optea Foundation. We'll have only 30 minutes, it's 6 of guests, so it would be probably 2 questions each. The first question, Rafał, what is the most important of leadership in modern enterprises operating in changing environment?
Thank you, Tomasz. Dynamic changes in the environment, including those that cause a crisis situation, lead to a change in the perception of the position of the leader in the enterprise. It turns out that his conduct often becomes a condition for survival of the organization. Great leaders know that having a clear vision is not enough. You need to bring that vision to life so that those who follow you see it as clearly as you do. The ability to overcome potential obstacles and difficulties is worth noting. The success factor is the passion and internal motivation of a leader who sets an example for his employees with his actions. One of the extremely important factors affecting the quality of the leadership is the way you communicate with your employees. The issuance for orders using the advantage of official position, which was used in previous decades, seems to be now a thing of the past as tool that doesn't produce the desired results.
All right, Rafał, thanks a lot, because we have only 30 minutes. Ella, because I have a question to you. Describe your leadership style and how you lead others. Like, what is the most important thing?
In the first place, I would like to say a big thank you for inviting me for a third time for this and putting me in the leadership panel, which is very important for me because my career and entrepreneurship shows like I started from showing people I show people my own pathway, and I think that's the most important thing, to be consistent and be truthful to yourself. You won't be a leader to everyone, but as you show your own experience, show people the opportunities and kind of encourage them to better themselves, that's for me the leader. So for me, when I work closely with expats in Great Britain, when I lived there for 11 years, I encourage them to go to the universities to get the better jobs. Then I started cryptocurrency market, and I put the big impact in Polish community to show how dangerous it is if you don't have a good level of education. Right now, living in Dubai and showing people how great environment it is to be entrepreneur, to show people that the pathway is not always the fastest, it's not always the easiest, but if you are consistent with your actions, then you actually go to the point. And me showing people, especially women, how to actually better themselves, be brave, that's kind of my leadership. I just show people how I live. If something works for me, I show it to other people.
All right, thank you. Because it's not about to be easy, it's about to be effective. And Mick, I have a question to you. Like, hard times create strong men create good times. Good times create weak men create hard times. Do you agree? And where are we right now? Sorry, the question to Mick.
That was for me, or?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
See, I thought you were going to ask her that question, Tomas.
I still can do it.
I can still answer.
Yeah. No, it's a great question, and thanks to you and Camille for the opportunity to address this august group. Tomas, the question of leadership overall is how to, in a changing global world environment, for those that you are leading, those that you are trying to influence. But often the strength of leadership is when judging the leaders, ask the led. Who are you trying to influence in a positive direction going forward, regardless of global environment, regardless of the confrontation or conflict that you're in? Hey, listen, everybody in here right now knows that in a global world environment, we are struggling with the challenges that we all face. Most of those are domestic, most of those are regional, countrywide, but from a global perspective, and Tomas, you and I, we've talked a bit that I travel around the world fairly often. There is huge amounts of threats. We've all talked today about certainly the awful, horrific issues in Ukraine with the violent aggression of Russia. That is in the European stage, in the changing face of NATO, but across the Middle East, across Africa, the global environment in the Indo-Pacific region as well. Huge global challenges that all of us face. Ask yourself, what are you doing? What are we collectively doing as a group, as a body, to help change the global landscape of positive, forceful, dynamic leadership and taking charge?
Thanks a lot. And Philip, you're a very successful guy. People know you from television, but you have your own business. Hope so. Your own businesses as well. But give us an understanding of the amount of kind of people that stand behind you and support your business.
You know, you can know me from TV. We have morning show in Poland. It is called Dzień Dobry TVN, something like Good Morning America, but in Poland. And I think it's a little better. But you can try. And for a few years, I fight to cancel word show in show business and stay only with business. And 2 years ago, I found my business, and this is clinic, will helping kids with obesity. It's after COVID, it's dramatic situation in Poland, and I'm sure that in United States too. I never finished any economical school. It's only this what I discover every day. But we don't have any another company on the market who's doing this, so we are alone. So this business grows up with every day, so huge that I'm learning every day. So many things, but I think it's beautiful that we can help to save these kids. Now we're saving Polish kids, but I'm wondering to move this business to Miami and help American kids.
Here is actually a huge field to do it, and probably some of these people who are just in the front of you will help you. But business is about taxes as well, and Dagmara is specialist of taxes. Like you deal with it like every day. So would you tell us a little bit more about cost segregation?
Sure. First of all, I would love to thank everybody for coming here and showing the interest in the cost segregation. That is a very crucial strategy for the business owners during the recession times. Cost segregation is very little known to a lot of people, even though it has been on the market for more than 30 years. It provides a huge cash flow and a massive tax savings. It's a federal tax write-off for the owners of the commercial real estate, for people who have multifamily, hotels, shopping centers, home rentals, Airbnb. It's massive, massive savings. If we have a building, for example, $1 million building, the owner can have a write-off in between $200,000 to $400,000 in the first year. Why cost segregation has been so popular in the last 5 years is because of our former president, Mr. Donald Trump. He introduced a special bonus in that sector, which made it possible for the owners to get all the federal tax write-off in the first year, instead of waiting for 27.5 years or 39 years for the money. So it creates a huge cash flow during the recession times, during the economy, because instead of writing the check to the IRS, people keep the money in their pocket and they keep investing and making the money with their own money. So it's a phenomenal strategy. People just don't know about it because it's a very specialized engineering knowledge. So a lot of CPAs are not familiar with those codes that are necessary to do the cost segregation in the right way with the right returns for the owner.
All right, thank you, Dagmara. And Stefan, who knows Booksy? Just raise your hand. All right,
I need to do better.
Yeah. Stefan, your application is successful. It was in Poland, it's in Miami, or even in whole US. But what is the biggest factor that has helped you be successful?
I don't really know the answer to that. I just do my work every single day, and I've heard a lot of people saying a lot of things about myself, but when you just do what you do and you have passion for that, you don't really think what it takes, you don't really think about all the sacrifices, about all the hard work, and I think having passion for what I do is probably the most important factor that's been helping me. One thing that I realized recently, it's also, obviously resilience is super important, but like a lot of people talk about resilience, talk about getting out of their comfort zone. But when I looked back at the past 8 or 9 years of running Booksy, one thing that I realized was that I had to reinvent myself every 12, maybe every 18 months. And it's hard, it's super hard, because like I had to learn my job almost from scratch. I had to learn at a super fast pace how to be a CEO of a totally different company than Booksy was just a year ago. And I'm going through the same thing again now, and I think I'll have to go through that again and again and again. And I don't know how many times I can do that, but...
But business is about hard decisions as well. So what was the toughest, the hardest decision or the hardest time in your career or in your company?
I guess the toughest decisions are always, are not the business decisions per se, but the decisions that affect your personal life, or maybe not even my personal life, but my family's life. Like the move to the US 6 years ago, with my family saying, no, we don't want to move. It took me a few months to get them on board with the plan, and they were not happy. And that was probably the toughest decision I've ever made. And even today, I don't know if that was a good decision. I mean, obviously, that was a good business decision, but whether it was a good personal decision, time will tell.
Like a few minutes ago, you said something different, that you just go in, taking your board, and the wind is outside, so you're going to enjoy your life. So probably it's different.
But that's different. But like when you ask what was the toughest decision, it was basically to get my family out of Poland, even though they didn't want to move out of Poland. They wanted to stay there with their friends, with their family, with their acquaintances. They didn't dream of living in the US. That was my dream. That was my passion. So that was super hard.
All right, thank you. Sometimes with these hard decisions, you need to have a mentor or a leader who supports you. So Dagmara, it would be great if you would say something about the experience you have with your mentor, or if you have it, and how your mentor helped you with your business.
During my life, I did not have just one mentor, and it's very difficult to call him a mentor. I have been a volunteer at Tony Robbins events for the last 14 years all over the country, and that exposed me to the peer group that expressed my values, my mindset, my way of living, and it is so important to have the right peer group. I cannot even stress enough how important it is, because we all have family, we all have friends, but they all come from different walks of life. But to have the group that is dynamically developing, that is discussing the ideas of success, that is progressing in life, that wants to grow, that wants to learn, this is very, very important. And as a leader, I think that the growth and learning is always going to be a part of your life. This is something that every leader shares. They learn and they grow until the last day of their life. So it's very, very, very important to plug yourself in to the right group, to the right mindset, and keep learning, keep growing, because it will be very good for you, for your personal life, for your relationships, as well as for your business.
All right, thank you, Dagmara. That was good. And Philip, does your popularity help you in your business, or maybe why not?
Yes, of course. You know, if you have 1 million people on Instagram and 1 million on Facebook, it's for free. You have advertised for free. Normally, you should pay for this very big money. So, yes, I think it's one of the big part of success of my company. Yes, but you know, it happens because I'm working in TV for, I don't know, 15, 16 years. So it's not a normal situation.
But that's really good that you can use it.
Yes, it's perfect that I can, for free.
You know, you put like 15, 20 years into that, so it's hard to say it's for free.
And that's what I said, that from the show business, now I'm doing everything to cancel World Show. Business in Miami, in the United States. This is my biggest dream.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Because business actually, even daily basis, is about dealing with people, it's about conflicts as well. So you have traveled around the globe a lot, and you've seen conflicts up close and personal. What else should we do? Like, what else should we be doing to avoid future confrontation or conflicts?
Yeah, Tomas, thanks for the question. And as you and I talked earlier, I have traveled around the globe and unfortunately seen conflicts up close and personal. The question of how to engage those, both on the military side, the business side for all of us, our political leadership, et cetera, is number one is to extend that olive branch. Let me ask a question. And how many in here have read the book with the title Getting to Yes? A couple. It's all about negotiations to get to the heart of your question, Tomas. And everybody has a red line, what they can do, they cannot do, etc. Regardless of echelon, whether it's politics, military, civilian, business, etc. The terms of a contract, etc. Getting to yes, the premise of the book is find that gray area to the heart of your question so you open up that dialogue, open up that challenge. What are those friction points that you see? Again, regardless of the combatant command around the globe, the country that we are facing, the challenges that we will see, not only currently, but also in the future going forward. And have that olive branch ready, but do your homework ahead of time. Find what they stand for, what they potentially would be willing to discuss and talk about, so you can find that gray area and get to yes.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Ella, the last question to you, probably last. How do you balance career, personal life, and passions? Is there such a thing as balance? Or?
I'm still working on it because I don't like to be comfortable. I think being comfortable actually makes your life going backwards. So even like my personal progress and also the change of my audience and the people I lead, it changes every couple of years. And balancing it is quite difficult, but as a leader, I had to admit that I learned to put myself in the first place. Because I used to be a leader who was like, sacrificing myself for others. And then I find myself in a point that I wouldn't like to do it anymore. I said, I'm just gonna focus on myself and not help other people. But for me, like being successful is a great thing. Having this financial time freedom is a great thing. But having an opportunity to show other people that their life could be better, that if I've done better in my life, they can do the same. That's something which gives me this happiness, to be honest, because money is one thing, helping others is something which gives you the fulfillment. So it's hard to balance it as long as I think you're true to yourself and not forget about that you are important, because if you are not in a good position in your life, you won't be able to help others. You would be faking it. And faking being a leader, that's just going to be like disaster in the end. So I just focus on myself. I do things which are true to myself, and I'm not trying to help everyone because I'm not able to. I'm focusing on my audience, people who are actually who are liking me from the person I am, and just follow me. So that's the thing. And living in Dubai is quite a good place to have a balance, because you work a lot, but then you've got lots of places and lots of opportunities to actually enjoy your life to the best and the safest way, I would say, in the world.
All right, thank you. Sometimes to put yourself on the first place is the tough challenge, but if you know how to do it, actually, you develop yourself. Yeah. Well done, thank you. Rafał, a leader is a person who great openness to change and a very good understanding of the environment. How can a strong leader who is open to this change stand out on the labor market? How should a good leader select people from his team?
Thank you, Thomas. Managing people is a great art and skill. When forming a creative team, you need to select employees with different cognitive stage points of view, level of knowledge and technical skills. I on a daily basis deal with vocational activation of people with disabilities and employ people with disabilities in my company. I believe that diverse team allows you to look at a given problem from different perspectives and increases creativity and thus allows you to stand out in the market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rafał. I have the last question to all of you. And if you would have to give one advice to the future leaders, what would that be? All right, Stefan, I will give you my mic.
I would just piggyback on some of the thoughts that were shared before. Like, people do need to get out of their comfort zone because it's super easy to settle in and feel comfortable. Always being mindful about other people. Like, there is this great book, Getting to Yes. There is another one, Getting Past No. I think I would highly recommend reading both of them. So, like, knowing how to deal with people, how to get them on the same page, how to get them on board with what you want them to do, and this is actually the definition of leadership, like getting things done through other people. Like, if you want to get things done through other people, if you want to be a leader, you need to learn how to get past no, how to get them to say yes, to do what you want them to do, and also surround yourself with other people that are gonna support you on that way. And be authentic. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable, because the only way to grow is to get feedback, is to understand how you can improve, what you need to do to improve. Because a lot of people, they just build that wall, they build that shield, they keep their guard high up because they are afraid of being vulnerable. And if you keep your guard super high, you build distance, you don't let other people to help you grow. So, I mean, nothing that wasn't told before me, but I would just summarize it that way.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. Dagmara, what's your idea, what's your advice?
Stay curious. Do not ever let your brain be style and think that you know it all. Ask questions. The power of asking the right questions will take you very far. Change is actually positive. We can never allow our habits to rule us. We need to rule our habits. We need to take the ownership and the charge of our habits. And one more thing, we get paid for what we do. We do not get paid for what we know. So take action, because this is what will take you far.
Thank you. Philip?
My advice for future leadership? Always push limits. Never make limits in your head. Don't say sky is the limit. It's completely stupid. Say sky is no longer the limit. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. I forgot a microphone. Stay engaged with forums and professional discourse like this panel, like these, the 60 Million Congress, other conferences across the globe. Stay open-minded for things that are different. If you stay with what you're 100% comfortable with, as you highlighted a bit ago, you will never grow, you'll never evolve, you'll never think differently about the challenges that we face.
Thank you, Mick.
Yeah, just a wrap up for everything they said, because that's like, I agree with everything, but stay humble. Just because you are one step ahead of other people doesn't make you better. So stay humble and stick to your values and be open with your values, because what I see quite often is people are working for value like financial freedom, which is value which someone has, but are trying to pretend that they're doing something else. Just be open to whatever you do, stick to your values, and just don't forget that you are important as well, what I mentioned before.
Thank you.
And the golden rule of the leader: treat others as you would like to be treated.
All right, thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
Rafał Kowalczyk, Ela Kazubska, Mik Bednarek, Stefan Batory, Filip Heiser.
And don't forget our great moderator, Tomasz Gulak. Good job. Fantastic. Thank you. And Philip, by the way, Philip, I have 450 followers, so I'm just starting. Not 1 million, but 450. Good job. Okay, can I get next group, which is Grzegorz and Radosław? Get the video ready, please. Can I get Grzegorz and Radosław for Mała Polska Power Speech Destinations?
Dzień dobry wszystkim, bo jest to lekkie opóźnienie, więc zrobimy to szybko. Jak widać, przyjechaliśmy z Małopolski, z Krakowa i z Małopolski, dokładnie pieniński strój piękny na Grzegorzu jest, znajduje się. Mamy przyjemność przywitać wszystkich i od razu przechodzimy do rzeczy. Dlaczego jesteśmy w Miami, Grzegorz?
Tak, może najpierw trzeba się rozpakować, czyli te rzeczy, które się wzięło, to wynieść, czyli między innymi Małopolska, również małopolskie wino. I to do prowadzącego od razu przekazuję to wino z Małopolski z prośbą o przekazanie do Rzeszowa, żeby tą przyjaźń
Dziękuję
między
bardzo.
Krakowem a Małopolską rozwinąć i też przy okazji podziękować Rzeszowowi za to, co zrobił dla Ukrainy. No i też takie pewne odniesienie, bo pewno niektórzy są zdziwieni, czemu wino. Małopolska z reguły była znana z mocniejszych trunków, na przykład śliwowicy 70%, to jest tylko kilkanaście procent. Więc ja powiem tak, dawniej było tak, że 40 lat temu Małopolska miała kilkanaście procent poziomu rozwoju Stanów Zjednoczonych, a piła alkohole 70%. Dzisiaj ma 70% poziomu rozwoju Stanów Zjednoczonych, a alkohole są znacznie lżejsze w tym momencie. No i też jedno skorygowanie, bo dzisiaj też była mowa o tym, że ostatnie 20 lat jest świetne i że tak dobrze w Polsce było 200 lat temu. Pozwolę sobie na takie sformułowanie, że ostatnio tak dobrze w Polsce było, kiedy Kraków był stolicą Polski, czyli 400 lat temu. Czyli wróciliśmy do dawnych dobrych czasów. Ale oczywiście trudno, żeby nas nie było na Florydzie, nie było wśród Polonii, dlatego że Floryda, Stany Zjednoczone, Polacy sobie świetnie radzą. To jest bardzo dynamiczny rejon, szczególnie właśnie Floryda, Miami, a Kraków, Małopolska to jest też, tak jak Rzeszów, świetnie rozwijający się europejski region, który należy do najszybciej rozwijających się, gdzie jest mnóstwo nowych inicjatyw i gdzie jest też bardzo mocna obecność amerykańska. W samym Krakowie firm amerykańskich jest już prawie 250, więcej jest tylko w Warszawie i również tych firm ciągle przybywa i coraz częściej również Polacy z Krakowa, z Małopolski pokazują się w Stanach Zjednoczonych. I oczywiście też, co jest ważne, jesteśmy regionem bardzo przyjaznym, nowoczesnym. Kraków jest często wymieniany wśród 10 najlepszych lokalizacji dla biznesu. Kraków, Małopolska to również obiekty UNESCO, najwięcej w Polsce. To jest oczywiście sam Kraków, ale też wiele zabytkowych obiektów poza Krakowem, jak kopalnia soli w Wieliczce, jak zabytkowe drewniane kościoły czy nawet cerkwie. I Kraków to jest również miejsce rozrywki, miejsce wypoczynku, jak chociażby Energylandia z największymi i najliczniejszymi obiektami, takimi właśnie, które umożliwiają rollercoastery, czyli emocje, wrażenia, ale również Kraków to jest miejsce nauki, miejsce rozwoju instytucji badawczych i właśnie dla każdego jest w naszym regionie miejsce.
Dzisiaj krakowskie lotnisko ma 2 połączenia bezpośrednie ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi, czyli Nowy Jork i Chicago. Cały czas pracujemy, aby rozwijać tą siatkę. Oczywiście Narodowy Przewoźnik oferuje dzisiaj te 2 połączenia. Mamy nadzieję, że ten potencjał, który tkwi w połączeniu Kraków-Miami, pozwoli kiedyś w przyszłości otworzyć także i to połączenie. Natomiast przed pandemią, gdyby nie pandemia, od maja 2020 roku latałby American Airlines między Krakowem a Chicago. Niestety pandemia napisała swoją historię każdego z nas i każdego przedsiębiorstwa. Natomiast bardzo ważny jest rozwój tej współpracy pomiędzy regionami, pomiędzy państwami. Właśnie po to tu jesteśmy, żeby Państwa zachęcić do odwiedzenia Małopolski. Będą ważne wydarzenia. Marcin Nowak za chwilę i prezes Krasiński będzie mówił o Igrzyskach Europejskich. To jest najważniejsze wydarzenie dzisiaj w Krakowie i w Małopolsce, ale Grzegorz i Małopolska Rekrutacja Turystyczna z skromnym udziałem krakowskiego lotniska przygotowała dużą atrakcję w postaci promocji, którą Państwo już widzicie, o której Grzegorz za chwilę. Dzisiaj możemy powiedzieć, że w 2022 roku odbudowaliśmy potencjał krakowskiego lotniska w 88%, ale wiemy, jaka jest sytuacja sanitarna, militarna, gospodarcza i dlatego tu jesteśmy, aby zachęcić Państwa, że warto, bo Małopolska i Polska jest przede wszystkim bezpieczna, ale o tej promocji Małopolski i Krakowa Grzegorz.
No i oczywiście pan prezes Radosław jest osobą skromną, więc nie wspomniał o tym, że przed pandemią lotnisko krakowskie było najszybciej rozwijającym się lotniskiem w Europie. Po pandemii również awansowało na liście europejskich lotnisk i bez lotniska, bez tylu połączeń międzynarodowych, no Małopolska nie mogłaby się rozwijać, chociażby to obecność firm amerykańskich jest niezwykle ważna i ułatwiona poprzez loty do Chicago, poprzez loty do Nowego Jorku bezpośrednio z lotniska krakowskiego. Wydaje się też, że lotnisko ma duży potencjał na przyszłość rozwoju. Kraków oczywiście również, dlatego też prowadzimy kampanię promocyjną. Oczywiście w pierwszym momencie tą kampanię prowadziliśmy na rynki dla nas najważniejsze, czyli rynek brytyjski i rynek niemiecki, później kolejne państwa Europy Zachodniej, ale uznaliśmy, że Stany Zjednoczone są niezwykle ważne i jakiś drobny udział mamy w tym, że w zeszłym roku turyści ze Stanów Zjednoczonych pojawili się w pierwszej 5 turystów przybywających do Krakowa i do Małopolski, co było dla nas bardzo miłym zaskoczeniem. I też pewno nie jest zaskoczeniem, że turysta amerykański, co też nie jest bez znaczenia dla branży i dla kwestii podatkowych, wydaje średnio 2 razy więcej niż turysta na przykład niemiecki czy turysta brytyjski. Także bardzo kochamy Amerykanów, ale kochamy też pieniądze, które dzięki Amerykanom mogą do Małopolski przybyć. I oczywiście Igrzyska Europejskie to jest wielkie wydarzenie sportowe, które będzie na przełomie czerwca i lipca. Chyba największe wydarzenie sportowe w tym roku w Europie, jedno z największych wydarzeń sportowych w tym roku na świecie i to jest dobry pretekst, dobra okazja, ażeby odwiedzić Małopolskę i nie tylko Małopolskę, bo akurat to jest przykład świetnej współpracy między Krakowem a Rzeszowem, między Krakowem a Katowicami, Krakowem a Wrocławiem. Również te zawody będą w wielu miejscach naszego województwa. Przy okazji dziękuję prezesowi Polskiego Komitetu Olimpijskiego za wspaniałą pracę, jaką wykonał i tą szansę, jaką stworzył dla Małopolski i dla Krakowa.
To może tylko główne tezy po angielsku, żeby wiedzieć. Poland and Małopolska is safety. We always welcome to Małopolska, to Kraków, and now Kraków Airport has 2 directly connect with USA, Chicago and New York. And we always welcome to Małopolska.
Jeszcze tylko jedno zdanie, ponieważ na tym kapeluszu są muszelki, więc ponad 100 lat temu chyba górale z Pienin przewidzieli, że będzie współpraca z Florydą i stąd odniesienie do Florydy.
To jest może dobry omen czy dobry znak na ewentualne w przyszłości połączenie narodowego przewoźnika między Krakowem a Miami. Zapraszamy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys, wspaniale. Dziękujemy za wino. Będziemy dzisiaj degustować w ich pokoju. Jaki jest pokój numer jeszcze raz? Dobrze. Zapraszamy teraz Monika Grzelak i panel 60 Million Investments. Proszę z głównej paneli Andrzej, Stan, Marta, Eryk, Marek, Daniel do sceny.
Discover it all and see it all. Discover it now, open our eyes. This is where our dreams come alive. I see the light, I hear the call. Discover it all.
All right, can I get a round of applause one more time for Małopolska Destination in Poland? Welcoming everybody to Małopolska. Now, we have a fantastic panel. We got some experts on the stage. I don't know, net worth here is $1 billion. I don't know what's happening. It's a lot of money on stage here now. Let me introduce you to the moderator for 60 Million Investments, Ms. Monika Grzelak. Please stand up, introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, welcome to the 60 Million Investments panel. Investments, a very broad topic to discuss, so we're gonna touch upon various aspects of investment as we have also experts from different sectors. So dear panelists, first of all, I would like to ask you to introduce yourself, tell us who you are, why are you on this panel? Eryk, let's start with you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eryk Shustak, and I'm the president of the Canadian-Polish Business Association in Canada. We are over 1 million strong of Canadians with Polish roots, and we're building an amazing association in conjunction with Polish Investment Trade Office in Toronto and the Polish consulates across Canada. We're very, very serious-minded, and we're building quickly. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Marek.
Hi, everyone. Marek Zmysłowski. I guess you can call me an entrepreneur. I started in Sub-Saharan Africa, in Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa. We did an e-commerce business. We went public on New York Stock Exchange. A few years ago, we opened a 2-in-1 solar roof producer, which allowed us to go from Poland to Sweden, Germany, and Texas here in Austin. And lately, I've been a real estate developer. We're building a project in Dominican Republic. So 3 continents. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Mucho, a few words about you.
Hello, my name is Andrew Mucho. I live in Miami. I'm investing in real estate, mostly in pre-construction. We do business for past 10 years, allowing our clients to make a purchase of units that allow to do short rentals. And we mostly rely on Airbnb platform. And this is one of the best and safest investment at this moment when it comes to Miami market. Thank you.
Daniel Siwiec.
Cześć, nazywam się Daniel Siwiec i jestem inwestorem na rynku nieruchomości. Od 13 lat zajmuję się
biznesem deweloperskim, buduję mieszkania, głównie mieszkania, ale też i kupuję budynki, rewitalizuję je, zamieniam fabryki na mieszkania, stare kamienice rewitalizuję i to jest mój główny core. Napisałem 3 książki w języku polskim o nieruchomościach, o inwestowaniu, ale też zbudowałem wielką społeczność inwestorów na rynku nieruchomości w Polsce i mam taki największy kanał na YouTubie dotyczący właśnie inwestowania w nieruchomości.
Dziękuję. Marta Malak.
Hello everyone, my name is Marta Malak and I'm the CEO of Uscore Real Estate in Dubai, where we help our clients to buy, sell, rent, manage their properties in Dubai, and basically this is what we do over there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and last but not least, Stan Lewandowski.
Good afternoon, Stan Lewandowski. I'm a partner at Pillsbury Winthrop. It's an international law firm. My team advises companies, small and very big, on business-related matters all around the globe, and I'm very pleased to be part of today's event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. One would think that the last 2-3 years were very tough for investments, for investors. We had the pandemic, we had the lockdowns, we had the broken supply chains. And yet, last year, the outbreak of the war, the Russian aggression on Ukraine. Nevertheless, my perspective, as the perspective of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, we see that there are more investors in Poland, more foreign investors coming to Poland. So first question is to you, Daniel. What is your perspective on the real estate markets? Do you see the same trends?
Tamten rok był na pewno trudnym rokiem dla całej branży rynku nieruchomości, bo z jednej strony stopy procentowe cały czas rosły, ale jeżeli chodzi o wojnę, to przyleciało do nas miliony Ukraińców. Dokładnie sami nie wiemy, ilu ich jest i ilu mieszka. Na pewno oni zasiedlili rynek najmu, co spowodowało, że nie ma pustostanów, że inwestorzy nie musieli zmniejszyć czynszów, co wpłynęło też oczywiście na obronę tych cen, które są, że one nie spadały. Więc na pewno to był pozytywny taki zastrzyk. Natomiast w Polsce ludzie, szczególnie po tej wschodniej stronie, trochę się boją, ale boją się nie tylko wojny, ale przede wszystkim się boją podwyżek stóp procentowych. Ten popyt cały czas jest i mamy dzisiaj taką sytuację, że popyt jest, ale popyt jest i on się cały czas kumuluje. I popyt się cały czas kumuluje i jednocześnie deweloperzy ograniczyli o połowę praktycznie budowę, więc za 1,5–2 lata będziemy mieli połowę produkcji tego, co dzisiaj się produkuje. Więc mamy taką sytuację, trochę niepewności. Natomiast popyt na rynku nieruchomości różni się tym od innego popytu, że jak jesteśmy głodni, to nie zjemy tego, co żeśmy pościli przez najbliższe dni. Natomiast w nieruchomościach ten popyt się kumuluje. I to jest taka, ja bym powiedział, taka góra lodowa, która się zebrała i na tą górę w tym momencie leci taki Titanic, który można by porównać do ograniczonej podaży. Jak te dwie rzeczy się spotkają za 1,5 roku, to naprawdę może być bardzo ciekawa sytuacja.
Okay, thank you very much. What we see is that the Polish economy has grown in the last years, in the last decades enormously. And according to the Left Change Index, we have actually made one of the largest growth measuring comparing to other economies. So we currently have also one of the lowest employment rates, the second lowest employment rate in Europe. So Polish people, they also want to invest, they want to diversify their income sources. Andrew, last year on this Congress you said that Miami was on fire in terms of investments. How does the situation look right now? Is it still a good option to invest here?
Well, I see Miami, as we know, we are at the peak when it comes to the prices in Miami. We have never seen such a high prices when it comes to real estate in Miami. So what is going on lately, the prices are still slightly appreciating, but very slightly. I'm talking only about Miami market. But in general, the prices are leveling off, okay? So predicting the market for next year, I see we're gonna be like cooling down a little bit, but not depreciating, okay? And this is very specific market when comparing to entire United States. Because looking at different cities, we already see double digits decrease in prices. Talking, for example, Austin in Texas, there's almost like 18% decrease in prices. Talking about San Francisco, we have almost 18% decrease in prices. Miami will at the level of not going up, not going down, and as we know, the interest rate at this moment is 6.61%, APR slightly above 7%, unemployment is about 3.5%, okay, and this is very low comparing to last month, and as we know, the lowest in US history was 2.5%. So what I'm trying to tell you that everything that is going on in Miami is basically happening of the market we were at this moment. And looking at the prices in Miami, we have to notice one thing. Those prices are driven by foreign investors from different states, different countries. Okay, this market is not supported by local people. The money constantly going to Miami from different states, different countries, because of somehow different kind of games. People are not satisfied. They don't want to be controlled. They don't appreciate the state income tax. As we know, in Miami, we don't pay state income tax. So this is significant saving. And investing in Miami, I still see the market very hot, maybe not very hot, very warm, okay? And I see big opportunities because we still see money coming to Miami from every single direction. Now we have tremendous amount of money coming from South America, like, for example, Colombia, Venezuela. We have a big interest from China lately. But this is, it's a little bit different game. But talking about Miami, it is very significant and very different market than looking anywhere else in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said before, people are looking to diversify their income sources. So Marta, question to you. Are Poles ready to invest in real estate market in Dubai? Isn't it too geographically, but not only geographically, also culturally remote?
So I'm lucky enough to be in Dubai already for the past 10 years. So I saw a massive change actually throughout these years since I came. And if it comes to Polish people, the actual interest, what I saw, it started like around 3 to 4 years ago. And I don't know how many of you actually been to Dubai, but these people who know, then definitely they can see that Dubai is, first of all, one of the safest places in the world. So basically, since I'm there for the past 10 years, nothing ever happened to me what we could call it danger, for instance. And also from a woman perspective, which I think is very important. Second thing is that in Dubai, we do not have taxes at all. So no income taxes, no whatsoever. So for people, actually this is very shocking, but yeah, this is true, there are no taxes. Also, as a real estate investor, you can rent your properties and you don't have to pay any income tax. Fourth thing, why Polish people deciding to actually invest in Dubai is definitely because of the lifestyle. I think we can really compare it to Miami a little bit. I think it's very similar, the weather is always beautiful, and we have also the seaside, which we can enjoy. So these are the things. So answering your questions, yes, definitely Polish people are looking at Dubai market very strongly, also because of the ROI. The ROI currently it's between 6 to 7%, which is, I think, quite decent amount for the real estate investment. And yes, so from the cultural point of view, because that's what you asked, I think Dubai is very, very, I think it's a place more culturally open for people than actually many European places, to be frank. So yes, Polish people are definitely up for it.
Okay, thank you very much for this information. And now maybe let's switch a bit from the real estate perspective to the business perspective. Polish companies, they're very successful in exporting, successful in doing business with in foreign countries. So Eric, the Polish companies are also trading with Canada. So what do you think? What kind of opportunities are there currently in Canada? In Europe, for example, we see this nearshoring trend, yeah, that if you are having your customers in Europe, you should be producing in Europe. Do you think there are such opportunities for direct investments for Polish companies in Canada?
We actually call our association Team Poland in Canada because we really support Polish companies coming to Canada. We have a whole team, including the Polish consulates, Polish Investment and Trade, and our business association. We have trade missions coming to Canada every month. Next month it will be the Polish health minister with Polish agencies, Polish medical companies. In April we have Aeromart. We have aerospace companies coming from Poland. In May, it's CIAL, the food trade show. It goes on and on. So we are there to support Polish companies. We create soft landings for them. And what I mean by that is whatever they need when they come to our association, we can help connect them with accountants, lawyers, business translators, funding, transportation. We have all sorts of businesses in Canada that have Polish roots. So we can assist them very easily to come to Canada. And it will be the gateway to the US. And the advantage is that there is a lot of competition in the US, whereas in Canada, it's a lot easier to set up. And so once they set up in Canada, they get their feet wet, then we can expand to the US. That's number one. Number two, I work on Bay Street. Bay Street is like Wall Street. It's the Wall Street of Canada. So we have stock exchanges in Canada, and we're more involved with kind of junior markets. So we will be able, if Polish companies want to go public in North America, we can raise money for them. We can help groom them to go public in Canada. And once they're public in Canada, we can create a dual listing into the US. So we can help on many, many levels. I'm just scratching the surface. There are so many things we are doing on so many levels, and we're very excited to support Polish companies in Canada.
So you complement actually what the Polish Investment and Trade Agency is doing in the Toronto office.
Yeah, absolutely. We work very, very closely. We've got good government relations. We've got good relations with private companies. Polish Investment and Trade can only take it so far, so we can kind of work with them and take it to the next steps.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Marek, you're a successful entrepreneur. So what is your recipe to diversify income sources? You've been trading with different countries, doing business in different parts of the world. So where are the undiscovered opportunities? Where are the safe harbors to do business?
Yeah, I've learned how to diversify the hard way, because in 2014, when I had a company in Nigeria, in Lagos, we had Ebola outbreak. And I remember there was a time when they were just sending all the foreign expats back to Europe, because at that time we didn't know what's going to happen. A couple of years later, when I was in South Africa, we had the lockdown, the first Corona lockdown, and I've lost 75% of my revenue overnight because my company's clients were hotels and airlines, so they shut down their operations. And last year, when we were running the solar business, where most of our workers came from Ukraine and most of our wood came from Ukraine, we had to shut down our operations almost also overnight. So to diversify is the answer in any way. And what I've also learned is that there are no safe harbors right now because we live in a so-called global village. Maybe not because it's so much global anymore, but the biggest threats we're facing right now when it comes to business are threats on a global scale. Europe can be considered as a safe country when it comes to potential nature crises, but we have ongoing demographic crises, destabilization when it comes to power and food and so on. I'm running right now a big real estate project in the Caribbean, which is one of the safest regions in the world when it comes to political stability, history. We're independent when it comes to food and energy, and we have healthy demography. But at the same time, there might be a hurricane or an earthquake and so on and so on. So every country has a strong and a weak side. And if I narrow that question towards Polish diaspora, I assume we're talking here to Polish investors doing business all over the world, maybe being foreigners in another country, second or third generation. Polish is a pretty strong passport. We usually have another passport as well. And it's relatively easy for us to travel around the world right now. Whether this is South America, Africa, Asia, we don't have the negative post-colonial connotations. We don't have the negative Eastern European connotations like Russia and Ukraine right now. So we're still in a pretty safe spot, and Poland is actually, in the short term, benefiting from the destabilization of the Eastern Front. As long as the destabilization of the Ukraine-Russian war will not get escalated, Poland will benefit from the wealthy Ukrainians staying with us, and Poland will benefit from the continuous ongoing enforcement of our technology and military power, which usually tends to then escalate to better technology. Look at Israel, for example, as long as there's no de-escalation. So I would still have a strong eye on Poland and try to diversify. But I'm talking about the diversification when we talk about continents, because Europe, in that sense, is one very unstable continent when we're looking at the next 10 years, not next 3 years horizon. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've talked about the perspective of direct investments, of the real estate investments. And now, Stan, talking about the financial investors. You're working in Silicon Valley. So what is your perspective due to the current geopolitical situation? Are the investors more cautious or not?
Well, thank you for the question. It's a good one. So I think the world has to be looking at the pre-pandemic years and now the pandemic and pretty much what's happening now, 2023 and beyond. So prior to 2022, when you look at the VC ecosystem all around the US and on a global scale, and you correlate the interest rates and the access to capital for LPs to deploy that dry powder, as we call it, to different funds, there was just tons of it available, because if you can't make money anywhere else, if you go to a bank and get a mere 0.5 percentage point and you are interested in investing more, then you put money into different funds. Now, you have interest rates that have been raising for the last year. They are not stopping at any time soon. So when I look at the funding that happened in 2022, this was the highest year for VC funds being raised in the US. Now, when you look at 2021, 2022 for investments into companies, 2021 brought us into a stratosphere. It was pretty much 2x of what the amount invested was in 2020. So 2021 is not going to be repeated probably for the next 10 years. The numbers, just to give you an idea, we talk about $170, $180 billion in 2020. Now you jump to 2021, you have $344 billion. That's a huge jump. Then you go to 2022, you have about 268, so it's a 30% reduction year over year. Now, things are going to be fine. When I look at the investments, when you divide investments, for those who have not too much experience with different stages, there are several stages when we talk about investments in companies. So in general, we say there is an angel and seed round that's usually it's several 100,000 to 3 million. Then you have something that we call Series A. Then that's what's kind of in the marketplace called early stage. Then you go to late stage, which is C and D, and then venture growth, it's usually Series E and higher. And now we are talking about hundreds of millions being invested in one round. The one point that keeps me optimistic is that despite what's in the media, what the different reporters are telling us every single day, and the layoffs and other data gives us pretty much a complicated view of the future, when you look at the numbers of funds raised last year and the amount of money raised, it means there is still huge appetite to deploy assets through venture funds. Now, there is one thing that may not be as optimistic on that front, is the fact that a very significant number of funds went to the market pretty much 2-3 years prior to the usual behavior. So the follow-on rounds were done sooner. This probably implicates something that the investors are feeling, that the greater interest rates will probably take some of the LPs from the marketplace, and they want to pocket that dry powder now, so it's available for investors. Now, to conclude that topic, last year and this year, what I've seen with things that are from the seed, angel, and early stage, those numbers of transactions have been going up. And that's kind of general to the United States. So people who claim that we'll have fewer number of deals this year, I think we need to see what will truly happen, but I'm not as pessimistic as some, because people were already pessimistic after February 2022 when the war broke out in Europe, and the beliefs were that we would be going much, much lower with investments. If things are fine, the number of transactions, when we get the data again in April, will probably show that the 2022 deals will be very close in number to 2021. In 2021, we had about 18,000 VC transactions, again, from 1 million to 150 million or whatever else. This year, we had about 16,000, plus some will be reported probably in the next couple of weeks that will become public, so the data will be then updated, and I think the number should be on par with the prior year. So what does this mean with the 30% decrease that I mentioned in general number, 344 billion and 268? Rather than having an investment in a Series C at 100 million, that investment was probably at 70 million. So the deal number will be the same, just there is a decrease in the number of pretty much dollar bills going to a company or companies. So the runway may be shorter. The investors want to see a little bit more progress on more frequent basis rather than giving you money for 2 or 2.5 years. So that's, again, let's be optimistic. Let's do what companies do best, build great businesses, and the capital will come. It's just, in some cases, going to be more challenging to get it, but those who are tenacious, persistent, they will get the funds. It's just a matter of probably having a little bit more work that needs to be done.
Thank you, Stan. And one more question. Polish companies, if they want to start business in the States, instead of doing everything from scratch, are there opportunities for M&As to join venture? Have you seen such examples in your career?
Yes. So there are companies in different verticals, in different industries, who are European, some of which are Polish, and they come to the US to acquire other businesses for significant amount of money. That allows them to expand into the North American market. From that, they may go to South America. I've done some transactions last year. Some involved Polish companies. I closed one transaction a month ago that involved another Polish entity that purchased a US-based CRO, which is a clinical research organization out of East Coast. So that allows this Polish entity to expand rather rapidly in this marketplace. So in other verticals, I see more and more qualified businesses that don't necessarily want to start from scratch. They just want to purchase another business that's already in existence. A quick example, let's say a finance company from Europe will come to the US, and rather than spending a year applying for different licenses such as broker-dealer or things that our colleague from Canada will also know very well, FINRA licenses, they will just buy a business, pay a little bit, and they can be running within the next few months. So that happens, and it will continue to happen for those businesses that have the global vision, and then the expansion fits into their business, tax, and IP strategy, whatever the business owners and management in those foreign places decide. Those plans can be easily implemented with good planning. So there is a lot of opportunities in the US, and the number of excellent deals will only increase this year. I guess it may even spill over to 2024, and what I'm saying is that decreased valuations for more mature businesses and tighter credit may have an impact on those companies in other countries that have capital that doesn't have to be leveraged, so they can come with the money they already have. They don't have to go to a bank and borrow half of the purchase price. They can just deploy what they have. If they make a good investment, who knows, if it's a PE fund, they may sell this business 2 years later, make a profit, and move on to another venture. So again, the M&A market, from my perspective, will not be as good as it was last year, but I think some industries, some verticals such as technology, life sciences, energy and transportation, they will see potentially growth over 2022. Some other ones will be less fortunate this year, but that's what it is. So just last month, a company that's very prominent in the M&A business on the advisory side talked to about 200 people who are involved in the M&A space. These were strategic investors, investment bankers, accountants, lawyers, and when they asked them about predictions for 2022, interestingly enough, they divided people into 3 groups, and 42% said that the market will be cooling off a little bit. 42, the second 42 said the market will be mixed, meaning some industries will see a downplay, some will go a little bit higher, and then 12% besides decided that pretty much the market will be the same. Based on what I've seen so far, based on the number of term sheets that I see in my office, I don't think that we'll be slowing down. Again, we've closed several M&A deals this year. We will close, and this is only 6 or 7 weeks so far. We'll definitely close more. Thank you.
Let's leave it here because we need to wrap up, and I have some practical questions. So let's go back to the real estate. So who is it for to invest in Miami? Who is it for to invest in Dubai? What you need to do?
You go first. No, in Miami, go ahead.
Well, definitely I would put Miami before Dubai. No doubts.
Yeah, not Dubai.
Oh, okay, Dominic. Well, getting back to Miami. What we've seen in Miami at this moment, this is a very specific time, and it's giving people still opportunity to invest wisely. I'm talking about comparing to different states in the United States, because we're at the moment where the money is still coming to Miami from any single direction, and we have line of investments waiting to be started. I'm representing a few of them. if anyone is interested, I can always talk a little bit more about this, give you guys some advices, show you from scratch how everything works, how easy it is to invest in those kind of investments, and how much you can get return of investment. But I just wanted to ask you guys, because I don't see too many local people, how are you guys enjoying Miami so far? So far, so good. And this is the magic. This is the magic about Miami, okay? And it's a lot of investors, they always doing like a cold calculation, okay? But you also have to feel it, okay? And Miami is giving you that vibration. This is a specific place. It's one of the hottest places in the world that brings all the investors, all the money, and it's unstoppable, okay? Even if we see a slight correction, it's not going to be much down, and it's gonna go up, appreciate very, very shortly, because that's what happened in my career, the way I was looking at Miami market, and I never lost with this market. This is one of the safest and the strongest investments when it comes to United States. And at the end, I just wanted to say, I don't like to be optimistic, I like to be realistic. And that's how I see, that's how I look at, at Miami. Thank you.
So sadly, we need to end this panel now, but we can continue our discussions and talk about the opportunities. Okay, 1 minute each, great. Great news, thank you. So Marek, we are not so far away from Miami.
So I'm just going to focus on real estate as well to compare it to Miami and Dubai. Dominican Republic is like Miami in between 4 national parks at half the price without the crime. It's the safest politically region in the world. It has the ocean, it has the forest, it has the jungle, and it has mountains higher than in Poland. The tourism is only 12% of the economy. At the same time, it's the 8th biggest economy of the Latin America. And at the same time, it's a great hub between North America and South America for whoever wants to explore this part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Dominican Republic.
Sorry?
Dominican?
Dominican Republic, yeah.
Yeah.
Okej. Tak się składa, że akurat byłem u Marty miesiąc temu, oglądaliśmy nieruchomości w Dubaju i też zastanawiam się, żeby kupić. Ale jeżeli chodzi o Miami, to wczoraj tutaj Andrzej mnie przewiózł po mieście i pokazał kilka inwestycji. Ciężko jeszcze to Miami poczuć, ponieważ no, po jednym dniu czy po kilku dniach nie mam takiego przekonania jeszcze, że warto tu być. Czuję ten vibe, czuję tę wibrację, szczególnie po wczorajszym rejsie, naprawdę. Poczułem to, mam nadzieję, że wy też. To jest miejsce, w którym fajnie się żyje, na pewno, ale jeżeli chodzi o inwestycje, to ja mam taką zasadę, że inwestuję tam pieniądze, gdzie kupuję coś poniżej wartości. I nawet jeżeli nie będzie tego potencjału, o którym mówił tutaj Andrzej, nawet jeżeli to nie pójdzie do góry, to jeżeli ja kupię poniżej wartości rynkowej, uda mi się zrobić coś, co robię zawsze u siebie w Polsce, to i tak na tym nie stracę. Tak? Więc jakby tak lokuję pieniądze, a w szczególności za granicą. Więc ja mam inwestycje też w Hiszpanii, mam i w Bułgarii, głównie inwestuję w Polsce. Natomiast mamy dzisiaj takie czasy, że trzeba część kapitału lokować poza naszymi granicami. Oczywiście małą część, nie wszystko, bo mam też taką zasadę w swoim życiu, że inwestuję głównie tam, największe pieniądze na horyzoncie swojego wzroku, żebym mógł tym dobrze zarządzić. A ciężko się zarządza za oceanem nieruchomościami, więc tu można mieć kilka takich małych mieszkań i sobie zainwestować, natomiast główny biznes jest tam, gdzie jestem ja. Być może będę tu kiedyś. Także dziękuję.
Thank you.
Ja zawsze mówię, główny biznes jest tam, gdzie są pieniądze.
Marta, a practical question. Difficult to invest in Dubai, a lot of paperwork?
No, actually, it's extremely easy. The only documents that you need is your passport, to be frank. You don't need anything else. And I was just thinking, because I think, like Andrew, we are in very similar places, just at different continents, to be frank. And yeah, the investments in Dubai are very easy, are accessible to everyone. We have amazing payment plans. We have mortgages that you can use, so it doesn't necessarily has to be cash. So as I said, yeah, it's very easy. So definitely, if you have more questions, you can just reach out to us.
I think there's just a little slightly difference about the culture. Looking at Miami and looking at Dubai, because here we have similar culture. In Dubai, we have.
We will discuss it
it's
further.
a little unpredictable, right? What might happen? It's unpredictable what might happen when it comes to the culture and some rules that might
Eric.
implement.
You mentioned that it's You said that Canada is the gateway to the
Well,
US.
Canada has been an excellent place to invest for real estate, especially in southern Ontario. We actually have a shortage of housing. We have a shortage of over 1 million units. The government has mandated we build 150,000 units a year. Currently, they're not building more than 75,000 units a year. It's crazy. It's such a good place to invest because it is the heartland of Canada, southern Ontario. Just to mention also, in our business association, we have door manufacturers, kitchen cabinet manufacturers, condo developers. We are, through the Miami connection, we now have manufacturers shipping kitchen cabinets into the Caymans, into Barbados. So we're bringing other manufacturers from Canada down here to start shipping into the US and into the Caribbean. So if you're interested in chatting with us, please let us know.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Can I get a round of applause for Monica Gzelak and her beautiful panel? There is so much money on this panel that when they stand up, I'm just gonna collect like $1,000 change here. Guys, I got good news for you. Lunch is served. All right, 1 hour. You got 1 hour. One more round of applause for the group on stage. Thank you. Okay, let's go eat lunch.
Today on Flavor of Poland, we have a truly special journey before us. We're off to Warsaw, the capital of Poland. And goodness, do we
Okay. Hey, hey. There you go. Let me see. So it's hot, right? Okay, no problem. I can bring it down. 1 second. Hey, hey. Okay. 1 second. 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey. So you see the gate is activated at -86. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Hey. No, we don't want it too much because if when they start talking, you're gonna hear, you know, hey, yeah. So I guess we can enough that it cuts the actual noise.
Tutaj widać szybę. Z pozoru zwykła szyba, przeźroczysta, ale tak naprawdę ona w środku jest bardziej skomplikowana. Ma w sobie wiele warstw, które z jednej strony zatrzymują ciepło wpadające do środka w lecie, zatrzymują zimno uciekające w zimie z budynku, ale przede wszystkim produkują prąd. Widać tu w tej chwili napięcie i prąd, która ta szyba generuje, nawet ze sztucznego oświetlenia. Dla takiej szyby nie ma znaczenia kąt padania światła.
To jest serce firmy. To miejsce, w tym miejscu powstają nasze projekty. W tym miejscu dobieramy tkaniny, rysujemy wzory, robimy prototypy, konstrukcje, przymiarki. Także to jest clou naszej działalności.
Tradycja biznesu lotniczego w tym miejscu, w centrum Rzeszowa, sięga ponad 80 lat. Pratt & Whitney Rzeszów oraz Pratt & Whitney Aeropower Rzeszów zatrudniają łącznie niemal 4000 pracowników i produkują silniki lotnicze napędzające najnowocześniejsze samoloty na świecie. Obie firmy należą do Stowarzyszenia Dolina Lotnicza, zrzeszającego największe firmy lotnicze z regionu Podkarpacia.
Jesteśmy głównym dostawcą silników APS 5000 dla Boeinga 787 Dreamliner, który zasila systemy samolotu przed uruchomieniem silników głównych. W Pratt & Whitney Aeropower Rzeszów produkujemy silniki APU dla największych producentów samolotów komercyjnych, jak i militarnych na świecie, takich jak Airbus, Boeing, Comac, Embraer czy Lockheed Martin.
Naprawiamy i serwisujemy silniki pomocnicze APU dla kilkudziesięciu linii lotniczych z całego świata.
Tak, głównie tutaj w Rzeszowie zajmujemy się bankowością elektroniczną, ale także bankowością systemów transakcyjnych. To są przede wszystkim klienci największego banku w Polsce, PKO BP, to są klienci banków spółdzielczych.
Główna siedziba firmy zlokalizowana jest w Mielcu, w specjalnej strefie ekonomicznej. Centrum badawczo-rozwojowe umieściliśmy w Rzeszowie. W sumie zatrudniamy 2000 pracowników, z tego ponad 500 to są inżynierowie. Rzeszów i Podkarpacie to miejsca bardzo sprzyjające do prowadzenia działalności gospodarczej. Młodzi ludzie, dobrze wykształceni, chcą mieszkać i pracować w Rzeszowie jako mieście o bardzo wysokiej jakości życia. Stąd nasza decyzja o ulokowaniu Centrum Badawczo-Rozwojowego właśnie w Rzeszowie.
Jako pierwsi na świecie wprowadzamy tego typu produkt do seryjnej produkcji.
Każdy Dreamliner lata z silnikami APU wyprodukowanymi właśnie tutaj, w Rzeszowie.
Można śmiało powiedzieć, że to jest około kilku milionów ludzi.
Kolekcję projektuje 3 osoby. Ja też jestem częścią tego zespołu, bo to jest ulubiona część mojej pracy.
Produkujemy huby USB, ładowarki indukcyjne, mikrofony, piloty oraz boksy sterujące różnymi funkcjami w samochodzie. Daimler, BMW, Volkswagen, Porsche, Bentley.
Tutaj widać szybę. Z pozoru zwykła szyba, przeźroczysta, ale tak naprawdę ona w środku jest bardziej skomplikowana. Ma w sobie wiele warstw, które z jednej strony zatrzymują ciepło wpadające do środka w lecie, zatrzymują zimno uciekające w zimie z budynku, ale przede wszystkim produkują prąd. Widać tu w tej chwili napięcie i prąd, która ta szyba generuje, nawet ze sztucznego oświetlenia. Dla takiej szyby nie ma znaczenia kąt padania światła.
To jest serce firmy. To miejsce, w tym miejscu powstają nasze projekty. W tym miejscu dobieramy tkaniny, rysujemy wzory, robimy prototypy, konstrukcje, przymiarki. Także to jest clou naszej działalności.
Tradycja biznesu lotniczego w tym miejscu, w centrum Rzeszowa, sięga ponad 80 lat. Pratt & Whitney Rzeszów oraz Pratt & Whitney Aeropower Rzeszów zatrudniają łącznie niemal 4000 pracowników i produkują silniki lotnicze napędzające najnowocześniejsze samoloty na świecie. Obie firmy należą do Stowarzyszenia Dolina Lotnicza, zrzeszającego największe firmy lotnicze z regionu Podkarpacia.
Jesteśmy głównym dostawcą silników APS 5000 dla Boeinga 787 Dreamliner, który zasila systemy samolotu przed uruchomieniem silników głównych. W Pratt & Whitney Aeropower Rzeszów produkujemy silniki APU dla największych producentów samolotów komercyjnych, jak i militarnych na świecie, takich jak Airbus, Boeing, Comac, Embraer czy Lockheed Martin.
Naprawiamy i serwisujemy silniki pomocnicze APU dla kilkudziesięciu linii lotniczych z całego świata.
Tak, głównie tutaj w Rzeszowie zajmujemy się bankowością elektroniczną, ale także bankowością systemów transakcyjnych. To są przede wszystkim klienci największego banku w Polsce, PKO BP, to są klienci banków spółdzielczych.
Główna siedziba firmy zlokalizowana jest w Mielcu, w specjalnej strefie ekonomicznej. Centrum badawczo-rozwojowe umieściliśmy w Rzeszowie. W sumie zatrudniamy 2000 pracowników, z tego ponad 500 to są inżynierowie. Rzeszów i Podkarpacie to miejsca bardzo sprzyjające do prowadzenia działalności gospodarczej. Młodzi ludzie, dobrze wykształceni, chcą mieszkać i pracować w Rzeszowie jako mieście o bardzo wysokiej jakości życia. Stąd nasza decyzja o ulokowaniu Centrum Badawczo-Rozwojowego właśnie w Rzeszowie.
Jako pierwsi na świecie wprowadzamy tego typu produkt do seryjnej produkcji.
Każdy Dreamliner lata z silnikami APU wyprodukowanymi właśnie tutaj, w Rzeszowie.
Można śmiało powiedzieć, że to jest około kilku milionów ludzi.
Kolekcję projektuje 3 osoby. Ja też jestem częścią tego zespołu, bo to jest ulubiona część mojej pracy.
Produkujemy huby USB, ładowarki indukcyjne, mikrofony, piloty oraz boksy sterujące różnymi funkcjami w samochodzie. Daimler, BMW, Volkswagen, Porsche, Bentley.
Tutaj widać szybę. Z pozoru zwykła szyba, przeźroczysta, ale tak naprawdę ona w środku jest bardzo skomplikowana. Ma w sobie wiele warstw, które z jednej strony zatrzymują ciepło wpadające do środka w lecie, zatrzymują zimno uciekające w zimie z budynku, ale przede wszystkim produkują prąd. Widać tu w tej chwili napięcie i prąd, która ta szyba generuje, nawet ze sztucznego oświetlenia. Do takiej szyby nie ma znaczenia kąt padania światła.
To jest serce firmy. To miejsce, w tym miejscu powstają nasze projekty. W tym miejscu dobieramy tkaniny, rysujemy wzory, robimy prototypy, konstrukcje, przymiarki. Także to jest clou naszej działalności.
Tradycja biznesu lotniczego w tym miejscu, w centrum Rzeszowa, sięga ponad 80 lat. Pratt & Whitney Rzeszów oraz Pratt & Whitney Aeropower Rzeszów zatrudniają łącznie niemal 4000 pracowników i produkują silniki lotnicze napędzające najnowocześniejsze samoloty na świecie. Obie firmy należą do Stowarzyszenia Dolina Lotnicza, zrzeszającego największe firmy lotnicze z regionu Podkarpacia.
Jesteśmy głównym dostawcą silników APS 5000 dla Boeinga 787 Dreamliner, który zasila systemy samolotu przed uruchomieniem silników głównych. W Pratt & Whitney Aeropower Rzeszów produkujemy silniki APU dla największych producentów samolotów komercyjnych, jak i militarnych na świecie, takich jak Airbus, Boeing, Comac, Embraer czy Lockheed Martin.
Naprawiamy i serwisujemy silniki pomocnicze APU dla kilkudziesięciu linii lotniczych z całego świata.
Tak, głównie tutaj w Rzeszowie zajmujemy się bankowością elektroniczną, ale także bankowością systemów transakcyjnych. To są przede wszystkim klienci największego banku w Polsce, PKO BP, to są klienci banków spółdzielczych.
Główna siedziba firmy zlokalizowana jest w Mielcu, w specjalnej strefie ekonomicznej. Centrum badawczo-rozwojowe umieściliśmy w Rzeszowie. W sumie zatrudniamy 2000 pracowników, z tego ponad 500 to są inżynierowie. Rzeszów i Podkarpacie to miejsca bardzo sprzyjające do prowadzenia działalności gospodarczej. Młodzi ludzie, dobrze wykształceni, chcą mieszkać i pracować w Rzeszowie jako mieście o bardzo wysokiej jakości życia. Stąd nasza decyzja o ulokowaniu Centrum Badawczo-Rozwojowego właśnie w Rzeszowie.
Jako pierwsi na świecie wprowadzamy tego typu produkt do seryjnej produkcji.
Każdy Dreamliner lata z silnikami APU wyprodukowanymi właśnie tutaj, w Rzeszowie.
Można śmiało powiedzieć, że to jest około kilku milionów ludzi.
Kolekcję projektuje 3 osoby. Ja też jestem częścią tego zespołu, bo to jest ulubiona część mojej pracy.
Produkujemy huby USB, ładowarki indukcyjne, mikrofony, piloty oraz boksy sterujące różnymi funkcjami w samochodzie. Daimler, BMW, Volkswagen, Porsche, Bentley.
Tutaj widać szybę. Z pozoru zwykła szyba, przeźroczysta, ale tak naprawdę ona w środku jest bardziej skomplikowana. Ma w sobie wiele warstw, które z jednej strony zatrzymują ciepło wpadające do środka w lecie, zatrzymują zimno uciekające w zimie z budynku, ale przede wszystkim produkują prąd. Widać tu w tej chwili napięcie i prąd, która ta szyba generuje, nawet ze sztucznego oświetlenia. Do takiej szyby nie ma znaczenia kąt padania światła.
To jest serce firmy. To miejsce, w tym miejscu powstają nasze projekty. W tym miejscu dobieramy tkaniny, rysujemy wzory, robimy prototypy, konstrukcje, przymiarki. Także to jest clou naszej działalności.
Tradycja biznesu lotniczego w tym miejscu, w centrum Rzeszowa, sięga ponad 80 lat. Pratt & Whitney Rzeszów oraz Pratt & Whitney Aeropower Rzeszów zatrudniają łącznie niemal 4000 pracowników i produkują silniki lotnicze napędzające najnowocześniejsze samoloty na świecie. Obie firmy należą do Stowarzyszenia Dolina Lotnicza, zrzeszającego największe firmy lotnicze z regionu Podkarpacia.
Jesteśmy głównym dostawcą silników APS 5000 dla Boeinga 787 Dreamliner, który zasila systemy samolotu przed uruchomieniem silników głównych. W Pratt & Whitney Aeropower Rzeszów produkujemy silniki APU dla największych producentów samolotów komercyjnych, jak i militarnych na świecie, takich jak Airbus, Boeing, Comac, Embraer czy Lockheed Martin.
Naprawiamy i serwisujemy silniki pomocnicze APU dla kilkudziesięciu linii lotniczych z całego świata.
Tak, głównie tutaj w Rzeszowie zajmujemy się bankowością elektroniczną, ale także bankowością systemów transakcyjnych. To są przede wszystkim klienci największego banku w Polsce, PKO BP, to są klienci banków spółdzielczych.
Główna siedziba firmy zlokalizowana jest w Mielcu, w specjalnej strefie ekonomicznej. Centrum badawczo-rozwojowe umieściliśmy w Rzeszowie. W sumie zatrudniamy 2000 pracowników, z tego ponad 500 to są inżynierowie. Rzeszów i Podkarpacie to miejsca bardzo sprzyjające do prowadzenia działalności gospodarczej. Młodzi ludzie, dobrze wykształceni, chcą mieszkać i pracować w Rzeszowie jako mieście o bardzo wysokiej jakości życia. Stąd nasza decyzja o ulokowaniu Centrum Badawczo-Rozwojowego właśnie w Rzeszowie.
We're wide open for culture, for fun and adventure, and priceless treasure, for the art of masters, old colours and flavours, to share memories and celebrate life. offering vibrant local culture, history, architecture, and a land that is yours to explore. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for wellness, for body and mind, to relax, to rest. Take a deep breath and feel reborn. Catch some sun, then find your rhythm. Explore new ground to embrace the soothing power of nature. Find your path, surrounded by history and culture. And enjoy the journey. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for meetings, for making introductions, exploring new possibilities, hosting events in person and online, for connecting passion and vision, to build opportunity, pursue perfection, and the ideas that make the world better. We operate in style, connecting people in a city of history and culture. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for food lovers, welcoming you with fresh tastes, savory dishes, tasty street food, and refreshing drinks. Fusion flavors, traditional favorites, locally grown and served with pride. Enjoy the atmosphere and taste life at its best. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for adventures, for something new. To thrill, refresh, explore, to push further, or go with the flow. Experience local vibes and stunning landscapes. Gain perspective, take it easy, or find your way to the top. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for culture, for fun and adventure, and priceless treasure, for the art of masters, old colours and flavours, to share memories and celebrate life. Offering vibrant local culture, history, architecture, and a land that is yours to explore. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for wellness, for body and mind, to relax, to rest. Take a deep breath and feel reborn. Catch some sun, then find your rhythm. Explore new ground to embrace the soothing power of nature. Find your path, surrounded by history and culture. And enjoy the journey. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for meetings, for making introductions, exploring new possibilities, hosting events in person and online, for connecting passion and vision, to build opportunity, pursue perfection, and the ideas that make the world better. We operate in style, connecting people in a city of history and culture. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for food lovers, welcoming you with fresh tastes, savory dishes, tasty street food, and refreshing drinks. Fusion flavors, traditional favorites, locally grown and served with pride. Enjoy the atmosphere and taste life at its best. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for adventures, for something new. To thrill, refresh, explore, to push further, or go with the flow. Experience local vibes and stunning landscapes. Gain perspective, take it easy, or find your way to the top. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for culture, for fun and adventure, and priceless treasure, for the art of masters, old colours and flavours, to share memories and celebrate life. offering vibrant local culture, history, architecture, and a land that is yours to explore. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for wellness, for body and mind, to relax, to rest. Take a deep breath and feel reborn. Catch some sun, then find your rhythm. Explore new ground to embrace the soothing power of nature. Find your path, surrounded by history and culture. And enjoy the journey. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for meetings, for making introductions, exploring new possibilities, hosting events in person and online, for connecting passion and vision, to build opportunity, pursue perfection, and the ideas that make the world better. We operate in style, connecting people in a city of history and culture. Experience Krakow. Visit Małopolska. We're wide open for food lovers, welcoming you with fresh tastes, savory dishes, tasty street food.
The 60 Million Congress Global Polonius Summit is a series of internationally organized events bringing together key business and political leaders, as well as culture and community activists, connected to Poland and the Polish diaspora. With an estimated 60 million Poles and people of Polish origin living all over the world, this Congress provides a platform to exchange ideas and foster discussions that will lead to the development of business and political relationships aligned with 21st century trends. The leading intention of the Congress organizers is to provide a meeting platform for attendees to exchange ideas, initiate discussions, and find solutions that will lead to further development of business and political relationships. This Congress also presents a unique opportunity to exploit the potential of the power network of one of the largest and most widely spread ethnic groups in the world, the Polish diaspora. We are gathered here today to celebrate our heritage, connect with each other, and work towards a common goal. The 60 Million Congress is an opportunity to be a part of a movement that will shape the future of our community. The Congress program includes expert discussion panels, diverse formal meetings with business leaders, Polish government representatives, community activists, local government officials, and ambassadors, as well as informal networking activities. Each Congress session, besides panel discussions, examines ways of working together with the Polish business community and cooperating with the Polonia equivalent, and analyzes the chances of growing the Polish brand on the world map. Join us at the 60 Million Congress Global Polonia Summit, where we come together to exchange ideas, build relationships, and shape the future of our community.
One, two, test one, two.
My jesteśmy skromni, ciężko pracujący, my jesteśmy ludźmi, którzy wierzą właśnie, że ta ciężka praca w którymś momencie wynagradza i przychodzi sukces.
Stąd większość z nas pochodzi, tutaj działamy, tutaj się rozwijamy, no i mamy nadzieję, że będzie tak jeszcze przez wiele, wiele lat.
Dostęp do wysoko wykwalifikowanej kadry, bardzo dobre położenie na przecięciu tras S19, A4, dostęp do lotniska.
Rzeszów jest dobrym ośrodkiem budowania biznesu z tego względu, że jest bardzo dobra współpraca między uczelniami.
Symbolem naszego miasta jest pomnik, który bardzo mocno kojarzy się z kobiecością, dlatego nie wyobrażam sobie innego miasta na tworzenie kobiecego biznesu i kobiecej marki, jak właśnie Rzeszów.
Zajmujemy się serwisowaniem silników turbowentylatorowych, czyli silników GTF. Lokalizacja MRO w Rzeszowie, w Dolinie Lotniczej, wynika z faktu, że jest to region z ogromnymi tradycjami właśnie w tej branży, w branży lotniczej.
Selveco to polski producent kosmetyków naturalnych. Pierwsza tego typu firma w naszym regionie, a aktualnie jedna z bardziej rozpoznawalnych w branży kosmetyków naturalnych. Tutaj zaczęła się cała nasza historia. Z małej rodzinnej manufaktury ze Stobiernej pod Rzeszowem rozwinęliśmy się do dużej, rozpoznawalnej firmy.
Grupa Fibrain to już blisko 10 firm. Sprzedajemy nasze produkty do 70 krajów całego świata. Ta główna spółka Fibrain zajmuje się produkcją rozwiązań światłowodowych do budowy sieci światłowodowych. Są to kompletne rozwiązania, głównie instalowane przez operatorów internetowych. Kilku lat objęliśmy patronatem klub sportowy Stal Rzeszów, głównie poprzez wychowanie dzieci poprzez sport. Stal Rzeszów jest to szeroki projekt, bo nie jest to tylko klub, jest to bardzo mocna akademia.
Firma ML System założona w 2007 roku w Budziwoju, wtedy jeszcze w podrzeszowskim Budziwoju, dzisiaj już w Rzeszowie, w garażu. W tej chwili duży zakład produkcyjny, 20 000 metrów kwadratowych. Produkujemy super nowoczesne moduły fotowoltaiczne. Wprowadzamy na rynek szyby, które dają prąd, szyby z powłokami kwantowymi. W zakresie BIPV jesteśmy jedną z 5 największych firm na świecie.
Firma Vis-a-vis w tym roku kończy 20 lat. Jest to marka modowa tworzona dla kobiet, przez kobiety. Mamy 12 sklepów w całej Polsce oraz sklep internetowy. Tworzymy tu na miejscu w Rzeszowie.
W Rzeszowie podoba nam się wiele rzeczy. W Rzeszowie podoba nam się infrastruktura, ponieważ Rzeszów jest dobrze skomunikowany. Deloitte w Rzeszowie powstało jako wewnętrzne centrum wspierające procesy biznesowe w ramach struktury Deloitte w regionie środkowo-wschodnim. Podstawowymi obszarami w zakresie procesów, które podjęło nasze centrum, to jest obszar tradycyjny finansów, natomiast również jest to obszar audytu, zarządzania ryzykiem czy obszar IT.
BorgWarner zajmuje się produkcją komponentów i podzespołów do samochodów osobowych, ciężarowych oraz tzw. aftermarket. Produkowane przez nas produkty znajdziemy w niemal wszystkich markach samochodów na całym świecie. Jednym z kluczowych powodów, dlaczego nasza fabryka znajduje się w tym miejscu, było to, że znajduje się blisko Międzynarodowego Portu Lotniczego oraz blisko stolicy innowacji miasta Rzeszów.
ASECO buduje systemy informatyczne, które są strategicznymi dla funkcjonowania wielu krajów. Ogromnie jestem dumny z tego, że większość mieszkańców naszego kraju korzysta pośrednio bądź bezpośrednio z naszych rozwiązań.
Cieszę się, że my, ludzie z Rzeszowa, potrafiliśmy zbudować coś, co dzisiaj jest dostrzegane w różnych krajach.
Check 1, 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started shortly. Please have a seat. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Thank you.
Każdy Dreamliner lata z silnikami APU produkowanymi właśnie tutaj, w Rzeszowie.
Można śmiało powiedzieć, że to jest około kilku milionów ludzi.
Kolekcję projektuje 3 osoby. Ja też jestem częścią tego zespołu, bo to jest ulubiona część mojej pracy.
Produkujemy huby USB, ładowarki indukcyjne, mikrofony, piloty oraz boksy sterujące różnymi funkcjami w samochodzie. Daimler, BMW, Volkswagen, Porsche.
Did you guys enjoy lunch? Was it too short?
Z pozoru zwykła szyba przeźroczysta.
No, it was good, perfect. All right.
Ale tak naprawdę
welcome back. We have another afternoon here of amazing topics. At this point, just a little couple housekeeping things. Outside, we have a year in review. If you want to take that, that's from our Canadian Chamber. And also, before Zbyszek comes up, has anyone tried this vodka deluxe? Okay, I've seen you drink that before. No, it is absolutely fantastic. I don't get paid for this, but I did get to try some yesterday. So we have Dariusz Wojciechowski, President. You can stand up. Give him a big round of applause. Sponsoring last night and the night before his event with this fantastic vodka. You could drink the whole bottle and not get a hangover. This is the best product I've ever seen in my life. Okay, just send a check to my office on Monday. Thank you. Okay. Can I please get Zbyszek to come up on stage? This is the actual president of the group here, and he's got a couple small things to say. Zbyszek, please. First of all, round of applause for Zbyszek for putting this event together with his crew.
Thank you, Jack. As you saw at the beginning, we had a movie to welcome you, everybody. And at the moment, I would like to take this opportunity to being on a stage and to thank you to everyone who participates, but also to all of the people. They support us, and they are speakers, panelists. They work hard with us together, starting with our MC, Jack Smagawa, who's with us for how many years? 3 years now. And we wouldn't be able to do such a nice event, and I hope you enjoy it, without the local support. And local support, I mean a couple, 2 people who did very, very hard job. I don't know where Darek is, who is leading our organizing committee here in Miami. Darek, stand up. I have to say, really, thank you. I cannot express how much he does. If you want to organize any event, wedding, party, he's the best. He's the best. He's doing it like this. I don't know how they can manage. But I know a little bit how is it possible. Because you have, team is the key. And to have such a hard and smart support, then it makes it easy for you. So I would like to thank to your wife. She did this job. Magda, thank you very much. You have to stand up and big applause. I know Jack asked many times for big applause. I have to ask you for the big applause. She did it. Magda, thank you very much. And believe me, we wouldn't be able to do such a great event. And we don't have 1,000 of people. This couple, they did it. So really, thank you very much.
You all heard probably this many times in your life, that behind a successful man, there's an always powerful woman. That's the perfect example. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, everybody, for having the opportunity to be with you and putting this event together. Yes, it takes a lot from our life and we as a parents, but we have something in our heart that we want to pass on and give it back. And this is one of the way why we partner up with Zbyszek and Kamil and Grzesiek to take the mission on making Miami 2 times bigger than Chicago and New York. Because we already succeeded there. We lived there 18 years.
Wait till we do
Chicago.
Toronto. Wait till we do Toronto.
But I think you're a little bit behind. I think Miami will be the next Polish hub. Mark that word. I'm on a mission, and I appreciate everyone who joined our mission and supported. Thank you.
By the way, who went to Gdańsk last year? Who went to Gdańsk? Raise your hand. Was that an amazing party? Dariusz was there in Gdańsk, and he had a great time. Zbyszek, where is the next event?
Rzeszów. July.
Rzeszów is the next event in?
And then September, Chicago.
Who here is from Rzeszów? Raise your hand. Okay, party at his house, first night. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to get started. We're going to get started?
Yes.
All right,
It's
thank
time
you.
to start.
Can I get one more round of applause for the organizers and Zbyszek? Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce 60 Million Ambassadors of Poland moderator Alexander Siemaszko. Please come to the stage and introduce your group. If it gets boring, I'm just going to start passing the ball around, okay? But I think they're going to have a really good event. Okay, bring your group up.
Okay, good morning everyone, good afternoon in fact. My name is Alexander Siemaszko and I would like to welcome Ms. Małgorzata Halupowski, Ms. Vanessa Bijak, Ms. Anna Maria Rożek, Mr. Jacek Jagódka, Mr. Robert Wachowiak and Ms. Dariusz Wojciechowski. And this is a very diverse panel, so I will try my best to introduce everyone, but I will let the panelists speak from themselves. We will try to introduce also a bit of multimedia, a bit of video presentation so that it won't get boring, I hope. So, again, my name is Alexander Siemaszko. I'm the Deputy Director at the Department for International Trade at the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, which is a mouthful to say, but before entering Polish civil service, I used to work in the European institutions in Brussels, and one thing that we always lacked there is an established network of support, fostering links between Poles who think abroad, creating strong networks of support, and enhancing the connection between Poland and those of us who are pursuing a career elsewhere. Now, the panelists we have gathered today seem to, first of all, fill in the missing blanks, and secondly, be the best ambassadors that we as a nation could ever dream of. Let me introduce first Ms. Małgorzata Halupowski, who, well, I'll let her introduce herself, but just to tease you a bit, she has 3 doctorates, MD, PhD, and JD, which seems like a lot of thought must have gone in the process. She also leads the Copernicus Institute for Arts, Sciences, and Culture in New England, with just a bunch of wonderful things with renowned scientific institutions here in the United States, in Europe, and in Poland. Please give a round of applause from Ms. Halupowski. Maybe a few words about it.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am a Polish medical doctor with an American law degree, and with about 40 years of experience in working in global health and medicine on 5 continents. Recently, we decided, a group of Polish people and Americans of Polish background decided to create the Copernicus Institute for the Arts, Sciences and Law of New England. Our main mission is to find Poles and the Americans of Polish background and motivate them to work towards improving and building the image of Poland and Polish reputation of Polish science. We have already several interesting projects. I will be happy to discuss them later, but I wanted to mention just 3 of them. One is the annual conference at the Polish Academy of Sciences in Paris, to which I would like to invite everyone, especially those who work with any kind of academic institutions in France. The next project is recruiting a group of young Polish scientists with whom we meet on a regular basis at the Cambridge Innovation Center in Massachusetts. And next meeting is on the 16th of February. It will be possible to participate via Zoom. We'll have very interesting also events related to art, and we'll have an auction of a Copernicus portrait. So I invite everyone to also get on our website, which is still under construction, but all the information will be there. So thank you very much for this invitation and possibility to talk here. I was in Gdańsk last August, and I was so impressed that I said I can't miss this meeting this year.
Thank you. We will start the main discussion after the round of introductions, because I think the introductions are actually quite exciting given the diverse crowd here. Let me introduce Ms. Vanessa Bijak, PhD, who's academically involved in the United States, but more importantly, she is one of the leading figures in Fundacja Polonium, a scientific or research science foundation which aims at turning the brain drain into brain circulation. I love this slogan. I think it basically boils down one of the main challenges that Poland faces into a possible solution. I think it's no coincidence that actually out of 3 female participants in this panel, 2 represent the world of science. Nauka jest kobietą, I would say in this. And also in Fundacja Polonium, the executive team is fully female. So, well, we need to step up, men. Please, introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. So, yes, I represent Polonium Foundation, and it's not very frequent that we have only female on our board. We used to have men, so it's not like female exclusive, of course. I started, before I joined Polonium, I started the Polish Student Association at UVA. That was the first time when I saw that whenever I say that I'm from Poland, I hear, oh, my grandpa was from Poland, or I was there, I visited Krakow, I love it. So that was the driving force that I decided that we need Polish association so we can spread the word about the Polish culture, Polish scientists. And then my love for science. I found the Polonium Foundation, decided to join there because I also love our mission statement that we change brain drain into brain circulation.
Thank you. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Now, Mr. Jacek Jagutka, if you have ever seen any piece of modern pop culture, you must have seen Mr. Jagutka, who played in Star Wars, Tarzan, Game of Thrones, worked with world-renowned directors, actors, stunt doubled for the leading stars in Hollywood and elsewhere. I could go on. You can easily find extremely impressive photos of Mr. Jagutka on the internet. So please introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, my name is Jacek Jagutka. So I've been doing Hollywood movies for the last 10 years. As Alexander said, I've done all the big blockbusters, James Bond, Jason Bourne, Game of Thrones, Star Wars. I've just finished last year one of my favorite actually movies that I always wanted to be part of, which is Indiana Jones #5. Will be in cinemas in June, and currently I'm working on Lords of the Rings, which it's called now Rings of Power for Amazon Prime. On top of that, we started that beautiful project which is called Augustów. Not many people are aware of Augustów Roundup. So Augustów Roundup is, we support Ukraine a lot nowadays, but not many people knows that about around 8 years ago, we had the same situation. So it was Stalin that time, now is Putin. But we didn't get any help from anybody because there was no internet and they just never left our country. They butchered our intelligence and resistance army, and we had enforced communism for 45 years. And we think this story should be shown to international audience. That's why we've got a Russell Crowe on the board. He wants to help with our project, and I think it's a perfect time as well with the war in Ukraine. We've been working on this project for the last 2 years. We didn't know that the war is going to happen. And I think this is perfect timing just to show that project to the whole world. And on top of that, I'm trying to spread across a lot of beautiful Polish stories that we have and want to tell the world, because as we said, 22 million of us are living overseas. I'm one of them. I live in London, but I grew up in Poland. I feel Polish. I'm a patriotic person, and I feel passionate about our history. And I think a lot of nations are underestimating us. So I think it's the time that we can show that to the world. And we're losing a lot of battles with big production companies in Hungary or in Bulgaria. For example, in Hungary, they did a movie called next Star Wars. It's The Dune, and the budget was like $187 million, and it was spent in Hungary. So I'm hoping that this movie is going to trigger a lot of production companies to come and start making those movies in Poland. And on top of that, we're going to bring the biggest Hollywood stars to Poland and try to boost even more our economy. Why we can't have the most biggest productions in Poland? And now the Polish government offered also 30% cash rebate. So any investor investing in movies get 30% cash back on top of that. And with movies like that, which are in English language, and also we're all businessmen, and we want to sell the movie as well. So by attaching A-listed actor, you straight away get on the board Universal or Lionsgate, which take care of all the distribution. So yeah, I think this is my mission. I just want to tell the stories and be proud of them. Thank you very much.
Wow, thanks. Applause, please. Now let me introduce Mr. Robert Wachowiak, TV producer, director, documentalist, and I think most recently author of Flavor of Poland series, which is immensely important from the point of view of any type of modern tourism and the role of food played in Polish culture. Let the video speak for its... Oh, that's the Augustów video, I think. That's not Flavor yet.
No, it's not Flavor of Poland.
No, it's not. This one is Augustów.
Can I ask you for...
I imagine Flavor being a bit less grim.
I think this is the teaser that we shot based on Augustów, and it's basically showed us how well we can shoot the action, on what level.
That was very satisfying to see, at least until the capture scene.
Yes, just to explain that, I suppose we had to make choices over 8 years ago. We either join communists and give names of our partisans and resistance army, or we stay on the other side and fight for our independence and be one of the partisans. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I think I started the introduction, but I let Mr. Wachowiak finish it. And we are continuing with the movie or film theme, but rather on the other side of Polish culture.
First, short question to Jack. How it's possible you live in London and your accent is not British?
Well, I'm trying to tweak it so people know that I have, it's the story behind my accent, that I come from a different country. Although Britain, to be honest with you, in London we have only 40% British people, 60% is multinational. So you can, walking through the street in London, you can hear about 16 different languages, which is great, yeah.
Great, keep it.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Robert Wachowiak. I represent Independent Film Factory. It's a production, film and TV production company based in Sarasota area in Florida. Especially our mission is to promote Poland in United States, especially in American public television, because it's most prestigious television in the United States. We just made a lot of documentaries about Polish-American history, like Falcons of Freedom. It's history about the Polonia Act in 1917, when most than 23,000 Polish Americans went to Poland to Blue Army fight for Polish independence. And we made also very awarding documentary about Andrew Galota. I hope so that everybody knows Andrew Galota. He's very famous boxer, but it's interesting because this documentary is not about, generally it's not about sport. It's about human being. It's about the process of coming from sport routine to be a retirement, something like this. But I would like to introduce you our new project. It's a Flavor of Poland. It's a culinary travel series, 13 episodes. At premiere on American public television in 360 stations around USA and in the national channel Create 2.5 years ago. And it's still existing, it's still airing in PBS, and we show the beauty of Poland, everything, architecture, nature, so especially the title is Flavor, no taste, because flavor is a very wide word. We can say the flavor of culture, flavor of art, flavor of food, of course. And we do have everything in this, we try to show everything in this episode. We visited different regions. And as I said before, it's about the beauty of Poland and phenomenal, amazing taste of the food. Just we are working on the next season because PBS told us that absolutely it was one of the best premiere on their channel. I would like to tell you that after almost 6 months of broadcast, we got audience about 46 million people. It's absolutely amazing. And we got incredible feedback from people. We got daily hundreds of emails with congrats and a lot of questions about Poland. Some people told us that the next destination in their life will be Poland, and it's our mission, and we are very, very happy to do it. I would like to show you a short teaser about Warsaw, and I think it helps you to understand how it looks like and probably say more than my words.
Today on Flavor of Poland, we have a truly special journey before us. We're off to Warsaw, the capital of Poland. And goodness, do we have a lot to see. Prepare your eyes, your hearts, and your taste buds because the Polish capital is full of historic, cultural, and culinary riches. It's a city where some of the most epic aspects of Poland's national history lie beautifully conserved alongside modern life and innovation. Here, Poland's modern culinary masters reach back into Poland's historic traditions to develop new tastes that simply shock and amaze. In today's episode, we'll have the chance to explore the unbelievable tastes of Poland's capital, both old and new, from the very hands of some of Poland's most esteemed culinary experts. Our walk through Warsaw is going to be an unforgettable experience. I cannot wait to share it with you. Welcome to Flavor of Poland. My name is Alexandra August, and I'm so excited to take you on a delicious journey through my native country. I'm a Polish-American actress, but I also love to eat and I love to cook. Growing up in the States, I was always asked questions about Poland's culture, its history, and most of all, of course, about its food. So I finally decided to take all of you from back home, back here to my first home, and introduce you to its true flavor.
Thank you very much, and I would like to tell you that American Public Television is absolutely the best television because the range of the audience is it's millions, probably around 300 million people, and the target is phenomenal because American Public Television watch. Especially people loving tourism, loving knowing something new, and of course love good, very good food. And the Polish food is the best in the world. Not Italian, not French, absolutely, it's the best.
Great, thanks.
It is the best. So. It will be my pleasure to invite you, the member of different businesses, different institutions, to cooperate with us in this incredible project because it's a phenomenal promotion form for everyone. Absolutely for everyone who exists and won't exist with his business, its business in United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just remind us how many people watched that show in the US?
The first season, after around 6 months, because we get a rap report. And it was around 46 million people.
Wow.
That's a number.
Thank you. Now, please let me introduce Mr. Dariusz Wojciechowski. Can we wait? Can we wait so that everyone actually has the chance to introduce themselves?
She's my wife, and she's a producer. Absolutely.
Well, please stand up.
Welcome, Edyta.
Great, thank you. So, Mr. Dariusz Wojciechowski, who unites both strands of culture already mentioned with the gastro flavors of Poland presented in the vodka pillar, but also as a film promoter invested heavily in Polish history, in our heroic past, promoter of such movies as Division 303 and other productions. Please, Mr. Wojciechowski.
Thank you. Na wstępie chciałem wszystkich przywitać serdecznie. Cieszę się, że mogę z wami razem uczestniczyć w tym programie. Mam nadzieję, że będę partnerem do samego końca, jak długo będzie trwało te 60 milionów i wspierać każdą możliwą inicjatywę tutaj. Co mogę powiedzieć o sobie? Jestem prezesem firmy zarządu Grupy Deluxe. Jesteśmy jednym z głównych partnerów największych imprez, które się zdarzają na arenie światowej, takim jak Formuła 1. Jesteśmy głównym partnerem filmu Dywizjon 303. Nie wiem, czy ktoś z was oglądał? Zapewne tak. Chcemy być partnerem również filmu Jacka Jagódki, którym będzie o Augustowie. Także to jest nasz kolejny cel. Co mogę powiedzieć? Wspieramy polskich naszych sportowców, takie jak lekkoatletyka czy koszykówka, które po prostu są niżej niż futbol. I tak jak na przykład jeszcze wspieramy, są bardzo ważne dla nas, to jest jednostki sił Farmoza, które mieszczą się w Gdyni. Ogólnie jestem honorowym członkiem sił specjalnych, także się mogę tym pochwalić. Co mogę jeszcze powiedzieć? Szereg różnych imprez, które są organizowane dla pomocy, tak jak na przykład dla Ukrainy, tak jak dla sportowców czy żołnierzy, któryś odniósł potężną kontuzję, spadł z helikoptera czy czegokolwiek. No, wspieramy dosyć dużo takich przedsięwzięć. Co mogę powiedzieć o mojej firmie jeszcze? Tak, ogólnie rzecz biorąc, moja firma istnieje już 8 lat. Mogę się pochwalić tym, że jesteśmy jedynym, jak gdyby powiedzieć, nasza firma posiada jedyny produkt w swoim rodzaju. To znaczy, na rynku światowym nie znalazło się taki produkt jak alkohol na bazie wody organicznej. To jest bardzo ważna rzecz. Co to jest woda organiczna? Woda organiczna jest wydobywana w postaci lodu z 280 metrów poniżej ziemi. I to jest wydobywany lód. Ten lód jest kruszony, przeistaczany na wodę i tą wodą właśnie, z tej wody właśnie produkujemy nasz produkt Deluxe Crystal Wódkę, tak jak inne produkty. Możemy się pochwalić tym, że w czerwcu tego roku czekamy na dokumenty z MKOL-u światowego, gdzie nasza pierwsza woda na rynku światowym będzie miała znaczek olimpijski. Jeszcze żadna woda tego nie osiągnęła, także...
Dobrze, to jeśli byśmy mogli przejść bo mamy jeszcze około 10 minut niestety przed nami.
Dobrze,
Ja chciałem zadać pytania, a nie tylko, żebyśmy się przedstawiali.
Jeżeli chodzi o rynek tutaj amerykański, wchodzimy na rynek amerykański. Moimi głównymi dystrybutorami na rynek amerykański jest właśnie tutaj firma Deluxe Distribution. Może ci pokażą tutaj. A chciałem tak w ogóle zaprezentować film, który pokaże historię naszego produktu, jak to wszystko powstaje.
It was a long time ago when Tadeusz Kościuszko was born in Minsk, Eastern Europe. An epicenter of epochal events, he was a hero of independent Poland. In the same time, a unique vodka recipe was also created, available to only the elites. A well-kept secret, the drink of war heroes, distilled using only the most precious resources of the time. This vodka was so difficult to produce and age that it was considered a myth for centuries. Passed down through the hands of elites, the recipe reached the brothers Jankiel and Zelman Rakosics. founders of Minsk Kristall in 1839. After 2 years of trial and error, they rediscovered and perfected the secret and crown jewel of Eastern Europe. According to the legendary recipe, vodka is distilled with an open flame. The distillation process is repeated 10 times before it is filtered 7 times through amber, coconut husk, quartz crystals, diamonds, and 24-karat gold. Mixed with water pumped from deep within the earth, glacial water untouched by pollution by miles and miles of rock and ice, alchemized with the highest grade wheat and rye grains, harvested by hand from the most fertile soils Earth has to offer. This secret is called Deluxe Crystal Vodka, the only alcohol in the market entirely untouched by the pollutions of the modern world. A unique, sweet aroma and such purity that no hangover is not only promised, but guaranteed. Each Deluxe Crystal Vodka bottle is white with a magnetic, easy-click custom closure. All bottles are issued an authenticity hologram. Do not purchase without verifying. No hangover, no problem. Taste history with Deluxe Crystal Vodka.
Truly a flavor of Poland. And last but certainly not least, Ms. Anna Maria Rożek, Executive Director at the Gallery of Young Polish Art, whose aim is introducing a new wave of Polish sculpture and paintings to the business communities and connoisseurs in Warsaw and, well, now, as we've seen outside this room, in Miami, Florida. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anna Maria Rożek, and I came from Warsaw here to Miami to show you some beautiful Polish art, which you can admire outside of this room. I'm actually a lawyer by the profession, and I have my legal practice in Warsaw, but I'm very passionate about the art, and I would like to share this passion with you today. By introducing you to some of the Polish artists. Actually, if you would like to hear more about Polish art and how you can invest in the Polish art and promote the art here, you can come to me or my friend Natalia, who is here, to our team, or the artist which we represent. She's on the left, La Farba, and she's also showing her artwork in our showroom in Warsaw, which is in the center, Kopernika 8. Actually, we're first Polish gallery who is promoting Polish artists. We have actually more than 100 Polish artists and more than 300 paintings in our gallery, which can you also admire by our website and social media. So you're welcome to visit us, and here we have only 3 paintings, but you can always order them online or just visit us in Warsaw. It's really worth it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we don't have much time for discussion, but I do have 2 questions to ask. The first one referring to the scientific part of the panel. Now, Poland is not a science powerhouse globally. We are not one of the leading economies when it comes to patents. We are ranked 24th out of 27 EU member states when it comes to the Innovation Index. How can we change that? What is the role of Polonia abroad? And how can we move towards this brain circulation rather than one-way transfer?
It's a great question. Thank you very much. And I'll be very brief in responding. First of all, the base of and the future of Polish science is in collaboration with scientific centers around the world, especially in the United States. This is not a secret. This is the best science here, and we should really dive into these resources. One of the very, very useful tools that I would recommend is to touch upon the connection between Poland and Old Polonia. You would be surprised how many scientists do have Polish roots and Polish background and don't even think about it. And I think that we are here mostly New Polonia, but there is huge scientific, intellectual, entrepreneurial potential in Old Polonia. I just wanted to give one example. I actually practice what I teach. I married a Polish man who is the third generation Pole, and we invited him to be the president of our institute, Copernicus Institute, and he's here with me. I wanted to introduce my husband, Chester Szelapowski. And also on this occasion, I wanted to propose the variation of the old adage that was cited here before, that behind every successful woman is a loving husband. So, but
finally, we're getting some love.
Because I think that we are focusing too much on women right now, and we can't forget how important the balance between the genders is. But again, I would like to propose and promote the collaboration and finding, really looking for great scientists who are here the first, second, third, or generations going back to the times of Kościuszko. It is a great resource for us, and we should never forget it.
Thank you. And to Ms. Bijak, what are the practical steps? What does Fundacja Polonium do to ensure that, and you represent a new generation of scientists, what is your approach to that question? You did leave Poland to pursue a biotech degree, so I wonder.
So first, I completely agree that connection, collaboration, and networking is one of the most important things. As a Polonium Foundation, we try to address the gap in this that we launched 3 years ago a networking platform, Polonium Network, for Polish scientists all over the world, so they can find this connection, so they can log in, create a profile, and find people who are working in the same field or different field, people with whom they wanted to establish collaboration, either in country or outside. Also, we know that scientific jargon is also a problem. We can talk about what we are doing, but our listener might not have a clue what we are doing, because we're using so many words that are completely not understandable. So we are organizing an annual conference called Science Polish Perspective, which is interdisciplinary conference, and people are encouraged to speak in a plain language so every attendee can understand what they are doing, no matter if they are working in bioindustry or in literature. And as a person who left the country, I'm not saying that I'm not coming back, because we are getting experience, we are getting our knowledge outside, but then we can bring it back to Poland.
Well, let's hope for that. Do you and that question is also to Dr. Chalupowski, do you work together with Polish institutions that support academic exchanges or research, such as Narodowa Agencja Wymiany Akademickiej, Sieć Badawcza Łukasiewicz, or Narodowe Centrum Badań i Rozwoju, or are these institutions too domestically centered for your taste?
Yes, we are working with all of them you mentioned, and on the top of that, we are also working with Fundacja na Rzecz Nauki Polskiej. We are promoting their programs that are fostering, for example, Nowe Polskie Powroty, that is encouraging Polish scientists to come back and start their practice in Poland.
If I may add as well, Polish Academy of Sciences is a huge resource for collaboration. They are very active and very interested in promoting science, Polish science abroad. So when anybody has an interest in this activity, there is a very good resource in Warsaw and around the world, because there are 6 scientific stations, scientific centers throughout Europe, and we are just working on building one more here in the United States.
Thank you. And moving to arts and culture part, and I would like to start with, and we're actually finishing, so I'd like to start and finish with Ms. Anna Maria Rożek, because the men on the panel spoke with images, and we will let the women on the panel speak with words. What does actually Poland bring to the global conversation of arts and, on arts and culture? Now, we've got many around artists, but to be perfectly frank, they all seem to be belonging to the glory days of the past. What is the new wave? What do we bring to the table, actually?
Actually, the Polish art is really developing very fast. We have amazing young Polish artists, but my gallery, we don't represent only young artists. We represent also the older generation, like Józef Filkon, who you can see today outside of this room. So we actually show to the world the art which was designed in the last 10 years. So it's how we define young Polish art. What we bring to table really the new style, the way of thinking and showing the abstract works are amazing. Actually, there is a lot of Polish artists who even doesn't have a school, but they make their place when it goes to the map of the art. We can see a lot of...
Do you work with Polonia artists, so of
yes,
Polish descent?
everyone who has roots in Poland can be shown in our gallery. And we have a big plan, so we would like to be in Art Basel next year in Miami, and hopefully it will be happening. But it cannot happen without the support of Polonia. So actually more paintings of Polish artists will be hanging in the walls of the, I hope, Polonia people. Then more exposure we have, and then more promoted we are. So let's stick together also when it goes to promoting Polish artists around the world.
Thank you. And just one, can we expect a second season of Flavor of Poland soon?
Yeah.
Can we expect a second season of Flavor?
Second season?
By the Polish art.
Well, to be honest, painting, sculpture, and food, and vodka, and a movie to the end of the evening, that goes together.
And we have amazing event, a painting with champagne, which is actually in our showroom in Warsaw, and then you can drink a champagne and paint your artwork. So it's really amazing.
Will that be featured on the second season?
Absolutely. Paradoxically, we visited art galleries, museum in a different cities in Poland. So it's one of most important point of our show to show Polish art, but especially we show in the past, and as you know, the culture to show the history of Polish art. Yeah.
I'm being disciplined at this very moment. So let me just finish in the last sentence. Steve Jobs said that great things happen when arts and science meet at the crossroads. I think we had this on this panel. Thank you very much, and well, let's hope that we all be ambassadors, one of 60 million ambassadors of Poland. Now,
can we get a round of applause for Alexander and his panel? That's it. We're done. We're done. We're done.
Just the one who we also show the science and the success of Polish scientists.
If you guys want to get more information, please go out in the hallway. He'll talk to you till tomorrow morning. I guarantee it. Guys, one more round of applause for this group. Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. All right, by the way, we tried the vodka last night, and it's true. No hangover. I woke up at 8 in the morning. Let's get a picture. Okay, thank you so much for the panel. Can I please get Andrzej Krasnicki to the stage, please? Andrzej, Mariusz, and Marcin to the stage. We have now third European Games, Kraków Małopolska. We're going to be speaking about that. Can I get Andrzej, Mariusz, and Marcin to the stage, please? Dziękuję. One, two, test, one, two.
Zrobimy tak, że prezes zacznie wprowadzenie i później ja zaczynam z prezentacją. Tam zaczął
Our friends, it is pleasure and honor to explain about third edition European Games. First European Games were in Baku, in Azerbaijan, second edition in Minsk, Belarus, and third edition, it is first biggest event in the European Union. And we would like to present our activity, possibility, and generally to invite you to Poland in this time. 1 week later will be World Polonia Games, and it is a very good time. You can see next time Poland. I'm together with my friends, Mariusz Zagórski, director in the Ministry of Sport and Tourism. He is responsible for European Games. And next me, Marcin Nowak, president of company which will be organize this event. For us it's very important to promote Poland, South region, Rzeszów, Małopolska, Kraków and Wrocław during sport. And I hope that this event will be very, very good. Level of sport is very high. During this European Championships can be only best athletes. In this time is qualification to Olympic Games in Paris and minimum European Championships. And with details, explain you my friends. Marcin, I give you floor.
Good afternoon, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, szanowni panie I panowie. To show you how big and how important it is to organize, to host the third edition of the European Games, I will try to explain you some details in a few presentation, in a quick presentation, and to show how big value that even it is, probably it will be easier for me and much more understandable for you to speak in Poland, so jeśli Państwo pozwolą, przekażemy teraz podstawowe informacje mówiące o trzeciej edycji Igrzysk Europejskich, czym w ogóle są, a są młodszą córką Igrzysk Olimpijskich, te, które śledzimy zapartym tchem na całym świecie co 4 lata. Następne będą w 2024 roku w Paryżu, a właśnie nasze Igrzyska Europejskie, czyli edycja kontynentalna, coś w rodzaju Igrzysk Azjatyckich, Asian Games, African Games, Commonwealth Games. Tego rodzaju imprezy w Europie, na starym kontynencie brakowało. Pierwsze 2 edycje rozgrywane były w Baku i w Mińsku. My mierzymy się z nowym wyzwaniem. Pierwszy raz ta impreza zagościła do Unii Europejskiej, a sprawcą tego zamieszania i sprawcą tego, że Polska została doceniona na arenie międzynarodowej, jest właśnie tutaj siedzący po mojej lewej pan prezes Polskiego Komitetu Olimpijskiego, między innymi Andrzej Kraśnicki. So big hand for Andrzej. Let's start with the presentation. Imprezę to przyznano Polsce w 2019 roku, natomiast w obecnej trudnej sytuacji, w jakiej Polska się znajduje, ale tak naprawdę w jakiej znajduje się głównie Ukraina, czyli bezpośredni sąsiad, impreza ta ma wymiar wyjątkowy. Chcemy pokazać przede wszystkim wszystkim Europejczykom, ale też całemu światu, że Polska przygotowana jest po pierwsze na tego typu imprezę, a po drugie, że mimo tych wydarzeń, mimo bezpośredniego tak naprawdę kontaktu z wojną, jesteśmy również po pandemii, mierzymy się z światowym kryzysem, z inflacją. Polska jest gotowa przyjąć turystów z całego świata i zabezpieczyć przede wszystkim im ten pobyt, żeby był bardzo bezpieczny i obfitujący w sportowe emocje. Szanowni Państwo, 28 sportów, 25 aren, bo to nie tylko Kraków, nie tylko Małopolska, dołączył do tego projektu Wrocław, Chorzów, Bielsko-Biała oraz Rzeszów, także całe pasmo południowe, całe pasmo najpiękniejszych tak naprawdę rejonów polskich będzie gościło trzecią edycję Igrzysk Europejskich. Jak Państwo widzą, ponad 7 tysięcy zawodników do Polski przyjedzie na te zawody, walcząc przede wszystkim o paszporty, o kwalifikacje do Paryża, do Igrzysk w roku 2024. 7 tysięcy jest to już liczba tak naprawdę stawiająca nas w jednym szeregu z organizatorami największych imprez światowych, czyli Igrzysk Olimpijskich. Na Igrzyskach Olimpijskich ostatnich, chociażby w Tokio, startowało tych zawodników blisko 11 tysięcy. W wielkim skrócie, jako że tak jak wspomniałem przed chwilką, blisko 30 sportów, prawie 25 obiektów. Część z tych obiektów oczywiście jest już gotowa. Dlatego wybór Małopolski, wybór całego tego regionu nie był przypadkowy. Jest to region wyjątkowo obfitujący w doskonałą infrastrukturę sportową. Hale, obiekty sportowe, boiska, skocznia narciarska, bo również skoki narciarskie dołączyły do programu letnich Igrzysk Europejskich. Są już gotowe, czekają na sportowców, natomiast część z tych obiektów, które tutaj przez Państwem właśnie prezentujemy, będzie miało charakter tymczasowy, czyli będą stawiane tymczasowo tylko i wyłącznie na czas rozgrywania naszej rywalizacji. Będą to m.in. tory do kajakarstwa, będą to boiska do beach handballu, do beach soccera. Będą to również stawiane obiekty do kolarstwa, do MTB Cycling, czyli mountain bike i do BMX, czyli nowej konkurencji olimpijskiej. Tutaj w takiej małej cenzurce widzą Państwo pojemności poszczególnych, czyli capacity takich obiektów oraz poziom sportowy. I tutaj warto podkreślić, dzięki staraniom właśnie między innymi pana prezesa Kraśnickiego, ale też całego komitetu organizacyjnego i rządu polskiego udało nam się doprowadzić do sytuacji, że w zasadzie bezprecedensowej, że pierwszy raz w historii Igrzysk Europejskich ponad 90% ze sportów, które będą rozgrywane na naszych zawodach, będziemy mieli okazję spotkać w 100% najlepszych sportowców świata, bo będą to kwalifikacje do kolejnych Igrzysk Olimpijskich. Także pierwszy sukces, nie ostatni, ale mamy już za sobą. Odróżniamy się już od pierwszych 2 edycji, tak jak wspominałem, Baku i Mińska, właśnie między innymi tą jakością i o jakości od samego początku mówiliśmy, o jakości przede wszystkim sportowej, ale również organizacyjnej, do której za chwileczkę dojdziemy. Miejscowości oprócz Krakowa i Małopolski również były dobierane celowo względem tego, jaką dysponują infrastrukturą sportową, między innymi, tak jak wspominałem, Zakopane z świetnym kompleksem skoczni dla skoków narciarskich, Nowy Targ, Krynica, dysponujące fantastycznymi obiektami, co prawda do sportów zimowych, bo są to lodowiska, ale są to lodowiska, obiekty przystosowane do multidyscyplinarnych wydarzeń sportowych, w związku z czym na jednym i na drugim będziemy świadkami rozgrywek międzynarodowych w sportach walki. Na jednym będzie to judo i i taekwondo olimpijskie, na drugim będziemy mieli okazję śledzić między innymi bokserów, a boks na Igrzyskach Europejskich będzie miał wymiar szczególny. Tutaj dzisiaj ktoś wspominał o Andrzeju Gołocie, ale z takich wielkich nazwisk mamy Wojtka Bartnika, który przejął w ostatnim czasie, nasz ostatni medalista olimpijski jeszcze z Barcelony, który przejął w ostatnim czasie szkolenie naszych pięściarzy i szanowni państwo, polski boks wstaje z kolan. Coraz bardziej w ostatnich 2-3 latach liczymy się na arenach europejskich i międzynarodowych i właśnie w Polsce, właśnie w Nowym Targu podczas rozgrywania naszych igrzysk będzie do zdobycia 44 bezpośrednie kwalifikacje na Igrzyska Olimpijskie. Jest to też sytuacja, której jeszcze w Europie nie było, tak dużych kwalifikacji kontynentalnych na naszym kontynencie nie było i to też jest ukłon ze strony MKOL-u, Międzynarodowego Komitetu Olimpijskiego, w naszą stronę, pokazując, jak ważną rolę w tym roku ta impreza będzie spełniała w światowym sporcie. Obiekty, szanowni państwo, w większości piękne, nowoczesne. Z tego miejsca już zapraszam na nasze igrzyska, które rozpoczną się 21 czerwca tego roku, zakończą 2 lipca. Jak wspominałem, nie tylko Kraków, mamy przecież wspaniały Chorzowski Narodowy Stadion Lekkoatletyczny z pojemnością blisko 40 000 osób. Mamy wspaniałe obiekty w Rzeszowie, nowo oddana Niecka, obiekt do skoków do wody, skoków sportowych do wody, niesamowicie wyglądająca, spełniająca wszelkie kryteria międzynarodowe i według ekspertów najnowocześniejsza w tym momencie w Europie. Tych obiektów jest dużo, dużo więcej. Z tego miejsca serdecznie zapraszamy i możemy jechać dalej. Tak jak wspominałem, mierzymy się trochę z przeszłością, ale tak naprawdę już od niej się oddzieliliśmy. Pierwsze 2 edycje nie były w Unii Europejskiej, były w Europie, ale nie odbywały się w krajach Unii Europejskiej. Stąd ta opinia ciągnąca się za tym projektem może nie do końca była słusznie, źle postrzegana, ale faktycznie miała jakiś taki wymiar negatywny. My to już zmieniliśmy. Po pierwszy raz Igrzyska Europejskie zagoszczą do pełnoprawnego kraju Unii Europejskiej, tak jak tutaj wspominałem, już bezpiecznego, przyjaznego i tak naprawdę wolnego kraju. Będzie to niesamowita okazja do odbudowania całej branży turystycznej. Doskonale państwo wiedzą, z jakimi problemami w Polsce w ostatnich 2 latach w czasie pandemii mierzyła się polska turystyka, dysponująca świetnym zapleczem, chociażby właśnie turystyka małopolska, dysponująca świetnym zapleczem, świetną renomą. No niestety COVID wywarł swoje piętno i tutaj te zawody, największa impreza w tym roku w Europie, jedna z większych imprez na świecie, a przede wszystkim największa impreza sportowa w historii Polski. Nie tylko wolnej Polski, ale całej Polski. Tego typu rangi imprezy o takim rozgłosie, o takiej randze, o takiej skali w historii Polski, Rzeczpospolitej Polskiej jeszcze nie było. W związku z czym liczymy, że nasza turystyka, głównie właśnie tutaj oscylujemy w regiony, w których będzie rywalizacja się odbywała. Nie ukrywam, że najbardziej celujemy w Małopolskę, bo ona jest tutaj królową tego projektu. Będzie to impuls dla całej branży, że wracamy, że turysta wraca i te osoby, które przyjadą do nas na igrzyska, jesteśmy przekonani, że wrócą znowu do wszystkich tych lokalizacji, do Krakowa, do Małopolski. Tutaj mamy wspomniane również 250 milionów polskich złotych ekwiwalentu. Szanowni państwo, planujemy na dzień dzisiejszy, dzięki współpracy z Eurowizją, jest to European Broadcasting Union, ponad 150 godzin relacji bezpośrednich, jeżeli mówimy o polskiej telewizji. Wszystkie sygnały, cała rywalizacja będzie transmitowana do wszystkich 48 krajów Europy, tych, które będą uczestniczyły w naszych zmaganiach. Dodatkowo mamy informację, że w części sportów, w tych sportach nowych typu BMX, typu właśnie mountain bike, typu breaking, rywalizacja będzie transmitowana już, to wiemy na dzisiaj, do Azji oraz do Stanów Zjednoczonych. Wiemy, że Stany Zjednoczone kochają chociażby BMX-a. Dla nas sport nowy, może jeszcze niszowy, natomiast na pewno rozwojowy. Także już tutaj nie powiem, która telewizja, ale Stany Zjednoczone również po części będą transmitowały, czy później retransmitowały nasze zmagania. Także ten cały ekwiwalent, o którym tu mówimy, 250 milionów, on na pewno nie jest przesadzony, a nawet patrząc na skalę tej imprezy i wszystkich działań promocyjnych, które próbujemy wdrażać, chociażby właśnie kongres 60 milionów, pokazują, że jest to możliwe, a być może nawet to jest niedoszacowane. Także 250 milionów polskich złotych, sam ekwiwalent, myślę, że on tutaj jest do spełnienia i tak naprawdę do wypracowania bez największych problemów, a naszą wspólną rolą, państwa również, o co głęboko proszę, jest to, żeby te szanse się zwiększyły, żeby o tej imprezie, o największej imprezie w historii Polski, największej imprezie tego roku na świecie sportowej mówiło się jak najszerzej i jak najwięcej. Porównanie z poprzednimi igrzyskami, bo wspominałem już o tym kilkukrotnie, jak Państwo widzą, no progres jest namacalny, jeżeli chodzi o sporty, o poziom sportowy. Z tego poziomu sportowego, no można by powiedzieć wątpliwego, doszliśmy do momentu, że w naszej opinii o trzeciej edycji Igrzysk Europejskich na zawsze będzie się już mówiło jako o tej, która wyznaczyła nowe trendy. Naszym założeniem było to, żeby ten poziom sportowy to był taki koń napędowy, to był numer 1 naszego projektu. I tutaj, jak już wspominałem, dzięki zaangażowaniom wszystkich stron udało nam się to w 100%. Wzrost, jakby tutaj analizując w stosunku do poprzedniej edycji, jest tak naprawdę diametralny. Mało tego, w niektórych sportach europejskie federacje sportowe zgodziły się też, doceniając rangę zawodów, ale też miejsce, gdzie one będą się rozgrywały, zdecydować oddać nam organizację Mistrzostw Europy, czyli kontynentalnych mistrzostw w ramach naszego czempionatu. Także w ramach naszych igrzysk tak naprawdę w 10 sportach olimpijskich będziemy również świadkami zmagań o medale Mistrzostw Europy. No takiej sytuacji Europa jeszcze nie widziała. Jak Państwo widzą, drugie porównanie, no ponad 90% sportów będzie kwalifikacją do Paryża, do największej imprezy sportowej na świecie, a taka jeszcze mała statystyka w Tokio, szanowni państwo, czyli na poprzednich igrzyskach w 2021 roku ponad 40% medali ogółem zdobywanych przez sportowców przyjechało do Europy, co pokazuje, że Europa sportem stoi. Także gwarantuję, że najlepsi sportowcy nie tylko Europy, ale całego świata będą właśnie w Krakowie, w Małopolsce już od 21 czerwca. Tutaj przelecimy, myślę, przez prezentację mówiącą o tym, w którym regionie, w jakim mieście, jakie sporty będą zlokalizowane i tak naprawdę pokazują tylko, jak bogaty w obiekty sportowe jest nasz region. Region Małopolski, ale również Śląska, Dolnego Śląska, Podkarpacia. Są to regiony, które tak naprawdę, jeśli chodzi o poziom infrastruktury sportowej, no myślę, że mogą już śmiało być porównywane z obiektami nie tylko z Europy, ale myślę, że z najlepszymi obiektami w Stanach Zjednoczonych, Azji czy na całym świecie. Tak jak Państwo widzą tutaj pokrótce mały harmonogram zmagań sportowych. Początek, jak wspominałem, 21 czerwca, from 21st June to 2nd of July. Tak będzie przebiegała rywalizacja. 12 dni najwyższej jakości rywalizacji sportowej, rozpoczętej 21 czerwca na stadionie Wisły Kraków w Krakowie uroczystym otwarciem, ceremonią otwarcia igrzysk i zakończonym ceremonią zamknięcia również na tym samym stadionie Reymana Wisły Kraków w Krakowie, na co serdecznie jeszcze raz zapraszam. Tutaj, szanowni państwo, 2 słowa dosłownie jeszcze o promocji. Ta promocja nie byłaby możliwa bez kilku podmiotów, z którymi ściśle współpracujemy. Przede wszystkim rządowi polskiemu, przedstawicielom regionów. Tutaj mamy przedstawicieli Małopolskiej Organizacji Turystycznej, którzy tak naprawdę, jeszcze raz panowie dziękuję, chyba w najbardziej aktywny sposób uczestniczą w tym, żeby o trzecich Igrzyskach Europejskich mówiło się na całym świecie. Widzieliście tramwaje, widzieliście pociągi, niedługo samolot Polskich Linii Lotniczych wyleci pod niebo całego świata i będzie promował, będzie mówił o naszej imprezie. La Liga, właściciel Ligi Hiszpańskiej, Atos, największa firma IT zajmująca się sportem i nie tylko, dołączyły do naszego projektu, wspierają nas technologicznie. Ostatnimi czasy wyłoniliśmy 2 maskotki, tutaj może wrócimy, bo przelecieliśmy 2 maskotki. W Krakowie nie mogłoby być inaczej, gdyby to nie był smok, czyli smok krakusek. I symbol Małopolski, mało kto o tym wie, salamandra Sandra, to tak chyba wyszło. Konkurs na plakat olimpijski, na plakat Igrzysk Europejskich. Szanowni Państwo, ogłosiliśmy to wśród wszystkich uczelni zajmujących się sztuką. 3 pierwsze miejsca, tak sprawiło życie Akademia Sztuk Pięknych ASP w Krakowie. 3 prace, które wyłoniliśmy, które nagrodziliśmy, one będą tak naprawdę na stałe w historię światowego sportu wpisywały nasze igrzyska. Partnerzy medialni w kraju, za granicą, pracujemy nad kolejnymi partnerami, którzy będą mogli o nas chyba tylko w samych superlatywach mówić. I ostatni element, wolontariat. Szanowni Państwo, zapraszamy już dzisiaj Państwa, znajomych, dzieci, może wnuki do tego, żeby dołączyć do naszego programu wolontariatu. Mamy potrzeby określone w liczbie prawie 7 tysięcy osób z całego świata potrzebujemy do tego, żeby być częścią naszego projektu.
Dziękujemy za super prezentację. Can I get a big round of applause for our 3 guests here? Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I want just to say 2 things. What we do as the Ministry of Sport and Tourism, by financing sport in Poland, we create opportunities. And I want to encourage you to see this event, to see this 3rd European Games as an opportunity, also as an opportunity for you. First of all, to come and to see the best athletes in Europe competing for medals, but also as an opportunity to be part of it by being its sponsors, strongly recommended, by volunteering maybe, by proposing on creating to be part of any side events like e-sport events, which will be not a part of European Games, but will take place at the same time in Katowice. Let it be, I don't know, an art exhibition, music concert, whatsoever. You can be part of this event. See it as an opportunity. And the second thing is, when decisions were made to host the European Games by the city of Kraków, by the region of Małopolska, by the Polish government, no one knew that the war in Ukraine was going to start. But now that it is going, we can say, and we want to say, that this is our answer, that this is the way we want to say and express our strong position, our strong view that in Europe and in the world there is no place for war. There is no place in the world of sport, there is no place for countries that start war like the war in Ukraine. That's why we organize these games in Kraków, in Małopolska, in other cities, in Wrocław, but also in Rzeszów, which is, as it was said today, it's a gate to the Ukraine now, but it also has a wonderful tower, a diving tower at the brand new swimming pool in Rzeszów, financed in half by the Ministry of Sport and Tourism. We are proud of it. So I want to invite you once again to visit Poland, to visit Kraków, to take part in the 3rd European Games, but also to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję. Już bardzo krótko, jesteśmy ograniczeni czasem. Obok tak wielkiej imprezy planujemy szereg kulturalnych przedsięwzięć. Na wszystkich igrzyskach olimpijskich, na wszystkich igrzyskach i imprezach najwyższej rangi wspólnie z Towarzystwem imienia Ludwika Beethovena, z panią Elżbietą Penderecką przygotowujemy zawsze Dzień Polski. Również w Krakowie to będzie miało miejsce. Zorganizujemy specjalny dom, gdzie będziecie mogli Państwo odwiedzać i nawiązywać relacje, kontakty z uczestnikami tego przedsięwzięcia. W końcówce organizacji Igrzysk Europejskich w Katowicach odbędzie się wielkie wydarzenie sportowe obok igrzysk, europejskie igrzyska w e-sporcie, w sporcie elektronicznym. I to wszystko ma służyć upowszechnianiu sportu, upowszechnianiu Polski i promocji wspaniałych regionów. I czekamy na Was. I mam nadzieję, że to będzie wielkie wydarzenie. Chcę jeszcze dodać, że ta impreza jest ponad podziałami, że mamy bardzo silne wsparcie rządu, partii rządzących, opozycyjnych i udało nam się zrobić to, co jest ważne dla sportu. Sport łączy również w polityce. Zapraszamy do Polski. Dziękuję.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Round of applause once again. Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję. Dziękuję. Można poprosić do sceny Dorothy Rybczak-Pathak, PhD, MS. She's going to introduce herself. Briefly, quickly, she has a stand outside, and then we're starting with my good friend, Carolina Dehart, starting in about 5 minutes. All right? Bring your crew in.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about myself and about the study that I have conducted. When I arrived here this morning, there was only one person that I knew, and that was my best friend Halina Bielowicz, who about a month ago said, "You have to come here." And I said, "Why?" And she says, "Because you need to promote the findings of your study." Well, she went ahead and arranged that. She wrote to Zbigniew Klonowski, and he said, "By all means, please come. You can present your materials, you can present your findings, right outside," and that's precisely what I'm doing right now. So the reason I was motivated to do this study is because as a Polish migrant woman myself, I discovered that when Polish women migrate to other countries, Poland is a low-risk breast country. It's increasing now. But at the time when the study was conceived, it was considered low risk. When we would go to other countries like United States, England, or Australia, we would rise in our mortality from breast cancer to the level of that country. So coming to United States, we basically tripled our risk. So having the proper training, because I'm an epidemiologist, I undertook as my career to conduct such a study. It wasn't easy, but I did get the National Cancer Institute to fund it, and it was conducted in Chicago and in Detroit, and a parallel arm in Poland. So outside, I have published the findings, and when I presented the seminar, I teach at Michigan State University. In my department, I titled it Consumption of Sauerkraut and Cabbage in Adolescence and Adulthood and Breast Cancer Risk, the story of the humble cabbage. And that is true, the story of the humble cabbage. So thank you, and I hope you go and read what it really means. It reduces the risk.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Can I get mic checks? I need Carolina Dehart and her group to please come to the front. Mic check. Test 1, 2.
Doesn't everybody know that this is going to be the best panel? Isn't there
Check 1, 2.
Alexandra, open the door and say, we have a panel on telemedicine. Karolina Denhardt prowadzi. Wszyscy niech przyjdą. Co to? Co to taki pokój pusty? Będziemy się marnować.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just before we get started, okay, just before we get started, it's my pleasure to introduce Karolina Denhardt. She's superstar. She brings the energy up so high here. No one needs any vitamins or anything else. Just listen to her talk. All right, you got a good panel. Go ahead.
I thought you said she doesn't need Viagra. I'm like, where are you going with this? Oh my God, it's early in the evening. Okay, fantastic. So hello everyone. I'm hoping that my voice resonates, that some more people come in. My name is Karolina Denhardt. I'm an international family law attorney, and pretty interesting why a lawyer would be leading a panel with doctors and brainiacs in the world of medicine. But I'll tell you why. Because during COVID, the world literally went virtual. And for us lawyers, we're now practicing law on Zoom. So why not? Why can't doctors treat patients using telemedicine? I think it's a brilliant concept. You don't have to leave your house, right? And you're not self-diagnosing yourself anymore on WebMD, because when you Google something, when your toe hurts, you have cancer. When your back hurts, you have cancer. So we're going to learn today about what telemedicine is, what telemedicine looks like in Poland, in Germany, the thoughts for the United States. So great information for everybody. But first and foremost, my esteemed panel, please take a mic, pass it down, and introduce yourselves in a minute or two. This is not a dating website, it's a simple introduction.
That's going to be hard. So my name is Joanna Józefiak. I am the owner of the medical center on the border between Germany and Poland, and also president of the International Association for Healthcare. Thank you.
Joanna is very, very humble. She is a visionary and an entrepreneur and the mastermind behind this panel. We're going to come back to her in just a moment about how she got us all here together. My favorite person, really, since I met you in Poland this summer. Professor, please give us a little bit about yourself.
I am head department of gastroenterology, and I'm working very close. That's the reason we are sitting next to each other with Joanna, and we are now in the process of putting some inter-border project in order to provide the best health care system for the Polish people who are living also on the other side of the border. And I'm very proud to be here, first time. And in my previous life and my previous career, I was very big cooperation with University of Poznań, and six doctors became achieved the degree, and then 3 of them became professors in University of Poznań. I work also with University of Szczecin, where I teach students, lecture, medical students, and I'm usually giving lectures at Charité University of Berlin. Thank you so much.
And now I know I like you, because I was born in Poznań, you're from Poznań, you teach in Poznań. I'm all about it. I love it. And a voice of Germany here, my new friend Marek here. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm also from Poznań. Before I moved to Germany, and I have been working with the healthcare insurance in Germany for about 20 years now, and one of my biggest topics is to build bridges between Polish and German healthcare insurance system. So when Germany opened the labor market to Polish citizens, we built up a strong service for this workforce, and one of the pillars of the system is also the cooperation with Brandmed directly on the border. And obviously the border, when you live in a town in which one part is in one country and the another town is on another bridge side, like 200 meters, but you cannot pass the border, you have to find a solution to get to the doctor, especially when you don't speak German. Many of our customers are insured in Germany, but they don't speak German, so telemedicine is the right way to give them access to quick recovery. And and I am a chief digital officer of Barmer, the second biggest healthcare insurance in Germany, and obviously telemedicine is busting as well in the whole healthcare system. apart from the Polish-German cooperation. So I'm happy to be now today.
Thank you, and we're going to come back to so much more information you're going to share. I love the father and son duo. How proud the father must be of the son, both doctors. I'm going to start with you, sir. Dr. Mazur, please introduce yourself.
I'm 67, first wife, 4 children, 4 grandchildren. And this one is oldest one, and Michael. And his grandfather was a refugee in 1939, and being a refugee for more than 5 years. So he has been pushed to the east, and next he has been studying medicine 2 years in Budapest and next 4 years in Rzeszów. And he told a lot of history to my mother, to my wife, and to me. And during last year, we did also a lot of, as a company, as a Rzeszów, for Ukrainians because of his grandfather, also was a Michael.
Beautiful. I feel like you introduced him. So, Michael, what can you add?
That's all right. And my name is Mazur Michał, and I'm medical doctor, cardiologist. And as I'm last years very interested in modern new technologies like artificial intelligence, like decentralized database. This is, and I try to implement that in our company to serve our patients.
Wonderful. So, do you want to say something else?
Yes.
Yeah?
Who doesn't understand Polish here? But maybe we talk to Polish in English.
Listen, we
Who
could do
doesn't understand
we could
Polish?
do any language. We're like the UN here. If you want to do Polish, you'll do Polish. I'm going to come back to you. Let's start with Joanna. Let's start with where this all started. So, Joanna, you are obviously the Chief Executive Officer of BrandMed. You came up with this concept for this panel. You really are invested in what telemedicine is. You're thinking of the future. You want to get services to as many people as you can globally. Tell us a little bit about your concept and why we have this panel here today.
We have this panel today because I met a couple of people in my life, and all of them, they are very important for me, and all of them are on the stage. So that was the first. You, Carolina, Professor Marek, Mr. Mazur, and his son. It's like all of you did like so many big things, and I really want you to bring together because I know those energy should bring us to something bigger. So we did a lot of German-Polish projects, and I thought like when that's happened, we can do it much more and much bigger. So during COVID time, we just discovered that not always the patient have a possibility to come over to his doctors. And we did a project with name TeleBrandMed. So we actually opened a virtual clinic, which is actually some process. Not everybody believed that somebody can have a treatment in the internet. And we started on the COVID time. We have a lot of patients from the whole of the world who is using our virtual clinic, for example, for psychologist treatment. And then I just decided there are so many people who doesn't know the language. There are so many people who have a problem to get to the doctor, especially here in the United States. We have a lot of Polish people who cannot pay for the insurance or who cannot have this treatment. So we just decided to open our project for the world. And 60 million is the platform who give us the possibility to doing this. But it also, I will say, the doctors are more important. This opinion of our professor will be for me most important because you have to believe that is work and that it's possible. So not only Tesla is the best product, we in a medicine we still can have a wonderful product who can help all of us. to get the treatment better and faster.
So many of us are familiar with the fact that you can call a teledoctor, right? You dial an 800 number, it's on the back of your insurance card, and you get a doctor on the phone, and they'll talk to you, they'll diagnose you, they'll direct you further. This is not a new concept. What's very interesting about what you're proposing is the fact that someone sitting in New Jersey who doesn't speak English but is living in this country could connect to a doctor, professor for example, in Poznań, in Poland, and speak in their natural language to at least start the medical process. Because if they don't do that, then they'll either go undiagnosed, go to the wrong doctor, maybe there's no health insurance, so you're actually saving lives and providing a service. I'd like to hear from maybe Professor from you are a treating doctor, you are a professor, you are a learned man. Tell me what you think about this going into the digital space. Is it something that you think medicine is ready for? Is it already there? And will it impact the quality of service to a patient?
We are many different countries and of course different stages of development in terms of telemedicine and digital medicine. Actually, in Germany, it has been surveyed around 1,600, 1,800 hospitals. And to be honest, Germany is not so well developed in the terms of digital medicine. However, we are working on this, and around 4 million euro has been spent in order to achieve the goals, which is the digital hospital and digital medicine. And the frame is 2024. Some of the projects have to be completed. Now, at this stage, I'm working very close to Brandmed with Joanna, and I am now offering treatment for the Polish people in the native language. And also in the hospital where I work, I collected a number of approximately 20% of the doctors are Polish speaking, and the tendency is increasing. So what's the advantage in telemedicine? In telemedicine, we are able to screen the patients and also refer them to the best specialist. And this is going to improve the quality of medicine and also save lives, as you already mentioned before. And we are able, due to telemedicine, in future, collect sufficient number of data in order to distribute the data to the central storage service, which is going to support all doctors throughout the world with the data of the patients. Based on this data, we can offer the best treatment even for the rare disease. So now there are some disorders that just require a very quick assessment by the medical doctor, for example, skin disorders, and it is sufficient just to take a picture and just tell the patient, yes, it is something to worry about. You have to go to your next doctor, or you have to consult a specialist, dermatologist, for example. Or you just stay at home, and the probability that something serious is going to develop from this disorder is very, very low risk. So in summary, we can offer good quality medicine. The quality of the medicine is going to increase because we will have more data available. We can offer, of course, the medical assessment and the medical consultation in the home country in the native language, and we can also generate number of data that can be used in the future in order to improve the quality of the medicine.
Wonderful. There's going to be a test on this afterwards, by the way. I think I'm going to fail. Marek, I'm going to go to you. We talked in prepping for this panel about the fact that people think that telemedicine is simply, looking on a screen and talking to a doctor, and that's where it begins and ends. But you quickly corrected me that telemedicine is actually so much broader than that. There's monitoring, there's testing. It's not just that you're coughing and you need to get a flu shot. Can you talk about the bandwidth of what telemedicine is beyond just that consultation with the doctor?
Yeah, it actually starts with the communication going digital. We made a project where we invited people for cancer prevention, and more people use this way to order the test kit at home than used to go to the doctor. So it starts with lowering burdens to get access to prevention through digital communication. Then you obviously have the chance to talk to the doctor. Symptom checker is very popular. It's better if it's made by professionals and you don't have to do it with Google. Google is actually developing the single point of truth for patients, what is not good, because there is no interpretation and actually no advice how to go further. Then you have the video consultation, and then you have for some specific chronic diseases the possibility to do the telemonitoring. So you are checking the vital parameters, and then you can make some or improve the treatment, start to prevent from going to hospital in the right moment. The biggest problem for healthcare insurance is if people are coming back and back to the hospital, because it's driving costs, and also it's lowering the quality of life. Telemedicine is the way how you can deal in the proper way with your health, even if people don't like to be remembered that they are sick. A lot of people with treatment all the time, they have a problem that they don't want to be remembered by the digital possibilities that they are sick. So there is a gap, or we have to find the right way to bring the people to use it, but not giving them the feeling that they are under permanent surveillance, and then maybe at the end they also risk that will be treated worse than healthy people from the healthcare insurance. But it's more than just the telemedicine visit, and I think this is especially for people who are traveling between USA and Europe, or Poland and Germany, Poland and USA, that you can go on the travel without risking your health, because you can be telemonitored with just simple devices, and this is increasing mobility, and mobility is quality of life.
Może teraz doktor Mazur, jeden czy drugi, ale może zaczniemy od taty Mazur. Rozmawialiśmy przed panelem w temacie, jak to wygląda już teraz w Polsce, jakie doświadczenie pan lekarz ma w telemedicine, jak to się posuwa do przodu, co widzimy na rynku.
Słuchajcie, tak wyobrażam sobie, że jestem najstarszy na sali. Nie wyobrażałem sobie, będąc w waszym wieku, że doczekam się takich czasów, że tak będzie. Na pewno jego dziadek tym bardziej. Słuchajcie, jestem dumny z Polski w tej chwili, jestem dumny z Polaków, jestem dumny z Rzeszowa. Moja partia to Rzeszów, to Polska, naprawdę. I to, co rok temu tak żartobliwie mówiłem, że w co najlepiej inwestować, w ten czas był pan prezydent Fiołek. Mówię, nie w bitcoiny, tylko najlepsze inwestycje to Rzeszów. Proszę zobaczyć, jak się sprawdziło. Więc proroctwo. Chciałem powiedzieć, że również moja firma, myśmy 7 lat temu na spotkaniu z panem Szymańskim, Klonowskim wymyślili, że jest nas 40 plus 20, czyli 60 milionów i trzeba to integrować tak, jak się Żydzi potrafią integrować, bracia nasi starsi, mądrzy, bracia w wierze. I integrujmy się, Polacy, bo świat idzie do przodu. Jestem dumny z was, również moich panelistów tutaj, że tak Joanna potrafi tworzyć taką kasę chorych, tak pięknie Polka się porusza na niemieckim rynku, czy pan profesor w tak młodym wieku za 2 tygodnie będzie miał tytuł doktora honoris causa w Poznaniu. Nie za darmo, tylko wyszkolił wielu polskich, 6 doktorantów ma, 3 profesorów w tym i to Polak, proszę zobaczyć. Także Polacy Polacy są bardzo inteligentni, nie są sztywni tak jak niektóre narody i to jest niezbędne dla sukcesu. I mamy tutaj również w medycynie, w telemedycynie, w sztucznej inteligencji ogromną szansę. Tak jak Korea Południowa jest najszybciej rozwijającym się krajem, bo podobnie jak Niemcy czy Japonia pracują długo, podobnie jak Niemcy czy Japonia, i to we wszystkim, również w medycynie, potrafią wszystko dobre zmieniać na lepsze, tak jak to w Niemcy robią, że każdą dobrą rzecz trzeba zmieniać na lepszą, tak mówią, ale robią wszystko szybko. Szybko pizza, szybko umowa, szybko realizacja. I Polacy tacy są. Ten ostatni rok to pokazał. Jestem dumny też z takich zachowań właśnie polski młodzi ludzie. Bo gdyby to zależało ostatni rok wyłącznie od takich ludzi w moim wieku i starszych, to by tak nie było. Młodzi Polacy są właśnie tacy otwarci. Także zachęcam was, Polska Polonio, Polacy, bądźcie dumnym narodem. Do przodu Polsko, naprawdę. Ja chciałem jeszcze takiego wyjątkowego, bo tylko mówię o Polakach. Jest Filip Ligos, wieloletni konsul z Ameryki. Ja uważam, że powinien być takim gościem honorowym kongresu. W ostatniej chwili dołączył, ale on mieszka w Polsce wiele lat. Patrzy na Polskę z lotu ptaka. Słuchajcie, miło z nim rozmawiać, jak widzi Polskę. Jak się w ciągu jego 30 lat znajomości z Polską Polska zmieniła. No porozmawiajcie z Filipem. Prowadzi również biznesy. Wracając do medycyny, proszę Państwa, to na przykład, jak coś robimy lepiej niż Niemcy czy Amerykanie, to ogromnie nas to cieszy. Czyli to taki syndrom takiego młodszego brata, czy tam. Chciałem powiedzieć panu profesorowi, chciałem wam powiedzieć w Ameryce, że mamy jedną ubezpieczalnię główną. Jak powstawała w 2005 roku, wszyscy się mówili, po co NFZ? Kasy chory są lepsze. Czas pokazał, że Niemcy się zakręcili, mają medycynę, owszem, może technologicznie trochę lepszą, ale organizacja leży. U nas ten NFZ spowodował e-recepty, e-skierowania, teleporady, telewizyty. W COVID-zie zachowywaliśmy się lepiej niż Niemcy, lepiej niż Amerykanie. Tego głośno nikt nie mówi. A już żeby pochwalić rząd czy coś, ja nie jestem z partii, tak jak mówię, moja partia to Rzeszów. Ale byliśmy lepsi, rozumiecie? Więc podobnie w tej chwili jeden PESEL powoduje, że wszystko w Polsce widać w systemie. Lekarz ma komfort. Sam jestem internistą, kardiologiem, głównie jestem lekarzem, a biznes, powiedzmy, to jest jakaś wtórna. Tego w Niemczech nie ma. Nie mogą się porozumieć między sobą. Podobnie w Ameryce. Tu jest super medycyna eksperymentalna i medycyna to jest super biznes. Natomiast użytkowa medycyna jest kiepska. Użytkowa medycyna w Anglii jest kiepska. Więc ogromna szansa właśnie w informatyce, w sztucznej inteligencji. Tu jest duża szansa. Proszę Państwa, wymyśliliśmy też w Rzeszowie 3 lata temu, a 2 lata temu wszedł program 40+. Tego nie macie ani w Ameryce, ani że każdy człowiek, kto ma 40 lat i więcej, może sobie zrobić cały szereg badań. Jako moja firma zrobiliśmy 10% ogólnopolskiej i chcemy zrobić tego mnóstwo, chcemy zrobić 400 000 badań, rozsyłając 6 takich tirów. Jeździmy tak jak cyganie, w każdej parafii mamy 650, w każdej parafii jesteśmy 2 dni. Po to, żeby przebadać społeczeństwo całe. Wyniki są, Państwu szczególnie powiem, ale panu profesorowi, jakie wyniki, jak są zaniedbani ludzie po COVID-zie. I takie globalne podejście do tego, żeby zrobić te badania wszystkim, bo Niemcy robią 3 razy więcej badań w podstawowej medycynie niż my. To jest idea, czyli medycyna oparta na edukacji, profilaktyce, wczesnym wykrywaniu, wczesnej interwencji. Pan profesor ma specjalizację również leczenia guzów onkologicznych głównie.
Właśnie mam tylko pytanie, bo to jest taki fajny moment właśnie do młodego teraz, młodszego doktora Mazur. Jak młodzi lekarze patrzą właśnie na to, tak? Bo tak tata powiedział, parę lat temu to było nie do przyjęcia, że coś takiego się będzie działo, tak? A dla młodych lekarzy, co teraz kończą medycynę, to jest bardzo normalna rzecz i oczywiście, że wszystko robimy przez telefon i tak dalej, tak? Także jak to wygląda z perspektywy następnego pokolenia lekarzy?
To wydaje się być wymóg tak naprawdę czasów, a szczególnie w Polsce, gdzie jest niedobór medyków, niedobór lekarzy. Dostęp do lekarza jest często trudny, długo oczekuje się na wizytę. W czasach pandemii, COVID-u teleporady tak naprawdę były jedyną formą często możliwości kontaktu pacjenta z lekarzem. I chyba w Polsce dosyć to dobrze realizowaliśmy i realizujemy dalej. Wiem, jak to wygląda u nas i w Rzeszowie. Pacjenci często coraz częściej właściwie korzystają z telemedycyny, z teleporad i jest to potrzebne, konieczne, bo jest mało lekarzy. Tak jak jest potrzebne, to aby pielęgniarka czy też inne zawody medyczne przejmowały część obowiązków lekarskich, część tego fachu lekarskiego z tego samego powodu. Niewystarczającej ilości lekarzy, a wciąż starzejącego się społeczeństwa i przybywającej ilości pacjentów, chorób w społeczeństwie. Jest to niewątpliwie przyszłość i nie tylko lekarza jako osoby, ale też tego wirtualnego lekarza, virtual doctor, czy też sztucznej inteligencji, która coraz szerzej wchodzi i bardzo kompleksowo uzupełnia telemedycynę. To mogę podać przykład programu, który sami stosujemy w Rzeszowie o nazwie Blood Lab. Program wykorzystujący algorytm mechanicznego uczenia sztucznej inteligencji, który analizuje wyniki morfologii i w tej chwili również biochemii, a w przyszłości możliwe, że dalsze inne badania laboratoryjne pod kątem chorób różnych, ale przede wszystkim chorób rzadkich. Pacjent otrzymujący wynik morfologii krwi otrzymuje często wydruk czy też zrzut kilkunastu parametrów, gdzie najczęściej ma zaznaczoną strzałkę, że coś jest podwyższone, coś jest obniżone, natomiast nie wie, jak to interpretować. A program, z którego korzystamy, interpretuje, stawia diagnozę i sugestie działania. I liczy się, że 8-9 tysięcy chorób rzadkich, które można diagnozować na bazie wyniku morfologii, które są przeoczane bardzo często i przez lekarzy, i przez specjalistów innych niż hematolodzy. No, często są to choroby, których lekarz w ciągu życia nie widzi. A program jest jak sito, które wyłapuje te choroby rzadkie. A jednocześnie dla pacjenta jest to czysta informacja, jest to diagnoza, powiedzmy, no, subkliniczna nadczynność tarczycy, gdzie ma opis słowny, ma sugerowane dalsze postępowanie i wyjaśnione, co dalej można robić.
Dziękuję, super, tak. I'm going to throw this out to the entire panel. We're talking about medicine in Germany, we're talking about medicine in Poland, we're now talking about providing the service in the United States. Very different healthcare systems. There's all sorts of different approaches. Doctors perhaps treat differently. Maybe certain drugs are available in Poland that are not available in the US and vice versa. So what are some of the challenges that you as doctors, or Joanne, if you want to chime in, see as far as how will the countries work together if I, a patient in New York, am calling you, Professor in Poznań? What could be some of the challenges in providing that medical advice between the countries?
I'd like to stress I can advise, I can give a general advice to the patient. Of course, there are socio-economic burdens in each country. And of course, there is some kind of a slightly different quality of medical service. However, in terms of global medical progress and through the exchange programs within and out and interdisciplinary and within Europe and also within other continents, the quality of medicine is kind of improving, not only improving, but also we have very similar standards. And I can advise the patient, and if the patient agree, then I can transfer his own data, her own data to the specialist, which is responsible for treatment for the patient. However, we have some other burdens, and this has to be stressed. With the data safety, we have the data security, we have the cyber attacks, and we have the abuse of the data that will be generated during the consultation. However, we have to address all of this issue, and not every country is the same stage to deal with this issue. It's very difficult in Germany to deal in this issue, and that's the reason that Germany is not so well developed in terms of digital medicine. But I think that in the nearest future, we are going to look behind and see that we just made a big step forward to offer the best, especially to the Polish community in all world.
Marek, I'm going to end with you. We have, I think, maybe 2 or 3 minutes left. Obviously, everybody in this room has a phone, whether a Samsung or an iPhone or some version of a phone, right? We have apps, we download, we take pictures, videos, we're Facebook Live, we're doing all these different things. Should people be nervous about uploading a picture of a body part or a specimen of some sort or something to a doctor across the Atlantic Ocean, sending their information? You touched upon this for a second about cybersecurity, but in general, if somebody's telling me that I should download something and all of a sudden I'm giving my medical information, I'm nervous. What can you say about that in our closing remarks?
I think that it's important to address the issue of digital literacy. We are not taking care a lot about data security when we do it on the private way. It's more the task of healthcare companies or of healthcare insurance companies, which should offer a proper way to deal with telemedicine. And obviously the big techs like Amazon, Google, Apple are introducing or going into the market. They will define how the healthcare of the future will see like. And we as old players on the market have to adapt. Centric or patient-centric healthcare is the future for us. And when we talk in Germany about the competition between the healthcare insurance companies, I say not other companies as our competition, but Amazon, Google, and other companies like this. And but I know that Europe has a different approach to data security or sharing the data, and we have to educate the people how to deal in the proper way, so they can keep the data safe for them, and then that they also know what will happen with the data if they share it. And data is money, so when we spend billions of dollars or euros for healthcare from the social insurance systems, we have to have a look how we monetize this data which is produced and paid by the statutory health insurance. But the first thing is the data literacy in terms of healthcare. It's a big issue for us, and I think when we want to succeed with such a transatlantic services or even within the Europe, we have to put or stress more this topic in the future.
I think that what we're going to see in the years to come is that this is going to be truly the wave of the future, right? So for those of you that remember the Jetsons, the cartoon, remember how like we thought that Skype was going to be something that would never happen, and now we're far beyond that. Now we're FaceTiming and doing all sorts of virtual things. So this is definitely is the wave of the future. I want to thank my panel for all the great words of wisdom, and I wish you the best of luck as this continues to develop. Thank you for your attention.
One, two. All right, that was a great panel on medical, Zoom meetings, medical, all kinds of stuff medical. Big round of applause for Carolina and her crew here. Great job, great job. All right, can I please get Krzysztof Grabowski, Łukasz, Oscar, Jose, Zbigniew, Brooks to the stage. Mic check. Check 1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Brian.
Check 1, 2.
1, 2.
Check test 1, 2.
1, 2.
We will invite.
Can I get Krzysztof?
Oh man, Brooks Moy. How are you? Partner nasz od tych... Od czego? Od budynku?
Krzysztof Grabowski, please.
Well, you can run it, I guess.
He's the moderator. I got to get him here. Can someone get...
Test.
Can someone get Krzysztof from the back, please?
One.
This is the last panel, and we're saving really good stuff for the end. Just like Carolina's seminar was fantastic. Carolina, big up, always. Have you guys had a good time so far? Yes? Okay. We got one more panel to go, and this is Puerto Rico, which is a fantastic group. We're really looking forward to starting with them. But in the meantime, and when we're waiting for our moderator, Krzysztof, and Krzysztof's here, okay. All right, Krzysztof, your crew is ready to go. Grab a mic, and muchas gracias, amigos y amigas. Habla español poco. Jose, you can do the rest. Bueno, super bueno. Okay, all right, Krzysztof, you're on.
Excellent, thank you. I would like to welcome everybody to the panel on relations between U.S., Poland, and Puerto Rico, trade relations, and I would like to welcome our guests. Our guests are Jose Nadal, legal and government affairs consultant, former senator to Puerto Rico, active between 2013 and 2020. And then we have Lukasz Macniak, president of Polish Association of Puerto Rico, founder of Solid Core Group, LLC, and Aquanello.
Aquanek.
Thank you. Oskar Kowalski, entrepreneur, co-founder of Newco Capital, Luxmark Capital, the Global Incubator, and also a member of Polish Association of Puerto Rico, that you guys both created, 2 years ago? New endeavor. Zbigniew Nowak, chairman of Nova Group, active in the sectors of yacht building, meat industry, and most recently developer and hotel builder. And lastly, Brooks Moy, principal founder of Magnolia Wash Holding, owner of 60 car washes and 100. Okay, my info is not up to date. Gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the panel, and perhaps we should start with giving the mic to Mr. Jose Nadal, who I would like to ask a question regarding Puerto Rico. Why is it so attractive, and why is it from the governmental standpoint? Why is it so beneficial to actually become, for foreigners, Polish clients, Polish entrepreneurs, is it so attractive to become a resident of the island?
Puerto Rico, as you may well know, is part of the United States, but contrary to the 50 states, Puerto Rico as a Commonwealth has its own tax code. Puerto Rico is the only jurisdiction within the United States that is the only jurisdiction within the United States customs zone that has a different tax code. Because you can think of the Virgin Islands, Guam, other territories of the United States that are not states, actually, but they are out of the custom zones of the U.S. What does that mean? You can manufacture any product in Puerto Rico, and it is made in USA because we are within the customs zone. And you can have a different tax dealing, a tax preference when manufacturing in the island, because we do not pay in Puerto Rico federal income taxes, meaning you manufacture, you gain the whole access, complete access to the U.S. market, but with a different tax treatment. It is unique in the U.S. It does not happen in the 50 states, but you can do that in Puerto Rico. If you need to manufacture something or provide services, to export services from Puerto Rico, you can get a tax decree from the Puerto Rico government. You don't pay federal income taxes, and you perform any business you want, especially manufacturing and export of services from the island to the mainland U.S. That's our main difference, when you compare the island to any of the 50 states, because here or in Hawaii, you will have to pay the U.S. federal income taxes, not in Puerto Rico, as long as it is a Puerto Rico source income, meaning it is great for manufacturing and services export. We have, the government of Puerto Rico is always welcoming new investments. We want to bring new investments. We already have a huge pharmaceutical manufacturing cluster in the island and medical devices. Now the aeronautical sector is growing. During the last decade, Honeywell, Pratt & Whitney have established in Puerto Rico also. They find it very attractive, and we hope to be able to attract more of those investments. And we've been very active with the Polish Business Association in Puerto Rico. We went to Poland last August, promoting the island as a great place for European manufacturers or businesses to establish if you want to gain access to the U.S. market. We have a dedicated service in terms of shipping between the island and the mainland. That's not a problem. And also, Puerto Rico can serve as a hub for Caribbean trade. The market, if you want to sell in the Caribbean, Puerto Rico is the ideal hub because of the transportation connections we have. There is a free trade treaty between the U.S. and the Dominican Republic and Central America, which you can also use for your benefit if you want to use Puerto Rico as a hub for any business opportunity. I will leave it now to...
Well, Senator, thank you for that. Lucas, you've you are the president of Police Association of Puerto Rico. After coming to PR, 2 years ago, you've decided to launch many businesses on the island. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing and how, what brought you to Puerto Rico?
Well, yeah, that's correct. I mean, this last 2 years definitely has been some ride for me and for many of our partners here. So we went to Puerto Rico, me and Bolek, who's my partner in the construction development business, because we have, from early on, we've seen a great opportunity and how things are changing in Puerto Rico in recent years. And that really mostly is because of the tax incentives and all the money flowing to Puerto Rico. So then after moving to the island, With Oscar, we decided that this can be a great opportunity not only for us but for Polish people, for Polish companies, because simply we're living on the island which doesn't really produce many goods, so probably 95% of any products are imported to the island, and we as Poland offer many different kind of high quality products. We just simply believe that this is the right approach to bring Poland and Polish people to the island, and help the island, and also benefit, made some business.
Excellent. Oscar, based on your experience being on the island over the last few years and the opportunities that you see there, do you think that there's a lot of potential from Polish small and medium-sized companies to be able to deliver the products or services that the island currently requires or will require in not so distant future?
Yeah, so easily looking at, I guess the easiest way to look at Puerto Rico is if you were to compare it to New York, 30, 35 years ago maybe. The expansion that not only has transpired over the last 5 years, many people know Puerto Rico for the fact that it's been the largest aggregator of stateside millionaires for tax incentive reasons over the last 5 years. With that being said, there has been a tremendous aggregation of capitalization from stateside institutions to high net worth individuals that now live in Puerto Rico and have wanted to invest in the island and so forth. In terms of small businesses or any businesses of any scale, whether manufacturing or depending on the sectors, we, for instance, have now partnered with a group called Q Modular out of Krakow, Poland, with a roughly $70 million contract for them to develop and bring modular builds to Puerto Rico. On top of that, with the same group, we're now working on creating different modular builds for such things as car washes and so forth. So not only are we bringing deal flow, shall we say, to the Polish markets and aggregating different Polish sector-based businesses to Puerto Rico with our own capitalization, where we're investing tens of millions of dollars and bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars of outsourced capital for the development of the island. We're looking for partnerships, and not only are we looking from a personal and business level, the Puerto Rican government, who we're starting to work very closely with, is looking to aggregate partnerships all over. So what we have found, being that we're obviously Polish and patriots and so forth, we'd like to aggregate as much Polish partnerships and bring them into the island as we can. Our goal with the Polish Association is to, as even today when we discuss some things with the minister, we'd like to open up the route for every single Polish businessman, woman, business itself, to be able to participate on the growth spectrum of Puerto Rico over the next 5 to 8 years. I think within the United States, you will not find another geographical area that has the capacity and growth potential that Puerto Rico has. We have to understand that Puerto Rico is a central position within the Caribbean. On an export-import level, it's a fabulous geographical area to be able to come in and get into the US markets. So I think there's a huge opportunity. Doesn't matter what sector, because currently, I think every single sector, whether it's tech, development, construction, medicine, that could be useful in Puerto Rico and so on.
Great. We had that conversation with Senator Nadal before, and it has been said that some $80 billion of investment is needed on the island. Some of that,
no, it's being invested.
Sure the numbers are correct.
Yeah, it's being allocated already.
It's being allocated.
80 billion for reconstruction after Hurricane Maria. Now that took place almost 5 years ago, but now the money is really flowing into the island, plus an additional 15 billion to rebuild the whole power grid in the island, the electricity system. So we are receiving historically high U.S. federal investment in the island, and it have had an impact also to rebuild the whole island's infrastructure. We're talking about power grid, water system, roads, bridges, everything.
Right, and that's where we believe that we can find a place to cooperate. Being Polish Association of Puerto Rico or Polish Investment and Trade Agency that
Yes.
I represent based in Warsaw, hopefully that we can tap into that potential and be able to deliver companies and the products and services that the island so badly needs nowadays.
We need contractors, we need people to work on the projects because in the island there are not enough companies to rebuild everything. That is a fact. Yeah.
And it's also a fact, like Oscar mentioned, that there's quite a large influx of high net worth individuals into the island. I know that for a fact because some of the financial advisors that I spoke to say that a lot of their clients pick Puerto Rico as a place as their final destination. And so I see potential in that simply because having people of high net worth deciding to move to the island, they must have done their research, right? So they think that the place is safe, the tax system is stable, the government falling under the umbrella of U.S. government in many different aspects. It's promising to be there to stay, right? So there's no, it's a democratic government open to investors.
Well, I think we could easily say, from being someone that's been in business for a long time in multiple sectors and investing in multiple sectors, I'd much rather be in a U.S. territory than be in Panama or Cayman Islands or Dubai. And I think in terms of a business overview, many of whether it's John Paulson, for instance, one of the wealthiest Americans that has poured a ton of money into Puerto Rico himself, but the trust factor behind the government, being that it's under federal regulation, being that you're reported into the IRS, whether in the stock market it's still the SEC, it's still FINRA, there is no differential. So the trust basis of the government being involved and being that the banking system is still a domestic banking system, U.S. domestic banking system, creates a much easier level of trust and then obviously investment flow through into Puerto Rico itself.
I would like to add to Oscar's comments that let's all the federal laws, the U.S. federal laws apply in Puerto Rico. The banking is regulated by the federal government, everything. So there is, the judicial, the legal safety is there. We have U.S. federal courts in Puerto Rico. So the enforcement is done by the U.S. federal government. So that's the legal safety is there. It's like a state in that terms.
Right, and that's really important to note because a lot of those companies who are looking to expand into the U.S. market, they haven't necessarily looked at Puerto Rico before, but now that you've saying that the laws are very similar, it's definitely going to be a safe place to go, and that's for us to actually educate. It's our job.
Well, it's a big educational factor. I mean, we've obviously started importing a ton of workforce from Poland. Polish, now the U.S. government has passed mandates allowing Ukrainian refugees to be able to come on working visas, 2-year work visa with a 2-year extension, which we're obviously taking advantage of as a consortium. So there is a ton of work for not only businesses themselves, but people themselves. And there needs to be a huge, or larger, should I call it, influx of high-value workforce into Puerto Rico itself. But one thing that I will state, because the educational factor is a big thing, the first question we get from a lot of, whether it's investment partners or business partners, is, are you not worried about crime? One. In fact, I've been asked this. I lived in New York my whole majority of my life. Wall Street for the latter part of my life, and I tell them, you know what, I feel safer walking at 2 in the morning in the middle of San Juan than I'll ever feel walking at 2 in the morning in Manhattan. In all honesty, the second question that always arises is, are you not worried, or how can you do business there on large scale with all the hurricanes? Well, the truth of the matter is, Maria was a once in a 100-year hurricane. The hurricane that many of you have seen in the media last year, it actually had very minimal devastation on the island. So that's a factor that most of the outside public does not realize we do living there.
As cruel as it sounds, it also gives the companies an opportunity to rebuild, right? So there is this factor of people, losing their lives and having their lives turned upside down. But there's also an opportunity in that, right? So. Let me move on to Brooks. Can you tell us a little bit about why you decided to be in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, so we've had a long, successful last 30 years developing in the U.S. And initially, I hadn't given consideration to investing in what I considered to be at the time a foreign country like where we are outside of San Juan and in Dorado areas in Puerto Rico. But I met Oscar in Florida and spent some time with him and have known him now for about 2 years. I just moved to Puerto Rico in January of this year, but we've been working on projects in Puerto Rico for probably close to a year's time now, I would say. So one of the things that attracted me to it was the beauty of the country, one, and the people themselves. We fell in love with the people. I got a great opportunity to meet many of the members of our group and our team that are sitting here in partnership, and got close with the first, I would say, anyone from Poland that I've ever really hung out with and had the opportunity to sit down and have a meal with, much less invest with as well too. So, it's an exciting time for us. When I first got to Puerto Rico, I saw great opportunity for what I felt like was going to be a long-term growth plan in the country. I had a very good friend describe it to me this week in a certain way. We see what's happening and the opportunity in Puerto Rico being very similar to what happened 30, 40 years ago in Singapore, even in Miami. We anticipate that on some scale that Puerto Rico is going to end up a very similar developed, economic powerhouse like we have here in Miami as well too, and we think there's a lot of great opportunity for that. And specifically with regard to the damage, I guess, more or less from the 2017 hurricane, that was a big concern on my part when I first went in, and I said, how does that potentially impact business and for how long? But to your point, what comes out of a disastrous situation like that is reinvestment, new investment, restructuring, and infrastructure support and redevelopment that you wouldn't see otherwise. And so it's almost like the good comes out of the bad in that scenario. From a timing standpoint, I'm not going to live another 100 years to see a big storm like that, and I'm taking Oscar's word that it's not going to happen for another 100 years. And if it does, you got to pay me back all the money I'm investing there. But we're going to go and develop car washes. We have begun developing some other real estate holding. Some of the partners are here today that are involved in that too. We have access to financing. American banks are interested in making loans in that market. My bank in particular, I had an opportunity to meet with them on a particular project last week, and the terms of that financing are pretty positive. So yeah, if I were someone who was, in Europe looking for opportunities to get outside of my area of investment geographically, it's an area that I would look at.
Thanks for that. And how do you deal with the fact, not being used to, I imagine, living 6 months out of the year in completely different place, maybe not familiar to you before. How is it for you guys to be there for at least 6 months out of the year? And weather-wise is great, right? But is the adjustment was an easy process?
Well, I will say, our plan never was to just do the 6 months mandatory to, which we have to apply with our tax incentives. So we dare to do work and develop and grow. So, it's a different environment. I would actually say that for many reasons, I always think it's closer to us Polish people living in Puerto Rico than living in US, like culture-wise and people. So, there are challenges for sure, but as long as you committed, you work with it.
Yeah, the culture is a little bit slower. I think that was the biggest adjustment that we had to make, but. Quite frankly, after a period of time over the last year, and again, I only moved in January of this year, we've seemed to settle in nicely. I mean, it can't be so bad. You get to walk on the beach every day and eat great food and meet great people.
Depending on where you order the food from.
Yeah.
If you could order. Yeah. It's funny. So there's many ways to look at it, right? My fiance, for instance, hated it the first year and a half. It took a little time to get her across the board. But from a business standpoint, let's look at it for instance. So we started developing 3 years ago. Within that 3-year period, just on an aggregation side, we're looking at roughly about $350 to $360 million worth of development that we own as a consortium. And then Lucas has probably another $600 million in third-party contract work. So if you're looking at it from a business standpoint, and we're there 3 years, think about how you could aggregate almost $1 billion worth of just development business. Where else can you possibly do that? By being someone new in the country. And obviously contacts are needed and so forth. But this is one of the main points of the Polish Association of Puerto Rico and why we have been so gung-ho on pursuing Polish partnerships. Because we have an established base of contacts, partnerships, capitalization, and so forth. What Senator Nadal stated that there's $80 billion available from government funding currently within the island. Someone has to be able to intake that capital and produce whatever is needed for the island. We were sitting at a meeting a couple weeks ago, and one of the government representatives for Puerto Rico stated to us that there's $1.6 billion available right now just for paint jobs. Painters, paint buildings, those are huge numbers. So looking at it from a Polish standpoint, there's a tremendous opportunity for whether it's Polish domestic partners, or even the Polonia businesses like Lucas, for instance, who had a 20-year business cycle in New York at a 100-person firm and moved everyone to Puerto Rico at a swoop. So there's a ton of that. So depending on which side you look at it, from a living standpoint, obviously there's differences. You are living in Caribbean time; things are slower.
Right.
But,
I would say this: I can't speak from a business perspective as a Polish investor. My first trip to Poland is going to take place in about 6 weeks, I think. Right, guys? But I will tell you that any major developments, any new SFR retail type developments, any QSR products that are brought from the U.S. over are so widely accepted as part of the community and are in such demand. Imagine Krispy Kreme donuts as an example, which actually it was born out of a small company that was very near where I live in the U.S., or where I used to live in the U.S., I guess I say. The line to go through the drive lane there can take up to, there'll be 40 to 50 cars in line as an example. Chick-fil-A has recently been introduced to the island as well too, with great success. They're seeing good numbers there as well too. So when I went, I started to look at the things that in my neighborhood were really successful and the things that I knew a little bit about, and I began to see they were accepted, integrated, and there was a certain adoption of those products and services in Puerto Rico. So I think there's a hunger there for things that they're not even really aware exist out there as well too. So that really piqued my interest when I got there, and Oscar took me as an example to the first Chick-fil-A that was built there and said, look at the line there. So what we're going to be bringing from the U.S. is going to be well accepted, and I think the feedback we've gotten so far has been positive.
I don't want to put your business out there, but it's actually a good point for everyone in the crowd to actually hear about this. So someone like Brooks, for instance, who said that he's obviously came to Puerto Rico because of our contact base and so forth. But Brooks has been a gentleman that has grown from nothing to build basically a business that's worth close to $1 billion, one of the largest holding companies of car washes in all of the United States. A person of his caliber, no offense, Brooks, at your age, you're a young guy, but doesn't have to make a choice to go to another country. There's no need for him to do that. He has plenty of capitalization. He's built his business. He could continue to build his business until an exit. So for someone of that caliber to take not only a chance, but to aggressively pursue investing in Puerto Rico and actually moving from somewhere that he's lived his whole life, we have to look at it from a perspective, well, if he's doing this sort of move, why shouldn't we? And I think that's the important part. Not everyone has the knowledge base to know about Puerto Rico. We're trying to spread that knowledge base and allow for opportunity for people like us, where we come from.
I'll switch to Polish now. Panie Zbyszku, pan Zbigniew Nowak, właściciel Nowak Group, tak? Mam dla pana pytanie, jak to się stało, że pan się znalazł w Puerto Rico, mając tak naprawdę ogromny background w inwestowaniu w Polsce i tutaj nagle zupełna zmiana o 180 stopni, tak?
Witam Państwa wszystkich. Bardzo się cieszę, że tutaj liczne grono nas słucha. A powiem w ten sposób. Zawsze miasto Gdańsk to jest w ogóle miasto hanzeatyckie. Ja urodziłem się w Gdańsku i całe życie podróżowałem po różnych miejscach na świecie, promowałem polską żywność głównie, nie mówiąc po angielsku, ale zawsze jakoś ta promocja mi wychodziła. Więc wydaje mi się, że moją takim poszukiwaniem miejsca, gdzie chciałbym również sporą część po prostu roku przebywać, to Puerto Rico naprawdę jest idealnym takim miejscem, więc to zostałem teraz ambasadorem tej marki Puerto Rico. Mam nadzieję, że ta marka się będzie rozwijać w myśleniu polskich przedsiębiorców, bo do tej pory namawialiśmy tylko, żeby amerykańscy przedsiębiorcy inwestowali w Polsce, a my teraz namawiamy, żeby polscy przedsiębiorcy wreszcie inwestowali w Puerto Rico. Ponieważ zbudowałem już 2 hotele, a teraz jeszcze kupiłem stocznię jachtową i nawet 100 jachtów wyprodukowałem, więc myślę, że też będę szukał rynków zbytu, ale bardziej nam zależy na tym, żeby przenosić tam produkcję, czyli żeby znajdować ludzi, którzy będą chcieli coś w tym Puerto Rico robić, tak? I uważam, że to jest właśnie przyszłość, dlatego że rzeczywiście Polska jest pięknym krajem, a Gdańsk to jest piękne miasto, ale między listopadem a marcem to tak trochę słaba pogoda jest, to nie są góry, tak jak Zakopane i fajno jest gdzieś sobie wyjechać. I teraz, żeby stworzyć tą bazę i tu apartamentów, i hoteli, i miejsc, to uważam, że te Puerto Rico jest idealne. Druga sprawa, którą ja się głównie zajmuję, to właśnie między innymi to jest moje hobby, zajmuję się tą prozdrowotną żywnością, tak? No mając te 67 lat piję, słuchajcie, bo wczoraj mnie ciągle wszyscy pytali, skąd mam tyle energii, piję taki mój patent omega-3 z polskiego lnu. Mamy sytuację w tej chwili taką, że po prostu jest to tak dobry produkt, że naprawdę wielu moich przyjaciół, moje wnuki, wszyscy po prostu to piją. Między innymi przywiozłem dzisiaj z sobą pierwszą prozdrowotną Nutellę, bo nie wiem, nie będę tu robił antyreklamy, ale wystarczy przeczytać skład Nutelli, to każdy ma swój rozum i może se później odpowiedzieć na pytanie. Jakby ktoś chciał, to mogę iDropem przesłać skład mojej Nutelli i też sobie odpowie na pytanie, czy to jest dobre, czy niedobre. Ja mogę napisać, że ta moja, nazwijmy to Nutella w skrócie, służy dla rozwoju i wzrostu dzieci i mogę to napisać na etykiecie, tak? Ale chciałbym zobaczyć, co oni mogą napisać na etykiecie. I między innymi ja uważam, że sposób taki prozdrowotnego życia, czyli wyjeżdżanie i łącznik między Gdańskiem i Puerto Rico, to są miasta portowe, to jest idealne, wprost się wpisuje właśnie w to zdrowie, bo też powinien człowiek wyjechać i też trochę tego słońca jakby dostać. Ale jak już wyjedzie, no to musimy ich karmić prozdrowotnie, myśleć prozdrowotnie, bo sorry, ale zdrowia bez wiedzy nie dostaniemy. Bo najczęściej ludzie, którzy nam sprzedają rzeczy, niestety tam surowca czy tego zdrowia jest tam bardzo mało. Tam najczęściej jest cały czas tylko marketing. A jestem ostatnio wyznawcą, że powinno się produkty sprzedawać maksymalnie ze 100% marżą w stosunku do surowca i kosztu wytwarzania. Kiedyś taki trend na pewno się rozwinie na świecie, bo ludzie nie chcą być niby oszukiwani, a tak naprawdę są cały czas oszukiwani i wystarczy, no u nas na przykład łyżeczka tego produktu mojego zastępuje 2 kilo dorsza. Nie? Wszyscy mówią, że transrekina północnoatlantyckiego jest niezbędny dla życia ludzi. No nie jest. No bo ludzie 500 lat temu na Mazowszu też żyli, a tranu nie mieli z rekina północnoatlantyckiego. Więc wydaje mi się, że po prostu fajno jest, jeżeli się zbiera grupa fajnych ludzi, ambasadorów marki. Fajno jest, że akurat w tej chwili moje główne dziedziny to nieruchomości, hotele, no, jachty, no, ale doświadczenie moje i chciał amerykańskim Polakom przekazać, jest bardzo ważne, jeżeli chodzi o zdrowie. No bo wszystko, pieniądze są bardzo ważne, nie? Dzisiaj z bogatych zrobiliśmy się tylko majętnymi, bo wiadomo jakie są dzisiaj stopy, ale zdrowia naprawdę nie kupimy. Trzeba normalnie się zastanowić, co jeść, po co jeść, dlaczego jeść, tak? I wydaje mi się, że moja rola na pewno odegram po prostu tam zasadniczą rolę, zwłaszcza, że wszystkich kolegów tutaj cały czas namawiam do takiego systemu życia jak moje.
Dziękuję bardzo. Z naszej strony ja chciałem pokibicować wszystkim waszym projektom, aby one zrealizowały się i ten plan kilkuletni, który na pewno macie, jeżeli chodzi o Polish Association Puerto Rico, ale ogólnie jako potencjalne spółki, w których jesteście, towary, które sprzedajecie i usługi, jakich udzielacie, żeby miały w przeciągu paru lat ten właśnie efekt wymierny w postaci tego $1 biliona i tak dalej w obrocie, w inwestycjach. Gentlemen, where do you see, based on what has been happening over the last 3 years as far as the investment goes, where do you see Polish Association of Puerto Rico in about 5 years from now? I know it's a general question, but if you were going to sum it up in just a couple of sentences.
Yeah, well, we definitely don't have 5-year plan for this association, but ideally, you know, it would be a big success if we can say in 5 years that we brought, let's say, 50 companies from Poland which are doing business in Puerto Rico. That's, you know, 10 per year. That's pretty realistic, and that's what I would say would be the goal.
I guess there's two ways to look at this. So from a business perspective, right? For us, I mean, it doesn't matter what happens with the association. We're still going to develop and invest a ton of our money and build, you know, to the $1 billion point or whatever we were talking about. But from an aesthetic point and the patriot point, we would like the association to be a main player. I'll give you guys one number. Belgium, for instance, 1.4 billion of export and import business has been done with Puerto Rico. Belgium. 14 people. 99% of the business done by one person. But, you know, Poland, I think, showed officially, what, 80,000, I think it was? But, you know, maybe 3 or 4 million was done in import-export, and it was done by our group. So seeing the need for change, well, seeing the consistent growth and the amount of capital, and what everyone in this room will see, this is factual. I mean, you guys will see over the next 3 to 5 years, tens of billions of dollars coming into Puerto Rico from multiple sources. So now the question is, do we as a community, and I learned this even from my partners because we're very well insulated and everyone looks out for each other, and we're trying to do the same with our own people. So are we, as the Polonia, as the Polish nation, going to allow others to take that big scale of business that could be done? Or are we going to roll up our sleeves, get on the calls, get on the emails, pass the information through each other, and aggregate the business for one another? Me and Lucas and our partners, we don't necessarily need to make more money. We're fine. We can live. My kids will be okay. But there's a ton of you guys and everyone that we're talking to that has brilliant ideas that we might not know about, but we want to take and aggregate and use. You know, someone brought us an idea today, a gentleman, I don't know if he's in the crowd, he showed us an idea of mirrors that interact with you and go through this process of showing what your weight and other things like that. I never knew this existed. Now I'm thinking, holy crap, maybe we put that into 2 of our hotels. You know, some of the partners here are in, for instance, they're in the LED business. We're going to aggregate these LED screens into our developments in Puerto Rico. You know, but these are things that many of you are doing some sort of business that we have no knowledge of because we don't know each other. So this association is for everyone here. This association is for everyone in Poland. This association is for every Polish and even non-Polish members for this particular 60 million Congress to take advantage of. The only thing we can do is provide contact base and support, whether it's support of contacts such as Senator Nadal in government, capitalization, which we obviously use a lot of our own in our contact base, and knowledge. That's, I guess, the only thing that we could offer. So that's all I got.
Sure, Patrick, right?
Yes. Hit it, Patrick. Amazon salesman? E-commerce? Okay, so Amazon, there are some issues within Amazon and in Puerto Rico.
Well, actually, so you sell through Amazon, is that correct? Yes, I do. So there's actually a lot of people in Puerto Rico in your business, mostly I think there for the reason of Act 60 tax advantages. So they really export services from Puerto Rico and pay lower taxes. So there are people like this in Puerto Rico, and I know a few for sure.
All right, so I am able to establish like my company there and still serve my customers and people in the United States.
Good.
That's exactly.
Well, correct. There's obviously a few more steps than this, but in general, you would have to establish your business over there, spend at least 6 months a year as a minimum in Puerto Rico, hopefully more, and apply for Act 60 benefits.
If he wants to live there.
Yeah.
If you want to live in the island and have the individual decree, you know, the benefits for yourself as a person, yes, you have to live there for 6 months, but you can set up an entity, a company, which will have the corporate tax treatment with the decree preferences, but, you know, but it doesn't matter if you live there or not. Well, those are the corporate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jose, doesn't he would also have to set up some form of an export company, obviously.
Hold on, let the association go to work. Patrick, we're going to exchange numbers and we're going to connect you with our accounting team. And they'll help you out.
Yeah. Let me just clarify something. Regardless of the the potential tax advantages that we're going to realize by investing in Puerto Rico, that's just in terms of my perspective, it's just really kind of a cherry on the top. That country, that island, and the people are ready for new ideas, new development. They are ready for fresh ideas that are going to help improve their quality of life there and augment the way that they currently live as well too. And again, I say the people are fantastic. You know, you talk about whether the island is safe, which is a question that I always get. Well, we spent a ton of time there in the last year, and not once have I ever felt threatened, insecure, unsafe, not in any circumstances. Obviously, there are certain parts of the country you don't want to go to, parts of San Juan you don't want to spend your time. But I would say this, if I had to even go there and take a look at the opportunity that we have, that I have, and joining the forces with these guys in a variety of different business developments, I would still make that investment. Just the opportunity to minimize some potential tax impact, for me, has never been a reason that I invested or developed a new business. If you really plan your business around what the potential tax impact can be, you're not going to be, in my mind, successful. But there is great opportunity, and I do believe that's just really like the cherry on top. After you get there and you get a good business going, you do get the benefit of having made the investment and then tax benefits that come out of that.
Gentlemen, we are about to wrap it up, and so I would like to ask you, each of you, in 2 minutes message, what would that be? Why would you want to see more businesses in Puerto Rico? Mr. Nadal?
Historically, Puerto Rico has been open for business. We have, as I said before, a unique situation within the U.S. To attract businesses. We've been using our unique tax code to attract investments since the 1950s in the island, and we need more. We do need to catch up. We want to do it better, and I think there are fewer places in the world with as many opportunities as Puerto Rico can provide right now.
Thank you. Lucas?
Well, I want to say that we, each and one of us definitely has some great live business stories to share, and I have to say, if anybody wants to live through some amazing and exciting times, which are really at this point in Puerto Rico, I think it's a great opportunity to jump on this train and do something great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what else I can say. I mean, I'm a dreamer. I know a lot of the people. I've been coming to these conferences for a long time. Sometimes, people think my dreams might be crazy, whatever the case is. But at the end of the day, you got to dream to make things happen. And I hope that all of you can also dream, because everyone here owns a business. And I know everyone wants to become successful. So at the end of the day, if we could help that and it could go through Puerto Rico, then fantastic.
Brooks.
Yeah, I would say that right now, if you're making a plan to make an investment in any potentially expanding business or new opportunity, that the current financial climate is probably the best time in my mind to begin that planning, because by the time you could potentially execute, unless you join some of the developments that we're involved in, you're probably going to be timing it perfectly in terms of opportunity, in terms of decreasing interest rates. Cap rates on real estate are probably going to end up coming back down as well too, which are really going to help. So we're taking advantage of a dip currently in the macroeconomic picture, and hopefully we'll see in 18 to 24 months the opportunity that comes out of those investments we can really capitalize on. So if you're going to be making a plan, I think now's the time to start. The macroeconomic environment's going to improve by the time you would execute, and I just think it's the right time for any potential investor.
Looks like a perfect timing.
Yeah.
And Zybi, if I was going to ask you, co byś powiedział w 2 minuty, dlaczego warto być na wyspie?
Dlaczego warto być na wyspie? No? A w ogóle wyspa już dała mi drugie życie. To niektórzy wiedzą, niektórzy nie wiedzą, ale skończyłbym na wyspie, ponieważ jednak wyspa była dla mnie tak dobra, że dała mi te drugie życie. No to uważam, że warto tam być głównie dlatego, żeby podnosić przede wszystkim jakość swojego życia, no bo ileś tam razy w życiu byłem na różnych wakacjach. A dla mnie Puerto Rico to można powiedzieć, że są cały czas wakacje. Dla mnie, dla ludzi, którzy coś już tam osiągnęli, wyjazd jednak mimo wszystko tam, gdzie jest dobry wiatr, nie schną oczy i jeszcze trochę się łapie słońca, no to jest naprawdę fajne, no bo jak mam jechać do Egiptu czy gdzieś tam i tam się dręczyć, męczyć i po prostu tego, no to jest po prostu tak, że uważam, dla mnie najważniejsze jest zdrowie. Bo tak jak powiedziałem, niektórzy są młodzi, jeszcze mają to gdzieś, ale niestety trzeba o tym zdrowiu myśleć. I dla mnie stworzenie takiej grupy ludzi, którzy będą wspierali się i biznesowo, ale też pod kątem promocji zdrowia, też to jest furtka do Stanów Zjednoczonych, tak? Nie ukrywamy, że chcemy tak trochę wejść z różnymi produktami.
I tak też będziemy robić. Już mamy tutaj umówione najbliższe spotkania w ciągu najbliższych 2 miesięcy. Panowie, I want to thank you gentlemen very much for participating in the panel. It's been a pleasure to be a moderator, and wish you good luck on tomorrow's trip to Puerto Rico.
Can I get a big round of applause for this panel? Okay, guys, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. I would like to nominate for Vice Consul General of Republic of Puerto Rico, Oscar. This guy is Mr. Public Relations.
No, we don't do politics here. I'm sorry. No shot.
Because I heard he doesn't have enough on his plate, and he's got so much time on his hands.
Definitely not.
There you go. Can I get the organizers of the 60 million to please come up? Greg, Kamil, Darek.
Kamil, może ty się przeprowadzisz, żeby być konsulem generalnym w Puerto Rico? Mamy.
We all had something to say here, and we forgot one of my closest friends who's always in Toronto. Greg, say a few words.
Thank you so much for the microphone. So I have to do the closing remarks now. I want to thank you for coming to the 60 Million Congress. I hope you met a lot of interesting people. I hope the people that you met last year, 2 years ago, are friends with you right now. And I know people that met at the Congress 5 years ago are doing business together. So this is probably one of the best testimonies to the 60 Million Congress that it's working. I'm really thrilled about this edition especially, because this edition is very historic. because this is not only a 60 million Congress, this is a 60 million Congress with the trade mission to Puerto Rico, with you guys. And I want to recognize this panel again, because this is not only a panel. We've been working on this for months right now, and we are making it complete and true. And tomorrow we fly to Puerto Rico, and whatever they just spoke about, we're putting into motion. So the great collaboration between the Polish Association of Puerto Rico and 60 million Congress is hopefully it's going to bear fruit soon. And when we all going to see you in Rzeszów in July, maybe we're going to deliver some good news about those 10 companies that Luke is trying to bring annually to Puerto Rico. So it's been an honor. I want to thank all of you, but this hard-working team, Zbyszek, Darek, Kamil, Jacek, Olga, Krzysiu, the guys behind the, here they are. They had the most sleepless nights in their recent days. By now, since this is the 5th year, so it's kind of like a little anniversary for the 60 million Congress as well. The 60 million Congress, it's not only a Congress, it's a community. You're all part of this community because, like Zbigniew said, and we've been talking about it today, when we greet each other at the Congress, we greet each other like family, like friends. It's not like, hello, nice to meet you. It's like, how have you been? I haven't seen you for such a long time. So I'm really happy that this platform that we've created is giving such an opportunity and it's creating this community. And I'm happy and thrilled to see this community thriving, growing. And I wish for all of you to seize the opportunities that are being provided by 60 million Congress, including this opportunity with Puerto Rico, because this is an opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, and we opened so many topics today. So this 13th edition, this is not actually the end of the 60 Million Summit. This is actually the beginning of 2023, different initiatives, which we'll inform you about. We discussed today one of the most significant topics which we wanted to highlight was the 60 million for Ukraine. And in addition to that, I can assure you that in Rzeszów, in July, or in Chicago, we'll just come back with those topics. But we also presented you during this edition what we did, and it was in the same group of people what we managed to achieve. So we came to life an event which is World for Ukraine Summit. So we wanted to also show what was the level of appreciation to Polish diaspora who was involved in helping Ukraine. And this event and the situation in Ukraine also shows how important it is to have a real diaspora, to create a real community, to stick together, to help each other over businesses on the basis of true empathy, and creating a synergy of people with open mind. So thank you for being here. Thank you for showing us again that although there were so many kilometers to be done to come here, you are here again after 2 years of COVID. We are creating such a lovely group of people which wants to be reconnected, which is all in touch through the whole year long. And as Greg said, this is kind of 5th year anniversary because all of it started actually in Miami. So please celebrate. I do not like to say that the summit is over. It's not. There is still a ball tomorrow. There is brunch in the morning, and there is a mission to Puerto Rico, and there is much more to come this year. So thank you for being here, and thank you that you are a part of 60 Million community.
So if I may add only a few sentences on top of what was just already said. As we hop on this mission 5 years ago with pursuing the dream and the plan of uniting Polish entrepreneurs from all over the world, it was a small group, right? But we're growing. Look, today we had almost 250 people. That's nothing. Our vision is to have 10x more as soon as possible. So let me ask you something. How many of you enjoyed those 3 days? How many of you met someone very interesting that you didn't know before this event? Now, let's get further. How many of you learned something that you had no clue before? So now, how many of you know someone that will benefit from you just had in these last 3 days? So now the mission is here. If every one of you brings at least 5 with you, 5 new people to the next event, there you go, we have 1,200 people. Let's go, Miami.
Good job, Zbyszek. Closing comments, style personified, Zbyszek Klanowski.
Everything was said and very good, and the discussions, and as Kamil mentioned, starting from the 60 million for Ukraine, very, very serious topics we have to discuss, and also the economic crisis situation. This is all important, and we have to talk, and what I personally benefit, meeting with the people with different perspective, with different businesses, and talking with them gives me my personal view and gives me like a roadmap what to do in the future. And of course, I'm impressed by Puerto Rico. We go tomorrow, and don't afraid. Even if there is everything, even if everything is true what you said, maybe we're gonna invest. Maybe we'll do the business in Puerto Rico. But we're gonna be back next year in Miami. So not only Rzeszów, not only Chicago this year, but Miami next year. So please,
Zbyszek, don't forget we got some Canadians here. Where are my Canadians at?
Yep. So we have another plans, and other cities will be more than not only Miami next year. So thank you very much that you came here, that you did all efforts coming from all over the world and being with us, and it's a great pleasure. And I'm so happy that when we've met, it was really a small group of people, much less than today. And I heard even today someone told me, when we spoke 5 years ago, I said, oh, nice event, but let's see how they do next year, okay? Next year, COVID came. After COVID, we had last year great events, and he came to me and said, I didn't believe that you will continue for so many years. No, we are just beginning. That was only the first 5 years. Thank you very much, and enjoy all the rest time in Miami.
Can I get a big round of applause for everybody on stage? Please stand up.
Słuchajcie, to przytulajcie się, nie? Udajemy, że wszyscy się lubią.
Olek, rób nam zdjęcie.
As you can see, we cannot finish this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out, and also Puerto Rico crew.
I'm under pressure. You're playing, but you're